Good morning, everybody.
Morning, how are you?
Morning, how are you?
Morning.
Morning, Member Albert.
Good morning, everyone. Everyone looks so nicely dressed. I am very impressed.
Oh, look at Member Hoffman. Yeah.
Fancy.
Yo.
Morning, Premier. Can you actually breathe with that thing? It feels like someone is holding a hand over your mouth all the time.
We can breathe with this mask.
Can't get used to it.
Good morning,
Morning,
colleagues.
Member Nube.
Good morning,
Okay.
colleagues.
Morning, Speaker. How are you?
Morning. You are not going to see
Morning,
much
everybody.
of me today because I'm trying to do
Morning,
the background and it's giving me a problem. We are going to start with our meeting. Can I request that you all stand up to observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you. We may all be seated. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, MPLs, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen. We're now having our third meeting, our third virtual meeting, and I hope we will all benefit out of the meeting. I therefore wish to announce the apologies. We have received an apology from Honorable Randall, Honorable Mpisi, and Honorable Rally Huku, who are attending an NCOP virtual meeting this morning. We also have an apology to Honorable Mazwi, who is writing exams, and we wish him all the best in his exams. We also have an apology for Honorable Khatebe, who is not well, and we wish her a speedy recovery. There are no announcement on my side. I'm not sure, is there a member who wants to do an announcement? And colleagues, I'm using a different gadget. I might not see a hand. I see that Honorable Kumalo, you want to make an announcement? Chief Whip? Chief Whip, your hand is up.
No, Madam Speaker, I've been struggling to connect. It just connected me now. It might be a technical mistake.
Okay.
I've not heard even your input.
Oh, sorry. I thought your hand was up. Can I therefore request Chief Whip to present a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120? Chief Whip? Chief Whip, can you unmute and present a motion without notice? Chief Whip, can you unmute and present a motion without notice? Chief Whip, are you able to hear me?
Madam Speaker, it seems that the Chief Whip has been kicked out.
Madam Speaker,
Yebo.
I just connected now. I must say that I'm struggling a lot. It just connected me now. Yes.
Okay. Are you ready to make the motion, to present a motion without notice?
Thank you very
Colleagues, can you switch off your videos, your cameras, please? Honorable Diale, Honorable Mure, Honorable Adams, and Honorable Mure.
Can't hear anything, Madam Speaker.
I can't hear as well. Presiding officers, if you could hear, can you take over, please? I can't hear anything from the Chief Whip.
I think the same applies with us. We can't hear anything from the Chief Whip.
I can hear you, but I can't hear the Chief Whip.
Yes, it's like the Chief Whip is sort of, it's not audible.
Yeah, he's saying he has a technicality.
Colleagues, can we do the member statement in the meantime? Honorable Hoffman, I know that you have requested to make a member statement. Can we allow you in the meantime?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I proceed?
Yes, yes, Honorable Hoffman.
Geagte Speaker, Jeugdag herinner ons daaraan dat alle jong mense se lewens kosbaar is. Dit is ongelukkig egter so dat die klem net op een groepering se jeug geplaas word. In 'n land wat verkies om net oor een bevolking se geskiedenis te praat, wil ek vandag hulde bring aan my mense se jeug, wie se geskiedenis terloops nou uit skole gehaal word. 115 jaar gelede op
Interpretation, please.
Honorable, no. Colleagues, please. Can you allow the member to finish his statement? He has a right to present himself in the language that he feels comfortable with. Please, let's not interrupt, please. Honorable Hoffman, continue.
115 jaar gelede op dieselfde dag as Jeugdag tydens die Anglo-Boereoorlog het die Britse Ryk 'n beleid aangeneem genaamd Scorched Earth Policy, waardeur hulle diere en plase verbrand het en alles wat die boervolk bymekaar gemaak het, verdelg het met vlamme. Madam Speaker, dit was nie al nie. Duisende vroue en kinders in konsentrasiekampe is geplaas, waar hulle dood is aan wanvoeding en ondraaglike omstandighede. Speaker, about 24,000 Afrikaner Boer women and children died, almost a quarter of our population. Speaker, oppression is nothing new, nor is it only one single nation or race that was affected by the historical atrocities of an unjust government. Speaker, we have all experienced hardships and injustices in our past. Let us refrain from being partisan and only remember certain injustices which only serve to instigate hate and division. If we do not learn from history and forget each other's hardships, we stand to be in danger of repeating the past. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think you should have just kept quiet, to be quite honest.
It is a bit arrogant, eh?
We all have a right on this forum. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think anybody is entitled to make comments on this. It's your platform.
MEC, the CP is clever again today.
Oh, the hundred, the arrogant, man.
Culprits are beginning to behave like they were victims of apartheid. That's so sad. Eh?
The world didn't start with apartheid. The world didn't start with apartheid. It started much earlier.
So arrogant, man.
Very arrogant, very arrogant.
Yeah,
The problem is that we all have a history. We need to share each other's history.
Madam Speaker, please. May you intervene?
When you are oppressing us.
Descendants of Jan van Riebeeck.
None of the people who sit here oppressed anyone. None of the people who sit here oppressed anyone.
Descendants of Jan van Riebeeck are here.
These guys are becoming so insolent.
Madam Speaker, please, could we ask you to intervene? This is your meeting.
If everyone listened closely, it was a message of reconciliation and not of pointing fingers. Please listen carefully to our messages. Do not put words in our mouth.
Honorable Hoffman, please. Honorable Tilange, please. Can we have order? Because we are disturbing other members.
We can speak it to you, Bishop.
Honorable Malibane, as a presiding officer, I don't expect that from you. Honorable Hoffman, can you please behave? Honorable Tilange, I'm not going to allow that. Please. Can we allow the Chief Whip to present his motion without notice? Because when we are busy doing other things and pressing all over, we are disturbing other members from hearing. Please.
Chief Whip.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Why do you only talk to the Freedom Front Plus if everybody else was actually attacking us before it?
Yeah, sir.
It's the same rules for everybody, please.
Order, behave, order.
Madam Speaker, if the Chief Whip is not available, I can present the motion on his behalf, if that's in order.
We're turning this into a bracket. Oh.
Madam Chair of Chairs, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Moriarty. Let me just get an advice of who's supposed to do this, but I'm sure there's an agreement that the Chief Whip must actually read out that that message, and there's an agreement from the whips, isn't it?
Yes.
So there won't be any problem if you read it, if there's an agreement, and of course, after you have read it, there should be a seconder, Honorable Murati.
Okay, cool.
Speaker, can you ask all staff people who are not supposed to be in the sitting because they are causing this network interruption to log off and to follow on YouTube? Because it's a problem. Can we ask all staff to actually log off and to follow on Facebook and YouTube? They will still be able to follow the feed, and then only members and maybe IT to remain.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. It's fine. Let me then formally ask all staff members that are not supposed to be on the sitting except the secretary and his desk there in front to be the ones that are logged on the team, and they then should follow us on YouTube and Facebook. Can I then now request that Honorable Muriati read out the motion, and also someone must second him, and we can continue the meeting.
I, Member Mike Moriarty, hereby table the following motion in terms of Rule 121, read together with Rule 122 as follows. Noting that 1, the Social Development Committee's focused intervention study report on a review of the provision of community-based care support programs for orphans and vulnerable children through community intervention program. 2, the Standing Committee on the Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation fourth quarter report. And 3, the Petitions Committee's third quarterly performance report was not programmed for today's sitting of Thursday, 18 June 2020. Therefore, requests that the House resolves to add 1, the Social Development Committee's focused intervention study report on a review of the provision of community-based care support programs for orphans and the vulnerable children through community intervention program as order number 16. 2, the Standing Committee on the Scrutiny Subordinate Legislation fourth quarter report as order number 17. And 3, the Petition Committee's third quarterly performance report as order number 18 to the sitting of today, Thursday, 18 June 2020. I so move.
I second, Chair. Member Adams.
Thank you very much, Member Adams, for seconding. Can I check if everyone agrees to it? Anyone who says yes? All those who says yes?
Yes.
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 Yes. Anyone who says no? The yes have it. Secretary, can you read the next order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Oversight report on the Premier's office and the legislature report on the fourth quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I then call upon Honorable Zamini to please read the FIS report?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, honorable members, honorable Premier, and members of the legislature. It's the fourth quarterly report, Chair of Chairs. It's not the FIS. I will only read the executive summary because of time. The committee report evaluates whether the GPL has delivered on the commitments made in its annual performance plan against the budget. The GPL continued to hold the executive to account to the House and committees supported by the implementation of the sector oversight model imperatives through the 6 strategic objectives. The committee notes that the GPL had a total of 23 performance targets planned for the quarter under review and managed to achieve 18 targets that represent 78%, resulting in 4 not being achieved. The performance deviation was recorded when the number of focused intervention studies reports submitted, the percentage of resolutions communicated to the executive, the petitions considered, and the number of research studies conducted on the assessment of laws passed. Of the 10 FIS reports that were planned, only 9 were produced, and the assessment of laws passed could not be completed and therefore will be rolled over to the 2020-2021 financial year. The committee further notes that the failure to achieve the targets of petitions considered was technical, in that whereas the planned target was to address current petitions, the Standing Committee on Petitions resolved to consider petitions for the current year and the backlog, with 49 of backlog petitions addressed. The target would have been achieved had the committee only focused on current petitions. The committee and the management resolved to develop a strategy to address the petitions backlog, as they had also posed a reputational risk to the institution if they remain unresolved. In terms of the budget expenditure performance for the quarter under review, GPL was allocated a total of 108.1 million and spent only 144.8 million, which represented an 80% expenditure pattern. By the end of the fourth quarter, GPL should have spent 100% of its allocated budget for 2019-20 financial year, but only spent 89%. Underspending is recorded in all programs in the quarter under review, and this is attributed to compensation of employees and goods and services. It is essential that the GPL ensures that budget spending correlates with performance and target attainment. At the end of the fourth quarter, the GPL spent 144.8 million of the projected budget of 180.1 million, reflecting an underspending of 35.3 million. It is noted that compensation of employees contributed to the underspending due to unfilled vacancies in 10 positions and delays in the implementation of the 2018-2019 pay progression for employees on P07 and P08. Goods and services underspending is attributed to, amongst others, activities planned that could not be undertaken due to COVID-19 and delays in submission of invoices by service providers. The committee notes that the areas of non-performance as a result of COVID-19 have either been rescheduled to a later date or have been incorporated as part of the current reporting period as ongoing activities. Taking into consideration the GPL's recorded 87% budget expenditure at the end of the fourth quarter, the committee foresees an underspending of the budget, noting the challenges recorded under the compensation of employees, goods and services since the beginning of the financial year. There were no findings and recommendations for the quarter under review. The committee would like to acknowledge the cooperation of the Speaker of Gauteng Legislature, Ms. N.L. Mehwe, Provincial Secretary, Mr. Skosana, and the senior management team during deliberations of the fourth quarter performance. I would also like to thank the honorable members of the committee, Honorable Kumalo, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Mngube, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Msimang, Honorable Moody, Honorable Bloom, Honorable Mukwebo, and Honorable Adams. The committee would also like to thank the support staff in our committee. Chair of Chairs, after due deliberation, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and Legislature adopted the report unanimously in accordance with Rule 164. The committee presents this report for consideration and adoption by the House. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Member Dlamini. Can I then check if there is any mover to the adoption of the report? The seconder to the adoption of the report, sorry.
Member Moody, Chair. Any seconder to the report?
Member Hassan.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Member Hassan. Can I check if the people who are saying yes to the report? May I check if people are agreeing to the report? All those who say yes, please say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. All those who say no, say no. The yes have it. Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. Can we then move to the next item? Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Oversight report on the Premier's office and the legislature report on the fourth quarterly report of the Office of the Premier for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Honorable Dlamini, please read your report, sir.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. This report provides the committee's assessment of the Office of the Premier's fourth quarterly report for 2019-2020 financial year. Quarterly reporting to oversight bodies facilitates performance monitoring, evaluation, and corrective action. This process aims to enhance oversight over financial and non-financial performance of government institutions. The committee notes that out of the annual budget of 842.5 million, a total of 173 million was allocated for the quarter under review, and 199.6 million was spent, reflecting an overspending of 15%. The 15% overspending was attributed to the payment of additional life settlement claims received in the fourth quarter after funds were surrendered to the surrendered. There's a bad echo there. After funds were surrendered to the provincial treasury at the end of March 2020. A total of 332 claims were received, 266 were paid, and 66 are still undergoing assessment and verification. Another factor that contributed to this overspending was the transfer made to Harambee, which was projected to be spent in the third quarter but did not materialize due to prolonged contractual finalization. The Office of the Premier highlighted that the prolonged contractual applications were mainly there to assess compliance with the PMFA and to verify unit cost calculations for the TEPO 1 million beneficiaries. Despite the improvement in the achievement of the APP targets from 75% in the previous quarter to 87% in the quarter under review, the committee is still concerned about the impact that TEPO 1 million is making in creating youth employment in the province, as it has only achieved one of its two targets in the quarter under review. It is noted that 92.5%, that is 530 out of 573 invoices were paid to service providers within 21 days from the date of receipt. The committee is of the view that payment of invoices on time is important to sustain the longevity of small businesses. It is further noted that 96% of the National Anti-Corruption Hotline cases were resolved, as opposed to the target of 87% in the quarter under review. The committee applauds the Office of the Premier's initiative of digitalizing the hotline and the introduction of the internet self-service application to reduce the number of calls lodged and speedy resolution of cases. In terms of the preferential procurement spending, the Office of the Premier achieved 40% target spent on companies owned by women, exceeding 30% target, 14% spent on companies owned by youth, exceeding 10% target, 6% budget spent on companies owned by people with disabilities, exceeding 5% target. The committee commends the Office of the Premier's initiative to revive engagement with the LGBTQI community and of the view that the establishment of the help desk for this targeted group is a good starting point. The committee appeals to the office that whatever work that comes from this help desk should be translated into policy consideration to assess its impact on this targeted group. This should also apply to marginalized groups such as women and people with disabilities. The committee has noted considerable improvement on the overall APP performance of the Office of the Premier, where 87% targets were recorded in the quarter under review, compared to 75% in previous quarter. The committee welcomes the 87% APP achievement and hopes that the office could reach a 90% target to serve as an exemplary by the GPG departments. The office highlighted that over 700,000 beneficiaries have benefited from the TSEPO 1 million program since its inception, and the committee has requested footprints where the impact of this program is felt in the communities, and it is still not clear about the kind of assistance beneficiaries have received. The committee is of the view that TSEPO 1 million beneficiaries should be integrated into stable jobs and be part of government supply chain management. Furthermore, the number of TSEPO 1 million beneficiaries assisted through the GPG department should be disaggregated from those assisted through the Office of the Premier. Improved performance of 53% as opposed to the targeted 50% compliance on the delivery of the Military Veterans Action Plan in the quarter under review is noted. The Office of the Premier explained that the Military Veterans database comprised of 7,000 verified and audited beneficiaries, and it is managed at national level. This is to ensure consistency, as people tend to dodge the waiting list for benefit bursaries and housing by registering their names on the Military Veterans database. The introduction of the mediation as a strategy to resolve medical legal cases before the commencement of the court processes is uploaded. It has noted that the office has seen the reduction and better management of these cases, and it was never been done before. A total of 8 mediation has been conducted. Big claims have been reduced. Other matters settled while some were withdrawn. It is further noted that a total of 6.3 million savings were made through the mediation route. Findings, recommendations, and implications. The committee is concerned about the lack of migration of TSEPO 1 million beneficiaries into stable jobs. What is the GPG doing to ensure that these beneficiaries are integrated into stable jobs? Furthermore, what is the disaggregated number of TSEPO 1 million beneficiaries assisted through the GPG departments and those assisted through the Office of the Premier? Recommendations. The Office of the Premier should provide a report on measures put in place to ensure the integration of TSEPO 1 million beneficiaries into stable jobs as well as government departments. Furthermore, the office should provide the committee with a number of TSEPO 1 million beneficiaries assisted through the GPG departments and those assisted through the Office of the Premier. The committee would like to acknowledge here and thank and acknowledge the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Gauteng Premier Honorable DM Makura, the Director General Ms. Pibaleni, and the senior team from the office. I'd also like to thank honorable members of this committee, Honorable Kumalo, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Msimanga, Honorable Moody, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Adams, and Honorable Alex for their diligence and commitment during this process. I'd also like to thank members of the support staff. After due deliberation, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature adopted the report unanimously in accordance with Rule 164. The committee present the report and recommendations made herein for consideration and adoption by the House. I so move, Chair. Thank you.
Is there any seconder?
Member Moody.
I, Member Solim Simanga, will second the report, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted.
Am I audible?
The report is adopted. I will now call for the next item. Will the secretary please read the third order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Committee report on the fourth quarter report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairperson Mukherjee, please present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. If you allow me, can I take that the part of the report that I'm not going to be taken as tabled? The Honorable Chairperson of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlements Portfolio Committee, Dr. Nomathemba Mokheti, tabled the committee's oversight report on the fourth quarterly report of the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2019-20 financial year.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable. Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable
Continue, Honorable Mokheti. Honorable Mokheti,
thank you
can
very
continue.
much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Portfolio Committee noted in terms of oversight on the budget expenditure, the department reported an expenditure of 128,297,000, which is 66%, against the allocated budget of 194,811,000 for the quarter under consideration. In respect of the total appropriation budget of 562,282,000, the department expenditure was, as at the end of the quarter, 495,768,000, which is 88%. Poor spending against the department has been linked to the program, three programs: development and planning, and program 4, traditional institutional development. On the basis of performance per program, program 1, which is administration, program 2, local government governance, and program 4, traditional institutional development, achieved almost all the planned targets during the fourth quarter of 2019-20 financial year. Program 3, which is development and planning, the department realized 85% of the planned outputs for the quarter under review. The department has reported that there were no plans for a strategic risk assessment during the quarter under review, except for the one macro risk assessment in Mogale City and West Rand District Municipality. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on the concerns of the committee, the factors that have contributed to under expenditure reported under the development and planning, administration, and traditional institutional development, the department did not report measures to be put in place to avert underspending by the end of the 2019-20 financial year. On provincial and local government transfers, the department budgeted 26 million of transfers to municipalities for the quarter under review. However, less than 50% of this amount was transferred to municipalities. About 6 million, which is 23%, was issued to municipalities in the fourth quarter for 2019-20 financial year. On the integrated development planning and coordination, the non-achievement of the target to support Merafong's municipality with developing a capital expenditure framework in the fourth quarter of 2019-20 financial year, the department reported that this target was not achieved and has been deferred to the first quarter of the 2020-21 financial year. On the infrastructure technical support, the department reported to having monitored the implementation of infrastructure service delivery programs in 6 municipalities, which is Mfuleni, Lesedi, Midvaal, Rand West, Merafong, and Mogale. However, did not share the financial breakdown of the expenditure on municipal infrastructure grants. Furthermore, the department did not provide the portfolio committee with the project names that have been funded through municipal infrastructure grant for the 6 municipalities. On the energy office, the department reported that municipalities use their own money to accelerate the project of connecting electricity to 9,477 households. The target was 7,000 households and 23 informal settlements, and the target was 10 informal settlements. Because of the demand on the ground, however, did not mention the amount of funds spent by municipalities. On disaster management, the department planned to support 2 municipalities, which is Sidibeng and West Rand District, to maintain the functionality of the disaster management centers in the fourth quarter of 2019-20 financial year. However, one functionality assessment was conducted in the West Rand District. On the proposed recommendations, Madam Deputy Speaker, the department should provide responses to the following as raised by 30 August 2020. The department should provide the portfolio committee with the factors that contributed to the underspending reported under development and planning, administration, and traditional institutional development. The department should provide the portfolio committee with measures that will be put in place to avert underspending by the end of 2019-20 financial year. The department should provide the portfolio committee with the following: the municipal project or programs that were initially budgeted for the 26 million, provide the portfolio committee with a municipal project that have been initiated based on the 6 million transfer. Name the municipalities that were targeted for these transfers, why the planned 26 million was not transferred during the quarter under review. The department should provide the portfolio committee with reasons why the target of supporting Merafong municipality with developing a capital expenditure framework was not achieved and has since been deferred to the first quarter of the 2020-2021 financial year. The department should provide the portfolio committee with a financial breakdown of expenditure on municipal infrastructure grants. The department should provide the portfolio committee with a list of projects that have been funded through MIC for the 6 municipalities identified. The department should provide the portfolio committee with the cost of funding the project of electricity of 9,477 households and 23 informal settlements. The department should provide the portfolio committee with reasons for not supporting Sidibeng municipality to maintain the functionality of disaster management center in the quarter under review. Madam Speaker, on acknowledgement as stated in the report on adoption, in terms of Rule 1172C, read with 164, the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlements tabled its oversight report on the 4th quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2019-20 financial year for adoption by the House, considering the concerns and proposed recommendation. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Any second to the report?
I second the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. May I then is the Deputy Speaker still around? Deputy Speaker? Okay,
He's sleeping on duty.
Okay, I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Amen. Amen.
Yes.
All those not
Yes.
in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. I'll then call upon the Secretary to please read the 4th order. Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Committee report on the 4th quarterly report of the Department of Human Settlement for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Chairperson Mokgethi, please present the report.
Thank you very much once more, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I'm going to request that parts of the report that I'm not going to table be taken as tabled by the House. The Honorable Chairperson of COGTA and Human Settlements Portfolio Committee, Dr. Nomathemba Mokgethi, hereby tables the Oversight Committee report on the Department of Human Settlements on the 4th quarter performance for the 2019-20 financial year as follows. The Portfolio Committee noted during the quarter under review, the department appropriated a total of 2,305,682,000 to the 4th quarter, and as at the end of the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 1,822,116,000, which translates to an overall expenditure of 79%. As per the PFMA guidelines, The department was supposed to have spent 100% of its annual allocation in the fourth quarter. In terms of achievements and non-achievements, the portfolio committee noted that on the number of townships with outstanding milestones to unblock blocked or abandoned projects, this target was not achieved. It is reported that 3 townships were formalized, namely Udube Unit 1, 3 Vic Proper, and 3 Zik Extension 4. With regard to the percentage of procurement budget that targets business owned by women, the department did not achieve this target of 30% and only achieved 12.5% of their budget. With regard to the 20% percentage procurement budget that targets business owned by youth, only 2.94% was achieved. With regard to the budget that is planned for a business owned by people with disabilities, only 2.57% was achieved. In terms of the expenditure of the annual budget spent, 96% of the budget was spent with savings on the compensation of employees due to vacant posts not filled. The savings on transfers and subsidies is as a result of invoices being received after the payment cut-off date. On the planned targets to allocate approved beneficiaries to available housing unit, 1,290 approved beneficiaries were allocated against the planned target of allocating 7,777 beneficiaries. The reason for the deviation is that majority of projects have been not provide beneficiary admin with adequate houses, citing the different reasons. There are enough beneficiaries, but with less houses built. In terms of the number of housing subsidies disbursed by the department under FLISP by the end of the financial year, the department disbursed 159 subsidies for the quarter under review. The department had a planned target of 750 for the quarter under review. With regard to the number of hostels and detailed planning by the end of the financial year, the planned target was 16, and as at the end of the quarter under review, 7 hostels are detailed planning stage, namely KwaMazibuko, Diepkloof, Meadowlands, Nguni, Wattville, KwaThema, and Thokoza. In relation to the number of urban renewal projects resuscitated in 2019-20 financial year, the planned output was 4 for Everton, Burgersdal, Winterveld, and Kliptown. However, this target was not achieved. 3 projects, Everton, Burgersdal, Winterveld, were resuscitated, and the GCR URP Technical Committee was established. On the concerns, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee noted that the department did not allocate any funds for payment for financial assets, but spent 148,000 on Program 1. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department paid the professional resource team, which does not mean that the department has now abandoned the project and now resorting to GDID for office space. On Program 2, in terms of percentage finalization of Project Bank, the Portfolio Committee noted that there was no planned output for the quarter under review. In the previous quarter, it was reported that the Project Bank is at 50%. The Portfolio Committee noted that on the planned targets to allocate approved beneficiaries to available housing units, 1,290 approved beneficiaries were allocated against a planned target of allocating 7,777 beneficiaries. The Portfolio Committee noted that on the number of emerging contractors participating in the incubation program, the department had planned target of 40 incubators allocated projects, and this target was not achieved. However, 40 contractors have been inducted and trained. The implementation has not commenced due to non-transfer of funds to the National Housing Finance Corporation. On Program 3, number of no credit-linked individual housing distributed against the planned target of distributing 298. It is reported that there was no policy clarity sought from National Department of Human Settlement, which to date has not been concluded. The Portfolio Committee noted that this is a new performance indicator. In terms of number of hostels whose detailed planning is completed per annum, the planned target was 2 and the target was not achieved, as delays were encountered in the finalization of geotech assessment of 4 hostels. The portfolio committee noted that on the number of hostel community residential units, CRUs, the planned target was 500 and nothing was done. With a bill of quantities for Ratanda, Diepkloof, and Nobuhle, the third quarter, it was reported that a total of 54 units were refurbished at 95% and 30 units refurbished at 90% units were certified as refurbished at the Retabile LTA. The portfolio committee remained concerned that in relation to the number of urban renewal projects resuscitated in 2019-20 financial year, the planned output was 4 for Everton, Beggersdal, Winterveld, and Kliptown. However, this target was not achieved. Nonetheless, 3 projects, Everton, Beggersdal, and Winterveld, were resuscitated, and the GCR URP Technical Committee was established. On recommendations, Madam Chair of Chairs, the department should provide responses to the following by 30 August 2020. On the financial performance, the department must outline the factors that contributed to 148,000 expenditure on the payments of on the financial asset, as it was not budgeted for, and where it was where they must also indicate where did they get the budget from. On program 1, the department should provide a report on how much was paid to professional resource team. Does that mean that department has now abandoned the project and resorting to GDID for office space? Program 2, the department should provide a progress report on the percentage finalization of the project bank and unpack what is this project bank. The department should provide a breakdown of projects that allocated the 1,290 beneficiaries and areas where those people were moved from. The department must provide the list of contractors for oversight purposes. Why was money not transferred to NHFC, noting that the department has underspent its budget? On program 3, on the number of credit linked, why did the department set a target before seeking policy clarity from the National Department of Human Settlements? This target could cause unnecessary confusion and tension should it reach the public. What could be the reason for having a subsidy that only targets people from Hlanu or Mawiga? The department should provide a progress report on Thokoza and Watfield hostels, which were reported on the third quarter, that quality assurance is finalizing DOTEC. As the department allocated refurbished units to the rightful owners to avoid illegal occupation and vandalism, how much was spent on the refurbishing of these units? The department must give a breakdown of people who are in the technical team and what their role will be in terms of enrolling URPs. On acknowledgement, Madam Chair of Chairs, as stated in the report on adoption, in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Cochrane Human Settlements present an oversight report of the fourth quarter performance report of the Department of Human Settlements for the 2019-20 financial year for adoption by the House, taking into consideration the recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Mokgethi. Is there any second on the report?
Hi, Member Solisima.
Yes, I do second.
Okay.
I do second.
Thank you very much.
Member Yale, second.
Thank you very much, member.
Second.
Thank you very much, member. I now put the, all those in favor say yes.
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 All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Honorable members, particularly the chairpersons, when reading your report, may I request that you switch on your video so that the people on YouTube and Facebook are able to see you and follow you when presenting your report. Only when you are actually reading your report. It's a humble request from people who are recording this session. Thank you very much, honorable members. Will the secretary please read the fifth order? And please, the deputy speaker and the speaker, if you are available, indicate so that I can actually leave the podium. But I'm still enjoying myself. Secretary, please read the fifth order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Social Development
I'm available.
Report
Thank you, Speaker. Please read the report, Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Social Development Committee report on the fourth quarterly report on the Department of Social Development for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll therefore call upon the chairperson, R.J. Kekana, to read the report and immediately hand over to the speaker. Thank you very much, members. Honorable Kekana.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I, Refilwe Kekana, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby tables the committee's oversight report on the fourth quarter performance of the Department of Social Development for the 2019-20 financial year. And Chair of Chairs, I would request that I focus on the executive summary, the Portfolio Committee's concern, as well as the proposed recommendations, and request that the House consider other parts of the report as read. The mandate of the department, as highlighted in its mission statement, centers around social empowerment, social integration, and the protection of the poor and vulnerable people in Gauteng. The department provides social development services to various stakeholders, including children, women, youth, persons with disabilities, and the elderly, amongst others. The department is focusing on strengthening intervention programs, strengthening the implementation of varied initiatives that respond to the psychosocial needs of various targeted vulnerable groups, and the improvement of governance issues. Most of the services are rendered in partnership with non-profit organizations and non-governmental organizations, which are funded by the department. The department is funding 5 main programs, which are administration, social welfare services, children and families, restorative services, and development and research. The department has been allocated an amount of 5,442,951,000 and spent 5,041,000,000, which represents 93% of the allocated budget by the end of the quarter under review. On program 1, which is administration, the department spent 98% of the allocated budget. And on program 2, social welfare services, they spent 99%. Program 3, children and families, they spent 92%. And on restorative services, they spent 93%. And on development and research, they only spent 80% of the allocated budget by the end of the quarter under review. The committee noted with concern that the department had underspent by 400,856,000, with the bulk of it coming from program 5, which is the development and research. And according to the department, these funds were appropriated to cater for the provision of services that will better the lives of vulnerable groups and create opportunities for them to be self-reliant. Sorry. The committee acknowledged that during the quarter under review, 7,703 work opportunities were created in home and community-based care centers through the Extended Public Works Program, aimed at providing poverty and income relief through temporary work and skills program for the unemployed. During the period under review, 101,298 beneficiaries and 41,222 vulnerable households were provided with psychosocial support services, while 40 organizations in behavioral change programs trained and researched and reached 39,533 beneficiaries. The committee noted that the number of service users who access funded substance abuse community-based services had reached 3,136 as compared to the planned target of 3,364 by the end of the period under review. The committee was concerned that under the period under review, there were no school uniforms distributed. and that the department only distributed 228,852 dignity packs as against 464,000 target. The committee therefore recommended as follows, that the department should provide a detailed plan with realistic timelines on how and when the process of distribution of school uniform will commence. And the report should be submitted to the committee by the 31st of July, 2020. The department should also provide the list of schools that are supposed to benefit from the school uniform project for the 2021-2022 financial year. The report should also be tabled at the committee by the 31st of July 2020. And the department should provide a finalized costing model for school uniforms, cooperative, and the mitigating plan in the event that there are no cooperatives who are unable to meet the deadline for the production of school uniform. The report should be submitted by the 31st of July 2020. And lastly, the department should provide a progress report on the distribution of the dignity packs. The report should be submitted by the 31st of July 2020. And I would therefore like to acknowledge and thank the Acting MEC for Social Development, Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, the HOD and the officials in the department, and also like to express my appreciation to the members of the committee as stated in the report, as well as the support staff from the GPL as stated in the report. And after extensive deliberation, Chair of Chairs, the Social Development Committee adopted the fourth quarter performance report on the Department of Social Development for the 2019-20 financial year. And in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, taking into account the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in this report. I so move. Thank you, Madam.
Speaker, may you please remind honorable members to switch on their videos, eh? I see Member Kekane forgot to do that. Thanks. Go ahead, Speaker.
No, my video was on all the time.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The report has not been adopted as yet. And there's Lamin that is coming after. Sorry, Deputy Speaker. Can you get the mover for the adoption of the report for social development? Any second?
I second.
Honorable Speaker.
I second Member Adams.
Seconded. Oh, thank you very much. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of the oversight report on the Premier's Office and the Legislature of all State Committee oversight report on the details of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature budget for budget number 2 of the Provincial Legislature Bill G001 of 2020 for the 2020 and 2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The Committee Oversight report on the budget vote of 2020-2021 financial year. The committee has, in accordance with the sector oversight model, scrutinized the overall budget allocation of the GPL for 2021 financial year and therefore provides an assessment of it. The assessment provides the committee with an understanding of how the allocated budget will be utilized for the GPL to realize its mandate. The committee's role in this regard is to ensure that 2020-2021 financial year budget will enable the GPL to discharge its responsibilities in an efficient and effective manner. The 2021 GPL budget must respond effectively to the implementation of the 2019-2024 term priorities that were adopted at the beginning of this political term. The Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act allows provincial legislatures to retain any money appropriated in a particular year that was not spent. The GPL's main source of revenue comes from interest and on investments from unspent allocated budgets and revenue. A small percentage is collected from leasing out parking space in the city hall, as well as from sales of goods and services. During the 2019-20 financial year, the GPL collected a total of 23.3 million, and in 2021, it anticipates in collecting 24 million, an increase of 8%. The committee notes that the GPL received a budget of 817.7 million to finance its programs and strategic projects. This is an increase of 56.3 million, which is 7% from an adjusted amount of 761.4 million that was allocated during the 2019-20 financial year. The GPL receives its allocation from the provincial equitable share in line with the prescripts of the Constitution. It is noted that the GPL budgets on activity-based costing align to the strategic outcomes in the APP. Activities are costed in line with the approved annual performance plan and operational plans. Funds are reprioritized from non-core and underperforming activities to core service delivery outputs, and the institution maintains compensation of employees within affordable and sustainable levels. The budget allocation for this financial year must reflect and cater for the strategic priorities and projects. The committee will continue to monitor the budget allocation in line with programs and targets as outlined in the APP. The committee is of the view that the budget responds adequately to the priorities as set out in the annual performance plan for 2020-2021 financial year. The committee also notes that the budget allocation for 2020-2021 was prepared with an emphasis that funds are reprioritized from non-essentials, and there was also emphasis on cost efficiency measures to promote more quick work with less resources. The committee further notes that GPL has put mechanisms in place to overcome over or underspending to ensure equitable, effective, and efficient service delivery transparently. The GPL has put emphasis on value for money while ensuring continuous commitment to cost-cutting measures and efficiency in the way it works and conducts its business. The projects will be compared to original budgets to allow program managers to identify gaps timelessly and institute the necessary plans to achieve the identified objectives. The budget management practice guide is reviewed annually and used during costing and execution to ensure continuous implementation of efficiency measures. The committee, the issues or targets highlighted in the report are noted. However, the committee is concerned that the report is silent on pertinent issues raised previously and requests the following by the end of August 2020. A report on how the recommendations of the study on the efficiency of laws passed are being implemented. 2, a progress report and budgetary implications on the re-engineering of public participation. 3, a progress report to the functionality of the LIMS and the budgetary implications. 4, a progress report on the number of lawsuits that the GPL is facing, including budgetary implications and age analysis. On acknowledgements, we'd like to acknowledge all as listed in the report: the speaker and the team, members of the portfolio committee, and the support staff. Madam Speaker, after due deliberation, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature adopted the report unanimously in accordance with Rule 164. The committee presents the report for consideration adoption by the House. I so move. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Do we have seconder? Do we have a seconder for the adoption?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I, Solim Simanga, member of the committee, hereby second the adoption of the report.
Thank you, member. And I now put the question. Those in favor, please say aye. And those in favor say no. Aye. Okay. Okay, thank you. Those who say no, none. We do not have those who are dissenting. Move on to The next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Tabling of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Budget Vote number 2 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Speaker. Please take the podium.
Let's take the podium.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Chair, I don't think the speaker is aware that she's muted.
Okay, can members of staff or of the admin try to contact her?
Thanks, TS. I was muted.
Okay, thank you.
It is an
Please go
honor
ahead.
and a privilege to stand before you today to present the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Budget Vote number 2 to the people of Gauteng. This is the budget for the 2020-2021 financial year, and we have just observed the Youth Day yesterday in this week, and we are thus served with stark reminders of the immense sacrifices made by the class of 1976 against the brutal, inhumane system of apartheid and exclusive education. Youth Day also serves as a strong reminder of the myriad challenges and struggles since faced by the youth in our country, especially gender exclusion, the socio-economic exclusion, as well as empowerment. As a legislature, we have and will continue to focus our energies on empowering our youth, for these are the people that will usher in the next generation and become the leaders of tomorrow. We also salute all our youth, as well as all other people at the forefront of the fight against COVID-19, whilst our testing, identification, and treatment has increased despite severe pressures and limitations. The disease continues to claim more victims in terms of those affected as well as fatalities. However, we remain resolute to soldier on and turn the tide on this invisible enemy. And I'm sure Deputy Speaker will allow me to also say thank you very much to the GPG led by the Premier in terms of the response on COVID-19. Honorable Deputy Speaker, however, it is ever possible to present this budget with pride when as a nation we are still ravished and devastated by the horrific incidents of gender-based violence as the nation fights the invisible COVID-19 enemy. A highly visible epidemic of gender-based violence continues to affect women and children each day. This scourge continues to sweep through the country. It is a fact that women in our country are not safe. It is a fact that women in our country are more susceptible to being abused, often by an intimate partner, more susceptible to being beaten, more susceptible to being murdered. This is our collective shame. Well, no more. Our responses can no longer be limited to catchy hashtags and slogan lines. We call upon all our sectors of society, government, business, citizens, all of us to take a stand and speak out against this most ghastly, shameful crime that we as a nation are committing on our mothers, daughters, sisters, friends. As GPL, we appeal to government to take decisive steps to protect our own. We will also increase and focus our oversight processes on this scourge. It is all our business. It is in our collective interest. So starting with me, I declare no more. Deputy Speaker, we will do all that we can to restore confidence and hope in our people. In giving hope to our people, the GPL has continued to discharge its constitutional mandate of oversight and scrutiny, lawmaking, public participation, and cooperative governance. On oversight, GPL has an obligation to hold executive of provincial departments accountable for the delivery of services to the citizens of Gauteng through exercising its constitutional mandate of oversight. Committees continued to use tools and methodologies that have been adopted by the South African legislative sector to interrogate departments' report. These include sector oversight model, the budget cycle model, and the committee oversight and accountability framework, sector oversight model imperatives in support of committee work were achieved, and we conducted successful house sittings whereby quarterly oversight reports, committee budget oversight reports, and FIS reports were tabled and subsequently adopted. On lawmaking, I'm not going to cover everything, Deputy Speaker. Members will actually have access to this budget speech. The GPL is committed to ensuring that the legislature lawmaking power is exercised in an unbiased and responsive manner to ensure that people's needs are addressed and satisfied. On public participation, GPL has continued to identify and address gaps between the current and expected levels of public participation. On cooperative governance, we continue to work and partner with different organs of states in relation to discharge of our mandate. We have participated in different sectors, yourselves, the CPA, the GSF, to improve the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding through a customized cooperative governance framework that governs the legislature's engagement with organs of state. On admin support, good governance, and fiduciary compliance, while we have received an unqualified opinion with matters of emphasis for 2018-19, which was a regression from the clean audit opinion achieved in previous reporting periods, it is something that we have not taken lightly and remain committed and fully supportive of oversight structures like the AGS, the AXA, and OCPOL. To this end, we have scrutinized AXA recommendations and have already implemented most of the recommendations starting from the 2019-20 and 2021 planning process. We've taken strong lessons from our past performance and planning for the 6th legislature in terms of 2020 to 2025, and the GPL has adopted a business unusual approach and has accordingly ensured that there is a strong alignment with relevant provincial, national, regional, and global priorities. The strategic planning process has considered the common emerging themes which had been developed into cluster priorities for the committees and ultimately set the scene for committee focus areas. By doing so, the GPL will ensure that all priorities in the GPL planning value chain are legitimate, lead to relevant oversight, and towards service delivery in line with government commitments. We've moved away from strategic objectives towards outcomes to achieve our goal of being a legislature that fosters public confidence, because our common challenge for the current term is to achieve clean governance and to ensure that Gauteng is a better place to stay, work, and play in. In this regard, the following 5 outcomes were derived in line with the relevant policy documents and planning frameworks and shaped the preparation for the 2020 MTF budget for the GPL. In outcome number 1, enhance accountability and service delivery aligned to the strategic priorities. Oversight will be intensified to focus more on specific government programs and committees. I'm not going to read everything there again, Deputy Speaker, as I will circulate. Outcome number 2, strengthening of legislative capacity of the GPL, which will strengthen our legislative capacity and become more proactive and responsive to the needs of the people through lawmaking processes and initiative. I will also not cover everything. I will take it that those matters that are written there actually will be read. On outcome number 3, enhance meaningful public engagement by the GPL. The GPL public participation processes will be more meaningful and become more community-based and representative. Public participation processes will aim to assist the people of Gauteng to use democratic governance processes to improve their lives, resolve their problems, and hold their elected public reps accountable. I also know in terms of other issues in that paragraph, I'm not going to cover everything. Outcome number 4, improve alignment and collaboration between organs of state and the legislative sector in pursuit of the National Development Plan. Also, in terms of that, I'm not going to cover everything. Outcome number 5, enhance compliance with all relevant fiduciary requirements and principles of good governance. The GPL administrative processes will become more efficient, enabling and reflective of good governance standards. Deputy Speaker, the allocated budget could not meet all the budgetary requirements for all the programs, and this necessitated the implementation of the cost efficiency measures as well as the reprioritization of the funds to ensure affordability, efficiency, and sustainability of our plans. Consequently, Compensation of employees has increased by 22.6 million, whilst goods and services were increased by the 27.5 million rands. Transfers to political parties were also increased by 16.1 million to enable political parties to establish and maintain an infrastructure to serve the interests of constituencies, as well as to enable its members to render services to the public. The increase was financed through reappropriation of the political party funding reserve. With respect to the budget and funding for the GPL, were primarily funded by Treasury from the equitable share allocation in line with the prescripts of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Thus, in 2020-2021, the GPL budget allocation increases from 761.4 million in 2019-20 to 817.8 million, representing an increase of 56.3 million rand or 7% on average. The 2020-2021 budget allocation makes provision for compensation of employees for both the GPL and political party support staff, house sitting, members' facilities, committee activities, including public outreach programs and sector parliaments, as well as existing contractual obligations on operational costs. Over the MTF, the budget allocation is expected to increase to 844.6 million in outer years, in line with the expected decline in the consumer price index. With respect to revenue collection, the GPL main source of own revenue comes from interest earned on investment, primarily from unspent funds from allocated budgets and revenue collected. The financial management of Parliament and provincial legislatures allows the provincial legislature to retain any money appropriated in that particular financial year that were not spent. A small percentage of revenue is also collected from the leasing out of parking space and city hall, as well as other sales of goods and services, such as memorabilia and disposed assets. In this regard, we anticipate collecting 23.94 million rands in 2020-2021, representing an increase of 8% on average from 2019-20 financial year. Over the MTF, own revenue collection is expected to increase to 26.6 million rand, depicting an increase of 5% on average over 3 years. With respect to projected expenditure in 2020-2021 financial year, the estimated expenditure increases by 7% on average from 761.4 million rands to 817.7 million rands, primarily due to compensation of employees, goods and services, and transfers to political parties. A substantial portion of the 2020-2021 expenditure estimates is also allocated to corporate support services and core business at 382.6 million and 283.5 million rand respectively. Corporate support services budget is mainly driven by support functions to members and the administration, as well as transfers to political parties. Core business budget is informed by committee activities and outreach programs, as well as public education and participation in initiatives that aims to respond to the institution's commitment to enhance active interaction and engagement with Gauteng citizens as key clienteles of the Gauteng provincial legislature work. Committee work includes scrutinizing legislation and playing an oversight role over departments' commitments to the people. Similarly, core business budget is driven using radio and television broadcasts, publications, and newsletters with the aim of reaching out to communities and promoting the work of the GPL. Over the 2020 MTF, the GPL estimated expenditure increases slightly from 817 million to 844.6 million, representing a 2% growth on average. This is testament to the fact that our budgets are firmly aligned to service delivery and institutional mandates. Deputy Speaker, I can assure you that the GPL continuously find ways to improve procurement processes and reduce inefficiencies in its operation. Our supply chain management policy is regularly reviewed to ensure alignment to the SAM regulations applicable to all legislatures, therefore ensuring enhanced supply chain management standards. And similarly, the delegation of authority is also reviewed frequently to ensure appropriate levels of delegation and to improve operational efficiencies. The GPL will conduct annual workshops with service providers, including the historical disadvantaged individuals, as well as with programs within the GPL to educate and create awareness around supply chain management processes and policies. The relationships with all these relevant stakeholders will continue to be strengthened. We'll continue to prioritize the allocation of business to local and township service providers, as well as highly disadvantaged individuals, including youth, women, people with disabilities, and thereby lead by example in contributing to an inclusive economy for Gauteng. In conclusion, allow me, Deputy Speaker, to offer sincerest condolences to the families of those who have succumbed to COVID-19 and gender-based violence. To those who are still battling these scourges, either publicly or suffering in silence, remember that we fight alongside you. Our struggle will continue with yours. And with this budget presented, I am confident that we stand in good stead to turn the tide on these devastating scourges. May all those that continue to suffer and those, especially those that are still sick in terms of COVID-19, may they recover speedily. I thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, continue with the meeting. Continue, I'm done.
We can see you, Deputy Speaker.
Let's ask the Deputy Chair of Chairs to chair. I've got a serious family disaster that have just happened, so I won't be on. I'm going to switch off now.
Okay, yeah, we have lost the Deputy Speaker. So can I really get a seconder? A new seconder?
Chairperson, I, Solim Simanga, move for I second the report and ask for adoption.
Thank you. I'm now going to put a question. All those who say yes, say yes.
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 And
Yes.
all who are not in favor say no. I take it the yes have it, and this report is adopted. The Secretary, can you move to the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Order number 8, consideration of oversight report of Premier's Office and the Legislature Standing Committee oversight report on the details of the Office of the Premier of the appropriation for the 2020 financial year. Thank you.
Continue, Secretary.
Deputy Chair, Ishmael is out of order. He's using his phone when we are in the meeting here.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Yeah, continue.
Consideration of report on the details of the Office of the Premier budget, vote number 1 of the provincial appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the 2020 and 2021 financial year. Thank you.
Okay, let me now call Chairperson Honorable B.W. Dlamini to deliver the committee report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. This committee oversight report is considered at a time when COVID-19 is engulfing the globe, and this will necessitate the reprioritization of our budgets for the Office of the Premier and the Gauteng Provincial Government Departments. The office highlighted that the rapid spread of the virus has severely constrained public resources and has shifted the way in which organizations and public sector would function in the rolling out investment projects. The Office of the Premier's total appropriation for the 2020-2021 financial year amounted to 859.4 million, and over the MTF period, the budget reflects an increase of 763 million in the 2022-2023 financial year. It is noted that compensation of employees is the main cost driver at 40% due to the payment of claims to the life asset beneficiaries. The committee notes that the budget allocation per program allows that Program 1, Administration, received 247 million, followed by Program 2, Institutional Development, with 270 million. Program 3, Policy and Government, with the highest allocation of 341.4 million. The committee notes that the Office of the Premier estimates a collection of 423,000 from parking fees at its major source of revenue generation. It is further noted that the provincial forensic audit has been shifted to the Office of the Premier from the provincial treasury, and land planning function has been shifted from the Office of the Premier to the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The committee commends the Office of the Premier's efforts of cleaning the PESAL and remaining only with funded posts comprising of a 0.1 vacancy rate that are in line with the allocated budget. It is further noted that all vacancies have been put on hold during COVID-19 lockdown, except for the critical and essential posts that will be advertised in the DPSA vacancy circular. The Office of the Premier reported that COVID-19 is a risk exposure that cannot be quantified, and an estimation of 40 million rand is expected to be utilized for additional capacity for the hotline to deal with increased costs to cover COVID-19 related issues, procurement for rental of the Provincial Command Center building, as well as the procurement of the PEE for essential staff, recruitment of EPWP workforce to assist in all the GPG departments. The committee notes the necessary budget changes will be made during the adjustment period. The Office of the Premier's budget responds adequately to the plan set out in the APP for the 2020-2021 financial year. All three programs received budget increases in their allocation for the 2021 financial year to respond to key measures to fulfill constitutional mandate of the Office of the Premier. Program 3, Policy and Government, received the biggest share of the allocation for the 2020-2021 financial year to cater, among other things, for the deliverology project, including the unit as well as the Interesado Service Delivery War Room system to ensure the achievement of service delivery outcomes. The committee will continue to monitor the expenditure for the Program 3, Policy and Government, going forward, noting the underspending patterns recorded in the previous financial years. The committee notes that COVID-19 has exposed the extent to which government can deal with disasters, and in looking forward to the office to share the risk and crisis management strategy that it anticipates improving for better management of disasters that may arise. It is noted that government's reaction to climate issues did not factor systematic pandemics that requires resistant systems. This should be prioritized to ensure preparedness for the survival of pandemics going forward. Furthermore, the Office of the Premier highlighted that COVID-19 has exposed the depth of food insecurity in the province, and 33% of the people in Gauteng are food insecure. The committee commends the Office of the Premier's initiative to develop the urban poverty and food security strategy, which is being revised to address issues relating to poverty and food insecurity in the province. It is further noted that COVID-19 has posed challenges for people living in high-density areas and informal settlement, as social distancing is impossible. Lockdown has a bearing on the economy, and a flexible approach is required to balance economic growth and life-saving measures as government responds to COVID-19. The committee is of the view that proposal for a new economic model that could work for everyone is needed, and the Office of the Premier highlighted that the proposed model should also address the social wage to ensure the payment of minimum wage to mitigate the challenges of salaries that could not sustain employees over a period of a month. The committee appreciates the Office of the Premier's decision to resume infrastructure projects to boost the local economy during level 3 COVID-19 lockdown. The committee is of the view that SEPO 1 million as a youth employment initiative should also look at new and emerging job opportunities resulting from COVID-19 crisis. The committee also welcomes the Gauteng provincial government initiative of putting in place funding that is separate from national government to assist SMMEs as well as the close working relationship with business and labor sector in response to workforce issues relating to COVID-19. Employees are also requested to report businesses that are not in compliance with the occupational health and safety regulations. As the office embarks on the process of revising the 2020-2021 APP, the Office of the Premier should ensure the prioritization of women, youth, and people with disabilities. In response to restrictions brought by COVID-19 outbreak, government should also assess and rethink about manufacturing in South Africa to create jobs, to grow the economy, and reduce the importing of goods. Communication between Gauteng government and citizens during COVID-19 pandemic outbreak is appreciated. The timeline to brief the committee on COVID-19 going forward will be agreed upon. Furthermore, the committee will await the Office of the Premier to share the revised plans and budgets for 2020-2021. The committee is concerned that the Office of the Premier is still reporting on the 4 pillars of SEPO 1 million in budget vote 1 for 2020-2021 financial year, while these pillars were reprioritized to 2 in 2019-2020 financial year. The committee is also concerned about the challenges facing the victims of domestic and gender violence in the province. What is the GPG doing to address this challenge? The feedback to the following recommendations should be submitted to the committee by the 31st of August 2020. The Office of the Premier should provide a report clarifying the inclusion of the 4 pillars of SEPO 1 million in budget vote 1 for 2020-21 and the reason for reverting to these pillars while reprioritization to 2 pillars was made in the last financial year. The Office of the Premier should also provide a report highlighting measures put in place to address challenges faced by victims of domestic and gender-based violence in the province. The report should also indicate measures put in place to address challenges relating to financial and human resources as well as overcrowding in shelters for these targeted groups since domestic and gender-based violence increased during the COVID-19 lockdown. We would like to acknowledge the role and the support of the Premier and the Director and your team. I would also wish to acknowledge and thank members of the Portfolio Committee and support staff for their support. After due deliberation, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature adopted the report unanimously. In accordance with Rule 164, the committee presents the report and recommendations made therein for consideration and adoption by the House. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Can I call any seconder? Any seconder to the report?
Thank you very much,
Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Acting Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Deputy Speaker.
And all those not in favor say no. The yes have it. And I take it, the report is adopted. Somebody there. Can we now get to the ninth item? Secretary, can you read?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Based on the details of the Office of the Premier budget vote 1 for provincial appropriation for the year 2021 to year 2021 financial Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call the Premier just to give the budget speech.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I first would like to say greetings to the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker and the Chief Whip, members of our Executive Council, leaders of the various political parties represented in our legislature, honorable members of the Gauteng legislature and the people of our province. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present and participate in the Budget Vote 1 2020-2021 of the Office of the Premier. The principal focus of the Budget Vote 1 is supposed to be the implementation of our plan of action, the plan of action of the Gauteng City region, which we collectively call Growing Gauteng Together, GGT 2030. I would like to start by congratulating our former head of state, President Thabo Mbeki, who today turned 78 years old, and say to President Mbeki, happy birthday, Zizi. Few will disagree that President Mbeki is one of Africa's finest intellectuals, an accomplished Pan-African thought leader, and an African philosopher and statesman of note. I would be speaking on behalf of many when I say that President Mbeki's ideas and vision is something we need, especially as Africa grapples with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the multiple crises of global neoliberalism and all that goes with these multiple crises. We need African leaders of his caliber who think and act in the best interest of the people of our continent, in line with the forebears of Africa's revolution and independence. Honorable members, I have chosen today to just not focus on the specific organizational and programmatic issues of the Office of the Premier. And the reasons are very clear. I would have spent a lot of time today focusing on what is it the Office of the Premier is doing to coordinate the implementation of GGT 2030. But the circumstances we find ourselves, and these are the extraordinary circumstances of COVID-19, require that we look a little bit about the big issues that will impact on the capacity of a province like ours to implement its programs and realize its dreams, because humanity as a whole faces an existential threat. So if in this discussion, I will talk a lot more on how COVID-19 has impacted on all the plans we had for this year, it is because to proceed as normal, to proceed in this debate as normal, as if humanity is not facing an existential threat, would be irresponsible, if not intellectually lazy. We face a big threat, we face a big risk, even as a province, as we go into the next phase of the progression of this global pandemic, COVID-19. So for that reason, the principal focus of the Office of the Premier, given this crisis, is to coordinate a GCR-wide and a whole of government response in line with our country's risk-adjusted strategy. For if over the next 2 months we don't emerge victorious and we don't emerge successful and we don't contain the negative impact of COVID-19 on the people of our province, on the livelihoods of many, on the lives of many, and on the economy, if we don't succeed in that, all would have been in vain. So, Madam Speaker, I have therefore chosen to focus on how COVID-19 has disrupted many of the plans we had put before this legislature and how we are responding to this disruption as a matter of reality. So indeed, COVID-19 constitutes an extraordinary set of circumstances that have gripped the world. It is a global health emergency that has got far-reaching social and economic consequences. And COVID-19 pandemic exacerbates and exposes other pandemics such as institutionalized racism and the killing of Black people by police, especially in the United States of America, highlighted by the hashtag Black Lives Matter movement. But COVID-19 also exposes and exacerbates our own major problems here at home, including gender-based violence, femicide, and the killing of women and children, as a major pandemic that is reaching historical proportions. COVID-19 also exposes rising inequalities and poverty, as well as unemployment. And the fact that many in our province, including something in the past would have been underestimated, 20% are food insecure. The ratio is now 1/3 of the people of our province are food insecure. If you take all these different crises and add to them an unmitigated climate crisis, it means what we are really dealing with in this period is several pandemics in one. And all of them pose an existential threat to the well-being of humanity as a whole and to human civilization. Without exception, all human beings are, if you take all these pandemics together, all human beings, even those that may have thought they are very safe and very secure, even the rich, face a real existential threat. So we must respond as humanity as a whole to these different parts of crisis or pandemics, which may have previously been referred to as the problems of others. But today, collectively, these are the problems of humanity. We must respond comprehensively to address all these pandemics in order to safeguard a sustainable future for all human beings. And that should be a future of greater equality and social justice for all. So, Madam Speaker, in February this year, we tabled Growing Gauteng Together as a plan of action in the legislature sitting that took place in Tshwane at Sefako Makhatu University. We were bullish, we were ambitious, we were very hopeful when we put forward this bold plan. And we identified in the plan 7 priorities. Those priorities included a set of those that focus on the economy, jobs, and infrastructure, and those that focus on education, skills, and healthcare, those that focused on integrated human settlements, basic services, and land release, those that focused on social cohesion, food security, and safe communities, and those that focused on the building the state that's capable, ethical, and developmental, and those that focused on building a better Africa and a better world. And lastly, we also focused on how to build a sustainable future for all. If you think of all those 7 priorities in the context of the existential crisis that the world is facing today, both of a public health nature and an economic nature, it means that these priorities are even more relevant. In other words, what we identified in growing Gauteng together as the priorities are even more relevant because the various dimensions of this crisis are showing up, whether it's food security as an important aspect, or public health, or the problems of jobs, including job losses in the economy. All these various elements of the priorities are showing up. And that indeed a better world and a better Africa must be achieved in our lifetime. Even as we face this crisis, some may choose, may feel, there may be those who may feel overwhelmed. We don't feel overwhelmed. We believe that even under conditions of COVID-19, we must herald that a better world is possible. And COVID-19 gives humanity a chance to respond together because there's no single country, even the best, the most organized countries, if they only succeed, the virus will not go away. It will continue to be a threat. So COVID-19 again requires a holistic human response. And it gives us as human beings an opportunity to redeem ourselves, that together we will succeed and thrive, or together we will perish. And this was the principal anchor of growing Gauteng together. So all the themes in this plan that we adopted early this year, building a sustainable future for all, building a society that is based on human solidarity, all those themes are ringing loudly as we face humanity's greatest crisis in the last 100 years. Building a society that cares for the poor and the most vulnerable, creating a safe and secure environment for all, building an economy that creates jobs for all, delivering quality education, skills, and quality healthcare for all, and ending apartheid, urban spatial planning, and connecting houses to economic opportunities, ending hunger and disease, and ending all forms of discrimination, sexism, racism, and xenophobia, as well as homophobia. Again, all these are the themes that are in Growing Gauteng Together, which the Office of the Premier's principal responsibility is to coordinate and lead the implementation across the whole of Gauteng government, but also across the whole of the city region, including marshalling all our municipalities along this. So, honorable members, yes, even under these conditions, we still believe that growing Gauteng together is the best vision we put forward. Yes, but we will outline some of the challenges, that some of the things that Growing Gauteng Together was dealing with, some of the problems have actually tripled. You will recall that in Growing Gauteng Together, we said over the next decade, we want to grow the Gauteng economy to a 2 trillion rand economy from an inflation-adjusted point of view. You may also recall we said we wanted to create over the next decade 3.1 million jobs. This was properly costed through the teams of experts and scenario planners. We said we want to reduce unemployment from 29% to 15%. We said we want to reduce poverty from 25% to 16%. And we said we want to reduce inequality from 0.7% to 0.62% and reduce crime by 50%. We used Indulami scenarios for 2030, and we said our choice for our path will be Nile Walk scenario, the scenario that would represent the best to guarantee 15 million people in our province currently, and 22 million people later to guarantee them a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable future. And you may recall that we identified in our plan 28 strategies and 160 interventions in various sectors of the economy, well planned, well thought out. And that's where we were at the beginning of this year, in February to be precise. And the outbreak of COVID-19 and its sweeping spread through most of the world into turmoil, having started in China and many parts of the world, people thought, no, this is only a problem in China. It moved to Europe and moved to North America, and it is now in a big way in the South America and Africa. The numbers are growing here in our continent. This outbreak required dramatic decisions, and many countries took major decisions, including shutting down the economies through lockdowns in order to substantially save lives. And in the process, this disrupted also major activities across the world, with both positive as well as negative consequences. And as we speak, we are still in the midst of the COVID-19 storm. And the critical issue is, how is our province responding to this? And what is the impact of this on the work of government in our province? Honorable Dlamini has already acknowledged in the report, the chair of OCPOL, what the provincial government has outlined as the preliminary impact of this on the work, on our work as government. There is no doubt that the full measurement of the social and economic impact of COVID-19 will only be understood later in the aftermath of the pandemic. At the moment, we can only estimate. We know across the world, here in our country and here in our province, that lives have been lost. We also know the economic impact has already been severe. Up to 100 million people, as it's estimated, up to 100 million people will lose jobs in the next 3 months. Many, even in major economies, have done that. In our own province, we're still calculating over 2 million people is estimated may lose jobs, depending on how we succeed in containing this. In other words, honorable members, growing Gauteng together, which is what the Office of the Premier's principal responsibility is, to drive the whole of the provincial government and our municipalities around achieving the objectives set out in here together. The plan needs in a big way to also be reimagined and be rebooted. As I said, the scale and depth of the problems we characterized earlier on, whether it's poverty, hunger, unemployment, inequality, all that has risen just in the last two and a half months. Levels of hunger, poverty, unemployment, inequality has risen. We must also accept that together with the pandemic related to the economic impact, the other structural fault lines have come to the fore, both in the global economy and in major economies. We see the problem of racism, that Black people are the ones who are feeling the pinch with regard to the impact of COVID-19 in the US, in the UK, and in other parts of the world. And it can be expected that it will be worse here, where we have the majority of our people even in worse conditions. So taking that into account, there is no doubt that at an economic level, we need a new economic model. And that's something that we said to to OCPOL, which is captured very well. But we also need to rethink our social policies, including our response, social policies, our response to the acuteness of inequality in the urban space, but also spatial injustice. COVID-19 has exposed, we talk of social distancing under conditions where a lot of our people live in crowded conditions. Should we abandon our vision to build a better human settlements? No. In fact, we are spared to act more decisively and urgently to address that. Access to water and proper sanitation. We cannot abandon that vision. We have to act even more spared by what has been exposed by the conditions of COVID-19. We, as an economic hub, Gauteng is an economic hub in our country. We have the largest population. We are likely to be hardest hit by the economic depression that will arise from COVID-19. And President Mbeki is one of those people who say we shouldn't think only of a global recession. We must think we will come out of this with a global depression rather than global recession. A global recession is mild, whereas a global depression of the 1929 type is more severe. If we indeed end up with a global depression, Gauteng will be hardest hit. We are the engine of South Africa's economy. Even in social terms, in terms of the impact of the pandemic, we have the largest population, we have the large number of our people who live together in crowded settlements. The spread of COVID-19 and the virus under those conditions will be exacerbated. So, honorable members, as we have this debate of the Office of the Premier, budget vote 1, I would like to say that the critical issue going forward is how we work together to place our province in the forefront of winning both the economic recovery and reconstruction war post-COVID, but also winning the war against the public health emergency. The Office of the Premier has been in the driving seat working with national government and our municipalities to coordinate all our departments in the province in the last 2.5 months. Yes, most of the things we would have been focusing on had to be shelved in favor of dealing with the emergency. We have reorganized government decision-making and policy planning, as well as disaster management and service delivery, principally in order to address the current emergency and also in line with the progression of the pandemic. So the heart of government at the moment, the principal issues in government, yes, we are dealing with business continuity of government. But this pandemic is gripping us, and we are directing all our energies and our resources, including delaying some of the implementation, including of infrastructure projects and economic projects, to some period just later. We will resume the implementation of all those after the budget adjustment that will come to the legislature. So, honorable members, between the end of March and the end of May, our province has been able to slow down and successfully contain the outbreak of COVID-19. Yes, many areas of our work, infrastructure rollout that we would have done had to be delayed. Many areas of government planning work with municipalities and various sectors of the economy was delayed as a result of the lockdown, particularly level 5 and level 4. We had to do that. and we will return to this as soon as possible, as soon as the coast is clear. I must say that having done the things we have done well, we are in the midst of a surge now. The period ahead is going to be tough. The pandemic is gaining momentum. All scientific models show that the next 2 months are going to be very, very tough. July, August, and up to September. But it does appear to us in detail that the surge is moving ahead of the earlier anticipated time. This is taking place at the same time that we have moved to level 3. We have opened more sectors of the economy. The Premier's office, coordinating with the departments that are under the economic cluster, have also been engaging with various sectors on how to respond to COVID-19, but not just the pandemic itself, but also how to implement our plans under new conditions, the plans that were beautifully mapped out in GGT 2030 regarding the special economic zones in the different parts of our province. The Premier's office is also working with various sectors and the key departments, including the Department of Health, in ensuring that as the economy opens, all these sectors of the economy adhere to the World Health Organization protocols. It is tough. We know that the infections are increasing as we open the economy, but our choice is not to close the economy. Our choice is to address the health measures simultaneously with ensuring that more of our people can have access to the means to support their own livelihoods. More of our people can return to work. This also includes return to school by our children, the reopening of schools. And I want to emphasize that because this takes place in the period of surge, increases in infections, we can almost be put in a difficult conundrum where we must choose between closing again the economy and schools because the infections are increasing. This will be a very difficult choice to make. We don't want to go back there. We have done a lot as the province to ready the province. We are still readying our province for the peak. And again, the principal focus of the Gauteng provincial government's apex of government, that is the center of government, that's the Premier's office, is to support all the departments in our province to respond adequately, economic departments, social departments, to respond adequately to the challenge of COVID-19, but to reopen the economy, reopen schools, along the risk-adjusted strategy of our country. I want to emphasize that as we do so, we will be compelled to be very, very careful that in some areas, if the infections just get out of control, we might be forced to go back to the National Command Council to close down certain areas, or in some sectors of the economy, if the infections get out of control, we might also be forced to go back and ask for shutting down those. We hope if we work with households, communities, and businesses well to implement all the measures that have been agreed, wearing of masks, washing of hands, sanitization, social distancing, in all public spaces, in workplaces, in our schools. If we implement all those, we don't have to resort to measures like reverting back from where we are, from level 3 to level 4. But we can't rule out anything because that's what it means. Risk adjusted means you measure the risk. But honorable members, I want to say that as we do all these things, we are also revising our plans, annual performance plans, the 5-year strategic plans, We are revising the budget, which will be brought to you, to look into conditions that are emerging now. I've said COVID-19 has also exposed the depth of gender-based violence as a pandemic itself that requires a comprehensive response. COVID-19 has also exposed some of the major problems we have had. Youth unemployment will be much bigger than we are dealing with. So some of our programs we have and the targets we have set ourselves, including in SEPO 1 million, if the number of young people who are going to be unemployed out of the COVID, the economic dimension of the COVID crisis, it means we must relook at our response, whether SEPO 1 million is adequate. So honorable members have spoken to some of the additional things we need to do, but we may ask the question whether some of the targets we have set, the interventions around empowering women in the face of a very brutal scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, we must ask ourselves whether our response is also adequate. That includes also the dealing with the problems faced by people with the members of the LGBTIQ community. As we would know, the dimensions of gender-based violence affect them severely. So we want to, we also, as we do this reviewing of our plans, we want to go back to all the things we have said in the targeted groups and look at them afresh. So this new economic model that we are talking about post-COVID-19 must address the fundamental challenges, including the fact that children have also been severely hardest hit by COVID-19. In our province in the past, we spoke about Banapili. The problem we children face now, the depth of the problem, children are very vulnerable and severely affected. Hunger and violence has also increased amongst children. So we also have to pay attention to those issues. And the Premier's office, therefore, is coordinating a review, not just of growing Gauteng together, but also a policy review to ensure that at an economic level, as we say, we need a new economic model. If ever there was time for radical socio-economic transformation, in other words, building an economy that includes everybody, where nobody is left out. If ever there was that time is now. If ever there was a time where we need to sharpen our social security policies, the problem of giving people 350 rands only now, what do we do after 6 months? Especially if unemployment is going to deepen, even those who used to earn money may not be earning money. And we do this lastly in the context of shrinking fiscal envelope of our government. Our national government's fiscal envelope is shrinking. We know there's going to be a lot of pressure on provinces to have to reduce their spending. So even in that sense, we are going to need a more creative response than we have ever given as a country. So I want to therefore conclude by saying, honorable members, I want to conclude by saying that the office of the Premier is called upon to lead the rethinking and the reorganization of Gauteng provincial government, including working with our municipalities to adequately respond to these multiple dimensions of the crisis born out of a public health emergency, born out of an economic, what would be a global economic depression, and all other social dimensions of this. So it can't be business as usual. So if ever we needed the state, we needed our people as a whole, and I'm saying our people, black and white, men and women, young and old, Our people need a more responsive and capable government now more than ever before, because without that is the survival of the fittest, and we will just all descend into having to fend for ourselves. And that's the challenge that we face as a province. And that's what we are looking at as the Gauteng provincial government, a post-COVID as well as an immediate COVID response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Let me just also put it to the attention of the House that the rule 77.5 will apply, but if I acknowledge if you'll be talking directly to the speech, not matters arising from other remarks. And let's really eliminate a circumlocation so that you are really moving in our list. So in the absent, I don't see any hand. So I'll go to Honorable Msimang. You are on the floor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me greet the Madam Speaker, the Premier, honorable members, fellow residents of Gauteng, Galudumedisa. We are finding ourselves currently in an uncharted territory where millions across the world find themselves living in fear induced by a virus that is determined to bring the world to its knees while taking many lives in the process. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I want to put it to you that we as South Africans, like many others on the continent, we have had an opportunity to react much quicker in somewhat following this or in somewhat slowing the spread of the virus, unlike most Western and Eastern countries. This doesn't mean, however, that we should start celebrating. In fact, the West is still upon us and call on visionary leadership by those that have been entrusted with the reins of power. And this should also be reciprocated by cooperation from the citizenry in general. If we are to emerge on the other side with less casualties, with less deaths, we all need to work together. We need firm action where people put themselves and those around them in danger by not following regulations. We need to do all that we can in order to save as many lives as possible. Let us also thank the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the front line, who are working tirelessly to ensure that we are safe and that we are also in good health. While they are doing this, putting their own lives on the line. One of the saddest realities highlighted by the pandemic is how many of our people still live under the cruel shackles of poverty. Desperate families who are struggling to feed themselves are now more than ever asking for intervention from leaders. The haves have a choice of whether to take their children back to school or to continue with the online learning, while the have-nots have no choice, as it's either their children go back to school or don't get education for the rest of the year. This also happening on the back of parents thinking of whether to forage for food or to stay at home and face starvation. Business, on the other hand, is begging for the economy to start moving again, for them to survive and to keep the labor force employed. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I want to put it to you and I want to put it to the Premier that when we're getting animated about the Black Lives Matter, the hashtag Black Lives Matters, I want to put it to you that we have to be thinking and remembering of Sbusiso Amos, who was killed in Vosloorus by the Metro Police there. I put it to you that we have to remember and think of Collins Khoza, who was killed in Alexander by our own military forces. I put it to you that when we want to talk about Black Lives Matters, we have to think of the people that have been made to frog jump, who have been beaten on the streets since lockdown has started. All this because all they chose to do was to go out to the shops to ensure that they are able to buy food for their children. If we are to talk about Black Lives Matters, we have to ask ourselves this question: why is IPIC sitting with over 38 cases, including 8 cases of murder since the inception or since the beginning of the lockdown here in South Africa? These are some of the things that we now need to be animated about, and it doesn't really need for us to look beyond our borders. We need to start here before going over our borders. I want to put it to you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, what Amanda said. Amartya said in the development is freedom. And he says, and I quote, what people can positively achieve is influenced by economic opportunities, political liberties, social powers, and the enabling condition of good health, basic education, and the encouragement and cultivation of initiative, close quote. The Premier speaks of 7 key priorities, which I do agree with. The economic and job infrastructure, which is an important one, but the Premier himself has just admitted that one of the things that has been put in place, which was meant to ensure that we are moving in the right direction in saving and in creating more jobs, that is the TEPO 1 million, seems to be lacking somewhat. How do we talk about ensuring that a program has a greater impact while the target themselves are not being met? There was a target of 200,000 that has been set for the TEPO 1 million, and only 127,000 of those has actually been accomplished, and those that have been assisted are only 127,000. That talks of not us really doing what needs to be done to ensure that we are able to then meet the target. I want to also say that the trend with the Office of the Premier is extremely concerning, given the current unemployment rate in the province that is seen as being the economic hub of the country. And yes, the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly changed the way in which we do things. However, we cannot have a situation where the pandemic is used as an excuse as to why job creation targets are not going to be met for the next financial year. Premier, put it to you that Gauteng deserve for us to have a plan. And indeed, the people of South Africa and the continent of Africa rely on the small province. It might be small geographically in size, but the impact that it has on the economy, not only of this province, not only of this country, but indeed of the continent, is great. And we now need to do everything that we can to ensure that we move in the right directions. Programs like the TEPO 1 million are important as it provides our youth with opportunities to find jobs or to start their own small businesses, especially at times when the country and the rest of the world are dependent on the usage of technology to do business. Therefore, it is imperative that government embarks on a training program that will equip our people with skills, particularly the youth, at this time, to ensure that they are able to be absorbed into the job market, and not only be absorbed in the job market, but they themselves become employers who would be able to then alleviate poverty even going further. We propose that government become more friendlier to business and to ensure that partnerships with the private sector are entered into, enabling the absorption of and ensuring that youth who do not have the necessary skills do acquire those skills and do become employable going forward, so that they might be able to be absorbed into apprenticeships and into intern positions, thereby giving them opportunity to broaden their knowledge base and to open doors to acquire a permanent job going forward. Premier, you speak about education, the skills, and the healthcare. These are some of the things that we do agree with going forward. But we now need to make sure that the infrastructure to make sure that this happens is actually in place. And this will also tie into the economic, the jobs and the infrastructure. We have an opportunity, and this is a conversation that we have had, to say how do we use the government machinery to ensure that all these things work in our favor as we come out of this COVID pandemic that we find ourselves in, and we begin to then rebuild a Gauteng, we rebuild a South Africa that we can all be proud to participate in. Today we have a new normal, and we now need to face them. Part of the new normal, Premier, is to embrace the fourth industrial revolution Even right now, as we're speaking, we're having our meeting virtually. This is the fruits of the fourth industrial revolution. We now need to make sure that we bring our people along on this journey. As we speak, Premier, most of the members here who have children who are still going to school, their children are logged onto their laptops, into their iPads, who are logged on their phones and are busy participating right now as we speak in class. But what about the thousands and the hundreds of thousands of the learners that are out there without any gadgets whatsoever? What are we going to do to make sure that we are able to then empower them to be able to be participants in what we are now trying to build as a new Gauteng, as a new normal going forward? Premier, I put it to you that we have to do everything that we can to make sure that we bring everybody on board. So we can talk about an education system that is equal for everybody. We can talk about creating job opportunities. But until such time as we are able to ensure that from what we are doing from a government perspective, support everything that you spoke about earlier on and what Ematazen highlighted in the development as freedom, we will not be able to succeed in this endeavor. Given the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is extremely concerning that no progress has also been made in regards to reporting on the infrastructure at our schools, the infrastructure in some of our clinics, the infrastructure when it comes to ensuring that food security is actually being highlighted. One of the challenges that we're sitting with, Premier, as you would know, is the politicizing of the social development food distribution. You would know that people have actually politicized this, and this is something that cannot be tolerated going forward. And we now need to be seeing leadership from the provincial perspective, standing up and saying, you cannot really politicize and we cannot racialize poverty and hunger. Yes, we know that the majority of the people that have previously been disadvantaged and continue to be disadvantaged are predominantly Black and colored people of this province and indeed of this country. But indeed, we now have to look beyond that and say anybody who is deserving should get the assistance that they deserve. I want to put it to you, Premier, that we can only do that if we work hand in hand, hold hands with the NGOs, hold hands with the private sector, and ensure that we are able to build a sustainable future for the people of Gauteng and indeed the people of South Africa. We also now need to ensure that in our education, not only in schools, but civic education, we do foster learning about the environment. Because if you're talking about sustainable future for all, the environment needs to be an integral part of that. And we now need to make sure that in everything that we do, in the programs that the municipalities engage in the programs that we engage in from a provincial perspective, we do take that into consideration. We're talking about the building of a capable and ethical and developmental state as one of the pillars that you're raising. And this is something that we agree on. But one of the things that we have to highlight is we cannot only talk about that. We now need to see action being taken, Premier. We have now heard about the VBS arrests that have taken place. Premier, the reports that we've been waiting for that are coming from other municipalities here in Gauteng of people that have actually been involved in this scandal. What are we saying? What are we doing to make sure that... Including South Africa scandals. Well, you can go and open up a case and
Makuela, point of order. Continue, Honorable Msimang.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. It is important.
Also, this I put it to you. I put it to you. It's a language used in our courts. Comrade,
you can continue
is not qualified as a legal practitioner. You are not a legal practitioner.
You can continue to howl. I still have a limited time, so I'll wait for you to finish. I'll continue with my speech.
But refrain from using legal terminology.
Honorable members, we are using 77.5. You have to leave up until it finishes. Then from there, you raise your hand. I've acknowledged, Makubela, your hand was up. But at the end, that's when you'll make your input. Continue, Honorable Msimang.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I was saying that, our proposal in this instance is that government should also ensure that we have the advisory panel that the Premier has spoken about. the fourth industrial revolution panel that will ensure that what we have started here from the legislature side is spread out, that we have a panel that will not only advise government, but will also ensure that we usher in a new way in which technology becomes a part of everyday life, in how we teach our children, in how we are able to then disperse social services, and how government is able to interact with the people, and how government is also able to do what needs to be done for the people of this beautiful province of ours. So we welcome all the 7 pillars that the Premier has spoken about. But we now need to reflect, as the Premier said in his opening remarks, where we find ourselves in, and how do we then ensure that moving forward, we're able to...
Nsimanga's sound, can we just make sure that he's not sabotaged, please?
Thank you very much, colleague. Premier, I want to then put it to you that your office is supposed to be the crank that pulls and pushes all the pistons, which are the departments, to ensure that the engines is moving forward. It doesn't help that the office of the Premier is performing better. But ultimately, if the departments aren't following suit, I can then put it to you, Premier, that this car is not going to go anywhere. And I must tell you that, Premier, you have actually done very, very well from a perspective of your office and what we have been dealing with from the portfolio committee. But I must tell you that when we read some of the reports that are coming from the departments, when we look at some of the findings within the departments, it then says that there's still a lot that has to be done in order for us to have government working in sync and to have this engine firing in all cylinders. If we are to reach that which Amartya Sen describes as positive achievements in the development as freedom, then the engine that is Gauteng government needs to fire on all cylinders. And that calls for you, Premier, to get all the departments in line and to do so quickly. The people of this province demand that of you and demands that of all of us. We cannot continue to have the same and hoping for different results. This is a time that we have been called to come and do things differently. This is a time that we have to put on our thinking hats. This is the time where we have to really get down and start working very, very hard, so that when we emerge on the other side, the people of Gauteng will thank all of us for doing what needed to be done, not only to save lives, but to save the livelihoods of millions of people that are currently facing the scarcity of resources, that are now currently facing an uncertain future. But we can build a secured future for all the people of Gauteng and all the people of South Africa by ensuring that what we are going to be doing going forward puts them at the center of everything, the economy at the center of everything, the well-being and the health and the safety of all our residents at the center of everything that we do. And if we're able to do that, the people of Gauteng will remember us and will thank us for a job well done in sailing with them through this pandemic that is COVID-19. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makubela, I saw your hand up, but you withdrew the hand. I'm not sure whether you still want to make the remark, a question, or it was just accidental.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I just wanted on behalf of the Premier to accept the compliments from the Democratic Alliance that the office of the Premier is doing extremely very well, as alluded by Honorable Msimanga. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. It was a remark. Let's now move to Honorable Mukwebo. You are given only 5 minutes. So I don't have to remind you, 5 minutes, you have to stop. But I will really stop if you don't do that. It's now 12:40. Mukwebo, you are on the floor. Mukwebo? Mukwebo is like struggling. Can we really move?
Thanks, I'm here.
Oh yeah, we have started from 12:40. Yeah, you're audible, continue.
It's fine, we are ready. We know those things of time. There's no need for you to make a reputation. So we can only assess the Premier based on how the department in this province perform in executing their mandates. This should be the yardstick through which the performance of the Premier is measured on whether he's exercising the oversight role over the government he is leading. The EFF therefore rejects vote 1 on the basis that the office of the Premier has no lasting, no qualitative solution for the unemployment and the crime plus the poor spatial planning crisis of Gauteng. The Premier has no viable economic policies, nor any other social solutions for the crime, drug and alcohol abuse of problems in Gauteng. The office of the Premier has failed to prevent excessive abuse of the budget of the province in its entirety, and has failed to respond to the outcries of the whistleblowers concerning looting at the different departments, especially the Economic Development Department, has failed to translate the province over 140 billion budget into real benefits for the poor Black African citizens who are remaining in the most marginalized and affected by poverty and unemployment in this province. The Auditor General found that the annual irregular expenditure increased from 6.3 billion to 7.1 billion in this province. The findings revealed that all provincial departments are not complying with the Treasury regulations, especially the regulations relating to the consequence management, potentially leaving a room for fraud and corruption. Moreover, the EFF rejects the entire budget for all the departments of the Gauteng provincial government on the additional basis of the continued looting in the various Gauteng departments. This has been evidenced by the recent illegal awarding of a tender which is called into it by the Department of E-Government in contravention of the supply chain procedures. We are yet to receive a report from the Premier in this regard. Health is the worst performing department in this province. There is continued poor delivery of services, shortage of medical staffing, especially specialist doctors, nurses plus other professionals, shortage in the medical equipment, shortages in hospital beds, unhappiness of staff and patients alike. A case in point was the overcrowding and cramping together of mothers and newborn babies in one maternity ward in Mamelodi Hospital against the lockdown regulations. And this exposed our people to the dangers of being infected by this virus. The Premier is mandated to execute service delivery intervention to do performance monitoring and evaluations. Regarding the 4 central hospitals, the Premier and the MEC of Health seem to be holding different views. He wants the hospitals to be the responsibility of national governments, whereas the MEC thinks this should remain Gauteng responsibility. The roads and transport is another department that is performing worse. They are also independent in various lawsuits. The outcome of this lawsuit has material impact on the budget and the plans of departments. The department keeps pumping billions into Gautrain, which does not give the poor and the majority in this province value for their money. The Department of Education is exposing our learners and children to coronavirus by reopening schools without any scientific data available that will not add to the spread of the COVID-19. More than 56 schools were closed last week because learners and teachers tested positive. Reopening of schools was an irresponsible move by the ANC-led government. The people of this province need a place they can call home. That is why they are occupying every available piece of land. The department responsible for both land and human settlement are not able to identify the land. Instead of expropriating the land without compensation for equitable redistribution, the ANC-led administration talks about a rapid land release program and the building of the mega human settlement projects, which are not affordable. The resident of Cocotel in former in Loli. The action against those implicated, and as the EFF will reject this budget.
Thank you,
Chair,
Honorable.
my hand is up, Chair.
You are noted because I can't see it. Do you have, let me just note hands.
Yeah,
that's the only one. Yeah, Honorable Khamela, you're on the floor.
Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the member should not come to this platform to lie or to misinform the population of Gauteng. There is no problem in Mamelodi Hospital that he has mentioned now. That is lodger mothers that are addressed there in the Mamelodi Hospital. Thank you.
That was a comment, not a question. Can I move to Honorable Moody? It's just 4 minutes. You are now on the floor.
I want.
Honorable Moody.
Deputy Chair of Chairs. Yes, Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Chair of Chairs, in order for any government to succeed, there needs to be a strong leadership core in place, led by a capable captain. Sadly, Mr. Premier, with the exception of but 4 of your MECs, the rest are found wanting. Your task as the captain of the Gauteng government is made all the more difficult with weak MECs. Replace them and Gauteng will be a better governed province, rendering better services and creating the much needed opportunities our deprived citizens deserves, especially with the added challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. Premier, good governance begins with your department as a command post, ensuring that the different departments in your government spend money within the allocated budget without incurring fruitless and wasteful expenditure. A worrying factor is the salary bill inflated by overtime payments. Over the last 5 financial years, millions of rands have been spent on overtime by the various departments. This trend of paying millions in rands in overtime bonuses is concerning, given that if this trend continues, the wage bill will not be kept at the 60% for the 2020-21 financial year. Given the current state of the economy, these bonuses cannot continue to be given to undeserving people. We can stop this trend by ensuring that each department complies with and spends within the budget as guided by the annual performance plans. Deputy Chair of Chairs, another concerning trend by government departments over the last financial year is not meeting job creation targets as set out in their budgets. This provincial government can assist in this regard through its expanded public works program, which if engineered properly can be used to train artisans and tradesmen in skills much needed in our economy. Such skills as builders, plumbers, electricians, welders, mechanics, etc. can assist in maintaining and upgrading our aged and fast deteriorating infrastructure. Instead of employing people, mostly unsupervised at that, to push brooms around each day. These much needed skills development program will clear the path towards other job opportunities and not continue to have a dependency on government bailouts. I'm cognizant of the fact that government alone cannot create jobs for everyone. But if the correct environment is created, the private sector will be more than willing to assist in helping with the skills development of especially our unemployed residents and youth in the province. I know that you, Honourable Premier, have during your term forged more relationships with the private sector than your predecessors. Yet more needs to be done in order to retain business interest in Gauteng and to improve investor confidence in this province. Corruption, especially in government, poor health services and services overall, unnecessary red tape and a bloated bureaucracy scares away investment. High crime is another inhibitor of investment. And on the issue of corruption, Mr. Premier, I urge you to institute a forensic investigation into the construction of the Nakotula LSN school, which was built to the cost of 300 million rand. Since 2017, the school does still not have a final occupancy certificate, and the school is apparently falling apart. Such forensic investigation could expose rampant corruption, and if so, you are urged to take the necessary action against any officials and or politicians found to be implicated in self-enrichment at the expense of the poor. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as I said early on, it is clear that much stronger leadership is required in the leadership of the Premier's command post in order to ensure that all government departments reach their goals for the set financial year. Mr. Premier, unless you are able to ensure that you have a good core of dedicated MECs to lead the different departments, we will definitely not make South Africa a better place because of Gauteng being the economic hub of our country. If Gauteng works, then of course South Africa will work, and especially with the challenges we face with this COVID-19 pandemic. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moody. I'm checking, there's no hand from my side. Albert, you've got 1 minute. Honorable Albert.
Thank you very much. Premier, as you have stated, COVID-19 and its health and economic fallout must change our priorities, but it must be done in a responsible manner. I wish to commend the Premier for establishing a platform for party leaders in the legislature to engage with him on the crisis. In growing Gauteng together, we must continue on this basis. In solving the COVID-19 crisis, the assistance of everyone is needed. If government is to exclude financial assistance, for instance, based on race, then many businesses ironically employing mostly black people will have to close. If government only assists certain people, then a trust deficit will develop, resulting in social erosion. This means that when economic and industrial plans are devised, broad consultation across Gauteng must take place that results in evidence-based policies that will truly grow the economy, increase employment, and destroy poverty for real. This means we must leave ideology behind, as many communities think that the ANC is weaponizing COVID-19 to destroy minority businesses. Currently, the Premier has the buy-in and goodwill of most people in Gauteng. It is a strong basis from which to implement the right policies and to resolve stubborn social problems. Please do not take this for granted and do not waste this opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you. No hand from my side. Honorable Bloom.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, these are not ordinary times. We hope and pray that this plague is over sooner rather than later, but we must do what we can now with what we have. The Premier's office is ultimately responsible for the workings of the entire provincial government. So it's therefore appropriate to reflect on the preparedness and resilience of the various departments as they respond to the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. I will talk in more detail tomorrow on the Gauteng Health Department, but suffice it to say that the current health crisis exposes how poorly prepared we were because of many years of poor administration and corruption. The reality is that this is more than a COVID-19 crisis, and many more people will die and suffer because of malnutrition and poverty. It is understandable that the Department of Social Development is unable to cope with all the requests for food aid at this time. If it was not for hundreds of NGOs and generous people, there would be much more hunger and starvation. But I want to say, I was profoundly shocked that the Cradle of Hope NGO in Krugersdorp had to go to court to get the right to hand out peanut butter sandwiches to 600 people. And other welfare NGOs have also been badly treated. It's just frankly utterly shameful that the Honourable Premier did not step in to rectify this. And then we've seen irrational and petty regulations set by the national government, but we've seen little pushback by this provincial government. We've seen informal traders harassed for trying to make a living, and there's no accountability for the murder of Collins Causa in Alexandra, for the crime of having a beer in his own home. Now, we are all upset by the hospital beds that are filled with victims of crime and road accidents, many that are caused by alcohol. But we should ask, why have there not been effective actions previously against crime and road accidents? Why is alcohol not better regulated in this province with effective sanctions for misuse? Mr. Acting Speaker, our unemployment is going to soar. But what has the provincial government done to clear up the corruption at the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller and other agencies? I'm sorry to say, this is a broken government in too many areas. It is going to make it so much harder to recover from this plague. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bloom. No hand. Now moving to Honorable Hassan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Am I audible?
You are.
Thank you. Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable MECs, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members, invited guests, the most important stakeholder, to the people of Gauteng who are tuning in now via our online streams. Acting Speaker and Honourable Premier, I cannot stand or sit before you without talking about something that has gripped both our beloved country and the world at large. Because for me, it's not academic, it's not statistical, it's my lived experience. As President Cyril Ramaphosa last night reiterated, South Africa is facing two crisis pandemics, the first being COVID, the second being gender-based violence and the war on women's bodies. This is not the first time I bring this issue before the House, nor will it be the last. 1 in 3 women will experience sexual harassment and assault in their lifetime. In fact, every 36 seconds, a woman is raped. We cannot fold our arms as lawmakers or as the executive. Myself and millions of women in this country live in fear, not if we will be hunted down, but when. Tshegofatso Pule was a year older than me when she was horrifically stabbed and lynched by her partner while 8 months pregnant with her daughter. Madam Speaker, Tshegofatso is us, and we are Tshegofatso, as well as every single woman who has suffered at the hands of the men of this country. It is our grandmothers, mothers, daughters, nieces, aunts, partners, and friends. No one is safe. In fact, Acting Speaker, I know that I do not just speak for myself when I ask every woman we have the honor of serving with whether we have ever felt afraid at the hands of a man. We are being massacred as women. Femicide is not a strong enough word to describe our lived experience. And so now I want to address the leaders and the men that we serve with. Honorable members, Premier, MEC, the leader of the opposition, you as men need to do better. Our focus as lawmakers must be on holding the perpetrators accountable, not necessarily on protecting women as if we are fragile ornaments on a shelf. The problem here is not that women are not adequately protecting themselves. It is that men are still not being brought to book for their horrific actions. And our focus must be on this. Our focus must be calling out the men around us, even if it be in social spaces. You can no longer be silent or protect the men around you when they are guilty of even the microaggressions towards women. Acting Speaker, in addition to the scourge of violence against women, we are also in an unprecedented global pandemic. This has brought the world to a standstill, COVID-19. And it's this context that we debate the budget vote of the Office of the Premier, just 3 months after the President declared a national state of disaster. The virus has exposed very uncomfortable truths and fault lines in our society and further exposed the plight of the poorest of the poor. The depth of food insecurity, 33% of the people of Gauteng are in fact food insecure. And it has also laid bare the drastic gap between the haves and the have-nots. Let me be clear, however, COVID-19 has merely emphasized what was already present in our society. This debate also happens at a time when the unemployment rate has reached an all-time high, especially amongst the youth, which I'll speak to in a moment. We've witnessed a huge number of breadwinners who have lost their jobs, and vulnerable workers are being unfairly laid off with no proper procedures being followed. Honorable members, we must also acknowledge that the brunt of COVID-19 is borne by women on various fronts, particularly poor women. Not only do we have to contend with the economic collapse caused by COVID, but the resultant further plunge into poverty, but we also have to fight for our lives against men. I bring all of this context before you because the Office of the Premier is the glue that binds government in this province. It plays a role of providing strategic leadership and direction to both government and society. And COVID-19 has made it necessary for us as leaders to relook at our approach to service delivery and leadership strategies. And it's summoned us not just to be responsive in our approach, but to be proactive. I also wish to acknowledge the high level of communication between Gauteng government and our citizens during this COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. Acting Speaker, I'd like to highlight a few key things on the budget. We need to ensure that the Office of the Premier is able to play the role that I just highlighted, and their total appropriation for the 2021 financial year amounted to 859.4 million. Overall, the budget has responded adequately to the plan set out in the APP, as acknowledged by Honorable Nsimanga, Member Bloom, Member Mukweva, and all the other political parties. You'll note they didn't at all touch on that issue. However, all 3 of the programs before us have received budget increases in their allocations in order for the Office of the Premier to respond to key measures to fulfill their constitutional mandate. But we must note that this budget and this APP are currently being reworked to reflect the COVID-19 response. And we've also acknowledged that COVID-19 presents a risk that cannot be accurately quantified. And so an estimation of 40 million Rand is expected to be utilized for the additional capacity to deal with our response to COVID. It's going to cover the hotline with increased number of calls. It's going to deal with procurement of rental for the provincial command center, as well as the procurement of PPE for essential staff, the recruitment of EWP workforce. And it's further noted that the Office of the Premier has also reprioritized over 3 million Rand, not just from travel expenses, but really are going to be going back towards the COVID-19 response. Honourable members, we're aware of the strains on the budget and the available resources that we need to fulfill the needs of our people. And for us as the ANC, this budget is not just about numbers on a paper. It translates to the fulfillment of our social contract with the people of this province. The budget must translate to positively change the lives of our people. And it's for this reason that ours is to ensure an efficient financial management of the resources employed. And we do this knowing that our role as public reps is to be the eyes and ears of our people, to be the soldiers that guard and ensure the public purse is indeed used for the benefit of our people. Growing Gauteng Together is a strategy about building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And we note the efforts of the Office of the Premier in realigning their budget with the policy priorities, which Member Msimanga also acknowledges is a good move. We live in an area where research is critical to direct our work towards improving service delivery. We've seen the institutionalization of what we call the Deliverology Unit and the Intirisano Service Delivery War Room, both of which are warmly welcomed. This is going to go a long way in ensuring the improvement of the work of the Premier, but also ensuring the improvement of the work of service delivery. In terms of the budget, Programme 3, Policy and Governance, received the biggest share of this allocation to cater for what I've just mentioned. Like I said, it will ensure the achievement of service delivery, but more importantly, the rollout of the Service Delivery War Room. A central command center has been established and resources have been deployed. And we found analysts in a rapid response team that are currently using manual processes to deal with the various departments. The aim of the central command unit is to enhance government's responsiveness to citizen complaints and queries, as well as driving service delivery achievements. It's also necessary to make mention that the Office of the Premier has created a space through these interventions for the public to engage on its processes, including this very budget that we're speaking about right now. Acting Speaker, we're aware that COVID-19 has turned the world upside down and will continue to do so for a long time. The government of the ANC is a caring one, and we're going to remain responsive to the needs of our people who believed in us and in our manifesto. So for this reason, we must acknowledge the following interventions. In the 2021 financial year, the Office of the Premier has put in place funding over and above the interventions from national government to assist SMMEs. It's created a closer working relationship with business and labor. And for those who are tuned in via YouTube, we urge you to report businesses that are not in compliance with the occupational health and safety regulations or who are exploiting workers. We must also commend the processing of payments within 15 to 21 days to ensure efficiency in services, but also to assist SMMEs to stay afloat in the time of crisis. We know that COVID-19 has decimated our economy. And quite rightly so, Premier, you spoke of a new economic model. We need one with bold economic policy that's going to center the poor and the working class to ensure that their livelihoods are not lost. Right now, a total of 41 million Rand has been allocated to township economies. Honourable Premier, your team must assist and support the township economies and township entrepreneurs in particular to procure essential services required for COVID-19 to boost and strengthen their businesses. We must also address the social wage gap, and perhaps now is the time to discuss the possibility of a universal basic income for our people. Earlier on, I spoke about food insecurity, of which at least 33% of the people in Gauteng are food insecure. The Office of the Premier has already responded by developing an urban poverty and food security strategy, which is currently being revised given what's going on with COVID-19. But we also welcome the plans of the Office of the Premier to reduce fruitless and wasteful expenditure and to reduce fraud and corruption. Allow me, Acting Speaker, to apply emphasis here. The Global Corruption Barometer in the previous year pointed a very not so pleasing situation about South Africa, where 64% of our citizens indicated that corruption increased in the last 12 months preceding the study. while 70% believe that government wasn't doing a great job of tracking corruption. However, it's not all doom and gloom. We noted that 57% think that ordinary citizens could make a difference in the fight against corruption, and we urge the Office of the Premier to ensure that fraud and corruption is rooted out. We also note that Gauteng has and will continue to be a leader in open and transparent tender processes. Acting Speaker, we also appreciate the Office of the Premier's decision to resume infrastructure projects to boost the local economy. And as a youth representative, I must put particular emphasis on youth unemployment and therefore the program of TSEPO 1 million. In the 2019-2020 financial year, the budget increased to 150.8 million to cater for this program and to do even more research projects on inclusive economies. TSEPO 1 million speaks to our current challenges as young people. It dismantles the barriers that keep us in the periphery of the economy. And in line with GGT 2030, priority of the focus must be on the education and skills revolution. TSEPO 1 million as a youth employment initiative will also look at new and emerging opportunities resulting from the COVID-19 crisis. And to Member Msimanga, I said this before and I will say this again. In 2019, our program, along in partnership with Harambee, was actually acknowledged with the SCOL Award of 2019 from Silicon Valley around social entrepreneurship and youth empowerment. So internationally, we see that we're on track. Just because it's the opinion of the DA doesn't actually mean that that's factually true. Earlier on, I delved in depth about the issue of GBV and femicide. Honorable Premier, you must align the budget in response to both COVID-19 and GBV. And we need very specific interventions to address GBV. We need to put more financial and human resources to deal with the overcrowding and under-resourcing of shelters and safe houses. And honorable members, as I draw myself to the end of my speech, I spoke earlier about GBV and the acutely high unemployment rates. When we reconfigure this budget, we need to put young people and women at the center, and they must be prioritized. As the current administration and legislature, we have a huge role to play in changing mindsets and to continue with the Office of the Premier to build on the successes of the past. The ANC supports the budget being put forward by the Office of the Premier. But just before I close, we've seen a wave of social movements that we now know as Black Lives Matter. And while it may have begun in the US, it was quickly spread across the world, highlighting systemic racism and the flawed policing and prison system. And this is something that all the other speakers have mentioned. Societies around the world are grappling with the contesting ideas about what our world should look like, especially with the opportunity presented to us by COVID-19 to start over. There are movements saying that we ought to abolish the police and the prison system as it does not protect communities of color in particular.
Your time. And thank you very much, Honorable Hassan. Can I now, if there is any indication of any comment or a question, and in the absent, can I really allow the Premier to reply to the debate? Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, to the Deputy Chair of Chairs and to all the colleagues who took part in the debate, members of the OCPOL Portfolio Committee, the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature. Firstly, I want to say I will be very brief. I welcome all the inputs that many of you have made about where you see the progress that we are making. I also want to acknowledge that there are also issues that were raised by several of you that have to do with other departments, and I'm sure those issues will come in the debate. That will come, the budget votes for specific departments. I welcome just firstly the posture, Honorable Msimanga, about working together. That also is coming from Honorable Moody and Honorable Alberts, the posture about us working across the different parties to address the fundamental challenges facing the people of our province. I accept that, and I think it has helped us a lot that during this period of COVID, we have continued to work together as the different political parties in our province, and we have valued the inputs that you have made. So that in the spirit of that, I think facing all the challenges, building the society that we dream of, with all its faults, the current faults and shortcomings of our democracy, it's something we must fix together. And I, as I say, I welcome the spirit that and the contributing ideas that many of you have put forward. Yes, I know there will be a criticism here and there, but it's okay. Criticism is also welcome. Honorable Mkwebo just rejects everything. I'm sure that is a way of contributing as well. There's a way of contributing where you reject everything. If that is a way to contribute to help find solutions by rejecting everything, if it's a way of contributing, Honorable Mkwebo, I welcome your rejection of the budgets. You rejected not just the budget vote 1, but all others. As I say, if that is the way of contributing to change and a better life by rejecting everything, you are welcome to contribute that way. Honorable Moody, I also welcome your positive response on the work we are doing with the private sector. I will look at the Nokuthula Elsen with MEC Lesofo. You're saying that there's corruption allegations around the school. We will look at that. And then you raise the issues around the collective. You know, the thing with interesting thing about, you say no, our cabinet as a weak collective, you say there's only 4 MECs who are doing well. I don't look at it that way, especially in the period of crisis that we have been going through. I found that you know, there's a lot of work. There are MECs who will not be in the spotlight. They may not be covered by the media as they do work, but I want to say that I deeply appreciate the work that the collective that works with me in the form of the Executive Council is doing. As I say, some of them may not be so good at various platforms, but they are doing amazing work. They are doing very impactful work. And we will continue to support them. We will continue to strengthen the team so that this team rises to the occasion. As I say, I'm very happy with how the different MECs have been responding to the crisis, the COVID-19 crisis. So from time to time, where there's a weakness, my responsibility as the leader is to ensure that we strengthen the collective. You can't get the results if you don't ensure that the team is fully supported. I fully agree with you, Honorable Alberts, that we have started a process of discussing issues together that can benefit all the people of our province. Through this platform of briefing the political parties, yes, I would like to hear if there are a lot of ideas on how to rebuild this new economic model. I would like colleagues to feel free to contribute to that. Yes, I agree with you that we must not waste the crisis, and I thank you for saying that. We've got a lot of support, buy-in from a lot of people in the province. I appreciate that. We want to work with you, Honorable Alberts. We don't always want to descend into recriminations and attacks, and we face a crisis as a country and consequently as a province. We have an opportunity to come out of this crisis as a better people. Including narrow down our differences about the fundamentally what what kind of province do we want to be? And how do we get this type of province we want? We have spelled our vision very clearly in Growing Gauteng Together. GGT 2030. We are not going to deviate from aspiring to build a society that where all the people of our country and the people of our province can bring their best on the table, and consequently have an opportunity to contribute to society the best that they bring, their own talents in the economy, in the arts, in sports, and not be inhibited by their gender, and not be inhibited by their race, and not be inhibited by their class, and not be inhibited by their religion or where they were born, the place they were born, or the circumstances of their birth, or their sexual orientation. That to treat every one of us simply as a human being who want the best in society, who want the best for their children, who want the best health care that society can offer, not some for others, some have good health care for others, some good schools for others, whilst living out. We don't want to build a society where others are in and some are out. Nobody should be left out, regardless of the circumstances of their birth and regardless of their race, their gender, their class, as I've said, and their religion. Even that's this. If, as the legislature, political parties, if we can first erase all that out of our minds, racism, sexism, all the prejudices out of our minds.
Honorable Zikumalo, the speaker, can you mute? Okay, continue, Premier.
Yes, I'm about to conclude. So I want to emphasize that I am the leader of the ANC in this province. We don't look at individual members, even if you belong to different parties. We don't prejudge you. We aspire, as the ANC, we aspire to build a society where every one of us can be assessed by our own values and our own value we add to society. But we have to get rid of all these vestiges of race, the vestiges of gender. And I want to particularly say that I think I have been thinking, colleagues, about what is it that we can do more to rid our society of gender-based violence and the killing of women and children. I am asking this question because I think the more we listen to, all of us are saying we need to do something to rid our society of this pandemic. It is a pandemic, I entirely agree. This is a pandemic. But if you ask, all the other things we have done so far are not proving to be enough. So I listened very carefully to very passionately about this, but we possibly need to do something much more than we have done before, not just in the legislature, as a country, as a people. And if there are extraordinary things we can do to make sure that the men who are involved in gender-based violence and the abuse and the killing of women, we as the men, because this is something that we talk about, but we're not making progress. And I don't want to make a proposal that's not an ANC view. I don't often speak on government policy just from a point of view of personal frustration, But there's something we really need to do extraordinarily about gender-based violence, because all other things we are doing now are not solving the problem. We need to think of something extraordinary. As I say, I don't want to put a proposal that's not an ANC proposal or a government proposal on the table. But truly what we are doing now is not adequate. We are not stemming the tide. Just in the last few days, the number of women who have been killed. So I want to put this question on the table for us to, let's come with something more drastic. Let's come with a more drastic set of interventions that will ensure that we rid society of this this sickness, this pandemic. Honorable Bloom, I think you basically say that the preparedness and resilience of various departments to deal with the crisis. You think that we're not. I can tell you, Honorable Bloom, there's no government in the world. Tell me which government. There's no government in the world that would ever say they were prepared for COVID-19. Yes, other governments were more effective, like China. They were more effective in their response. Vietnam, they were more effective in their response. South Korea, they were more effective in their response. Kerala is a state in India. They were more effective. I think if you look at New Zealand, they were more effective in their response. But if you want to say preparedness and resilience, tell me which government. Don't even mention, don't mention the Western Cape. So even some of the governments that have the best resources in North America, in Europe, were not that resilient and prepared for COVID-19. So if you want to assess us, if you want to judge us, use a standard, objective, fair process. Don't say you think all the Gauteng government departments are not ready and for COVID-19, and you use your own subjective yardstick that only applies to you, and you are not using it everywhere in the world. Look at what COVID-19 did in Italy, in Spain, and where you would have thought this government would be much ready. Look at what it is doing in America. So look at what it is doing in the Western Cape. So COVID-19, the question of readiness and resilience, you can't be subjective about it. I agree with you, though, on the NGOs. I think it was the way I intervened, by the way. The reason we settled the case with that NGO in the West Rand, it was raised, this matter was raised by Honorable Alberts in our consultations. It is me who instructed the Department of Social Development to settle the matter out of court. And the office of the Premier's legal team and said, I said to them, you can't go to court to fight with an NGO for wanting to feed people who are hungry. Let's find the matter, let's solve this matter. And that's how we sorted this matter out, Honorable Bloom. So I think this is one of those things me and you rarely agree. We shouldn't be fighting with NGOs as provincial government that are trying to help. But the NGOs themselves must follow some standard agreed measures, because when there are problems of food distribution, government has to come in. And that's what we have been trying to do. MEC Lesofie has had to talk to various NGOs to say to them, we don't want to control you, contribute. We don't want to control you. Feed more people, yes. We fed 1.2 million people just in 2 months in Gauteng as government alone, just in 2 months. We got lots of additional support from NGOs in the process, and other NGOs did other work. So I agree with you, Honorable Bloom, that I think when you have a crisis, it is better to work with everybody. But don't judge the readiness and prepared resilience of Gauteng Gauteng, don't use a tactic you will not use anywhere else. Stress us. COVID-19
Honorable Bloom, yeah, mute, thanks.
So COVID-19 is a problem that that no one can really be fully ready for. I think all we can best do is to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's the critical thing. We have been preparing for the best. You're saying that we have not dealt with the issue of alcohol, to regulate alcohol effectively. You know, when you deal with a problem at a particular time, don't say, why didn't you deal with it before? I think it's very illogical to say, because you didn't arrest illegal people who come illegally into our country before, when you want to arrest them, it is wrong to do it now. Before, because you have not been dealing with abuse of alcohol before, when you want to deal with it now, no, it is a problem to deal with it now because you didn't deal with it before. Because you didn't stop motor vehicle accidents and the impact of alcohol on trauma units and on our roads. You can't say because you didn't do it before, why should you do it now? I find that very illogical. It's a very funny way. If you didn't do something before, even if it's absolutely necessary to do it now, you mustn't do it. I think it is an odd way of looking at the world. You say we have broken government, and I know that is your dream, that's your aspiration. You want to rise to power on the ambition of having a broken government. Every time Gauteng provincial government does something well, and I know some of your colleagues are able to appreciate where we have done something well, including this Department of Health. So far, this Gauteng Department of Health has done so well, but it can't come out of Jack Bloom's mouth, because your dream is to be an MEC on the basis that the Gauteng Department of Health should be seen, even when it has done its best, it must be seen as having failed. What I appreciate is that some of your colleagues don't share that pessimistic outlook. Where we do things well, you must say, here you have done well, there you are still bad, Honorable Blue. To simply dream and wish us bad, even when you are living in a province, for 2 months, we have managed COVID-19 so well that you were silent. I know when things get worse, your voice will be heard, Honorable Blue. But to live a life like that, really, I don't think it's my approach to life, where I feed on the negative. So thank you so much, Honorable Hassan, for I think your interventions on gender-based violence. And I am still saying, Honorable Hassan, I want to hear what you say we must do. I think everybody is furious, everybody is angry. We must rightfully be angry. The guys who are, the men, it's us men who are committing these crimes must be held accountable. But I think we need to use more blunt instruments. We need blunt instruments to really stem the tide of gender-based violence. What are those blunt instruments? I will have an opportunity through proper processes to propose, because I don't think what we are doing is going to stop gender-based violence. So all the other proposals that members have made and the feedback that you have given us, we appreciate it. We will continue to do our best. The Premier's office is not perfect, but we are committed to improving the functioning of government, not just delivering on our targets, because that's a small thing, targets for the office. I am absolutely committed to improve the overall functioning of all departments of government in Gauteng. I'm absolutely committed to that, and we will continue to do our best. COVID-19 is a crisis. Honorable Albert says, don't waste this crisis. Let's mobilize more people towards ensuring that we can rally the people of our province to a period beyond. And that period beyond must be a new economy, a new economic model, a new society where your race and gender does not determine your place in opportunities and in contributing to society. That is the vision of the ANC. That's the dream of the ANC. Yes, we have been in government for 25 years, 26 years now, but the fact that we have failures in some of those areas doesn't mean it blunts us to stop wanting to achieve the vision of changing the conditions of all the people of our country, black and white, men and women, regardless of where they were born and under what circumstances they were born. We strive for the best for all of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I know there was a hand from Honorable Hassan, but I've dealt with that because this is a reply to the debate. The Premier is debated. There was an open time. Now it's a reply. I'm not going to allow any hand, any question. We'll be moving to Order 10, but I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Speaker to take us through, and the Secretary can read Order 10, and then I'll hand over.
Thank you, Honorable Mbaba. Secretary, please go ahead. Secretary, please go ahead. Read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of the cooperative governance, traditional affairs is order number 10. Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Budget Vote number 7 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the 2020 and 2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair Mukherjee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. May I request that parts of the report that I'm not going to table be taken as tabled by the House? The Honorable Chairperson of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlements Portfolio Committee, Dr. Nomathemba Mokgethi, tables the draft report on Budget Vote 7 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill for the 2021 MTF as follows. On the executive summary, the department reported a budget increase of 614,793,000 in the 2020-21 financial year from 585,015,000 in 2019-20 financial year, which will ensure effective implementation of the integrated development plans in municipalities, financial viability, capacity development, development planning, and the introduction of the district development model to ensure the implementation of the mentioned broader objectives. The department increased the budget on goods and services from 129,193,000 in the 2019-20 financial year to 197,809,000 in the 2020-21 financial year. Since the department is not a service delivery structure, the lion's share of the budget is allocated to compensation of employees at 184,070,000, which translates to 62% for the current financial year, as well as 361,085,000, which translates to 62% in the previous financial year. In the 2020-21 financial year, coincide the introduction of the district development model that will be implemented in targeted municipalities to emphasize the coherence and have a significant impact on service delivery and development. In terms of the program payments and estimates, it is reported that the program 3 development and planning budget was slightly reduced from 186,935,000 in 2019-20 financial year to 145,564,000 in the 2020-21 financial year. Essentially, the affected sub-programs are IDP coordination, disaster management, and municipal infrastructure. The budget on conditional grants remained constant at 2 million for the last 4 years. This is despite the service delivery demand at the municipal level, which continues to widen. Madam Deputy Speaker, on portfolio committee concerns, the following are the portfolio committee concerns on the budget of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs 2020-2021 MTF. The committee noted that concerns that 2020-21 budget of the department might be reprioritized due to the challenges related to the COVID-19 pandemic. On Program 2, Local Governance, under this program, the portfolio committee is concerned with the following: the voter education, since it was identified as a challenge by the IEC during the 2016 local government elections, noting that the 2021 local government elections is fast approaching. Whether the department and the IEC has plans and strategy in place in case the elections are held during the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure safety of the voters. The 900% support that will be provided to municipalities in terms of the public participation initiatives, that target is realistic. The severe losses suffered by both Mfuleni and Rand West municipalities on revenue collection due to poor ICT system and non-payment of sector departments. On Program 3, Development and Planning, under this program, the portfolio committee is concerned with the following: the decrease of budget in Program 3, Development and Planning, from 186,935,000 in the previous financial year to 145,564,000 in the current financial year. The decreased budget on IDP coordination from 25,204,000 in the previous financial year to 24,649,000 in the current financial year. The Mfuleni, Merafong, Mogale, Rand West City municipalities requires more intervention in terms of water infrastructure, noting the dilapidated municipal infrastructure, which is quite apparent. The drought and floods that are part of the Southern Africa's climate variability, and this climate change predicted to increase in frequency and intensity. Municipalities not being able to reach the threshold of 15% to reduce water losses in the year under review as envisaged. The portfolio committee is concerned of the percentage of water losses experienced in Ekurhuleni at 40%, Johannesburg at 40%, Tshwane at 30%, Mfuleni at 50%, Lesedi at 30%, Merafong at 50%, Midvaal at 40%, Mogale at 40%, and finally, Rand West at 30%. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on proposed portfolio committee recommendations, the department should provide responses to the following by the 30th of August 2020. The department should ensure that the 2020-21 budget is reprioritized to accommodate the challenges related to the COVID-19 pandemic. In local governance, noting that the 2020-2021 local government elections is fast approaching, the department should inform the portfolio committee whether the 4 civic awareness programs that will be undertaken by the department in the year under review includes the voter education, since it was identified as a challenge by the IEC during the 2016 local government elections. The department and IEC should ensure that proper plans and strategies are in place to educate and ensure safety of voters as per regulations in the case of elections are held during the pandemic of COVID-19. The department should inform the portfolio committee whether the milestones of 900% support will be provided to municipalities as a public participation initiative. The department should put proper systems in place to assist Mfuleni and Rand West municipalities with adequate revenue collection that is experienced in the 2 municipalities due to poor ICT systems and non-payment of sector departments. On Program 3, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the development and planning, the department should provide the portfolio committee with reasons why there is a decrease of budget from 186,935,000 in the previous financial year to 145,564,000 in the current financial year in Program 3. The department should provide the portfolio committee with reasons why budget was decreased on IDP from 25,204,000 in the previous financial year to 24,649,000 in the current financial year. Provide a portfolio committee with interventions that will be put in place to ensure the smooth running of water infrastructure and restoration of the dilapidated municipal infrastructure in Mfuleni, Merafong, Mogale, Rand West municipalities in terms of Section 154, subsection 1 of the Constitution. The department should provide a portfolio committee with plans that will be put in place to retain water and ensure climate change will not cause Gauteng droughts and floods, and that a day zero scenario will not be experienced in Gauteng. The department should ensure that municipalities put strict measures in place to ensure that the threshold of reducing water losses by 15% is realized in the current financial year. The department should investigate and report to the portfolio committee on a quarterly basis on the effectiveness of the measures put in place to reduce the percentage of water losses experienced in Ekurhuleni at 40%, Johannesburg at 40%, Tshwane at 30%, Mfuleni at 50%, Lesedi at 30%, Merafong at 50%, Midvaal at 40%, Mogale at 40%, and finally Rand West at 30% is kept. On acknowledgement, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as stated in the report, on adoption, in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlements tables its oversight report on Budget Vote 7 of the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2020-21 financial year for adoption by the House, taking into consideration the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mukherjee. Can I recognize seconders for the proposed
Deputy Speaker Paul Malema.
Who?
Paul Malema, Deputy Speaker.
Paul Malema. Oh yes, seconds. Can I go on to recognize those who are in favor? Say aye or say yes.
Aye.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Are the members who object to the adoption of the reports? Can they say no? The ayes and yes have it. Thank you very much. Secretary, let's proceed to the next order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Debate in the details of the Department of Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs Budget Vote number 7 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of the year 2020 for the 2020 to 2021 financial year. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable MEC Maile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, colleagues in the Executive Council, members of the legislature, and the public of Gauteng. We will not read the whole text of the speech.
We can't see you. Sorry to interrupt. We can't see you.
I've unmuted. Can you see me?
We only see your forehead. We can't see you. Your eyes, at least.
Can you see me now?
Okay, continue. We can't see you properly, but yeah, you're
okay,
better now.
Fine. Yeah. So
yes,
I'm saying,
super.
I'm saying that we won't present the whole. We will present the part that we won't read for purposes of Hansard. We will present them as read. We started our speech by quoting the poet laureate Tate Wally Serote, And I will not go through the poem, as I've said that we present this as read. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, the poem highlights the hardship, the destitution, the squalor that most South Africans are living in. It echoes the cries of citizens on a daily basis, faced with the reality of harsh socio-economic conditions. It is the same cry, the same desperation that has inspired most service delivery protests as people long for better living conditions, as they yearn for improved standards of living and quality of life. And when confronted with such a poignant reminder of the lived reality of most South Africans, through insightful poetry such as this, or through the window into the soul of our nation that COVID-19 has been, one cannot help but be struck by the significance of getting governance right, of delivering services to society, of ensuring that local government, which is the sphere of government that continues to interact with communities frequently on a daily basis, does indeed deliver on the promise of a better life that the people have been holding out for decades on. Madam Deputy Speaker, local government is without doubt the most important sphere of government, and hence must work optimally, efficiently, and effectively in order to address the most basic needs of the most downtrodden of our people. Local government has never had to work as efficiently and as effectively as it has had since the COVID-19 broke out and the country was put under lockdown. These are unprecedented times that requires local government to be at its utmost in terms of delivery and impact. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are also engaging national government on the 12.8 billion that has been set aside for local government as part of COVID-19 relief, as we want our municipalities to be given the discretion to use whatever funding they receive from this amount in order to address and tackle urgent service delivery matters. COGTA and Treasury have established a debt management committee in order to facilitate the process of resolving all government debt to our municipalities as part of the intergovernmental relations function. We are also working with our municipalities to try and put in place systems for continued revenue collection, looking at online systems for revenue collection, and also enabling a VPN, which is virtual private network, access for financial and payroll services. Here we are looking specifically at Mfuleni and Western District Municipality. One of the other options we are exploring is the development of a payment portal for our municipalities. We want to create smart and efficient digital public services for revenue collection and service delivery improvement. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, on issues of governance, oversight and stability, we have made it very clear that our aim and objective is not to interfere in the running of municipalities, but rather to support and strengthen our municipalities in line with our Section 154 constitutional obligations. We want to give structured, systematic, continuous support to our municipalities so that they can be stable and well-functioning. But upon failure of that structured support, we will not hesitate to invoke the provisions of the Constitution and of the law in line with our oversight responsibilities in order to restore governance, stability, and service delivery to municipalities. Honorable members, in conjunction with the eGov, we are assisting municipalities with ICT business continuity and are collaborating on applications and systems in order to ensure the functionality of municipal governance structures, especially during these trying COVID-19 times. COGTA has extended its Microsoft license to municipalities and provided basic training on how to use it as part of helping to enable functionality. We are working with municipalities to restore and improve audit outcomes around the province based on the Auditor General's findings. We want to see improvements in the ICT governance, in management of risks, and in dealing with recurring audit findings. On the issue of Tshwane municipality, it is common cause that the seat of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality experienced a myriad of challenges and its municipal council failed to fulfill its executive obligations in terms of the constitution and legislation. We shall deal with this matter later because we expect that it will arise out of the debate in detail in terms of our posture. Honorable members, there's been improvement in waste collection in the city of Tshwane since we have intervened. With the 100% collection rate, they've passed the adjustment budget, and from the reprioritized USDG of 493 million, they managed to add 210.8 million to the operating budget. They have managed to respond timeously and decisively to COVID-19 related challenges within Tshwane municipalities. They are in the process of acquiring land through the Housing Development Agency as an implementing agent to relocate the Mamelodi flood victims as well as people of other informal settlements in Tshwane. The USDG was reprioritized to cover, amongst other things, 160 million for the acquisition of land, 122.3 million for temporary residential units in Atteridgeville informal settlements, Mamelodi hostels, and Early Pits extension. In Mfuleni, you know that EXCO took a decision to strengthen the municipality in terms of that section 139, subsection 1, subsection B, subsection I, and 5, subsection A intervention, thereby appointing a new administrator so as to make deeper inroads in addressing all the issues that have been bottlenecks to the quest to bring the municipality towards a much healthier position. The aim is to intensify the intervention for greater service delivery impact within a 12-month period. We want to address the fragmented architecture of government, whose different parts are responsible for different areas and functions, so that they cohere around agreed development plans in line with the district development model. In the context of the Gauteng City Region approach, we want a single tier system of local government with the powers and functions of districts being restated as per the decision we took in EXCO. We have also agreed that a technical team must be set up between ESCOM and provincial government with oversight by the MEC, mayors, city managers, and the CEO of ESCOM to deal with all matters that the members are well aware of. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to see increased investment in bulk water infrastructure around the province, and we'll be developing a water security plan for the province. We are looking at various ways of helping our municipalities fund infrastructure projects, one of which is a partnership with DBSA, who have an integrated approach to infrastructure development. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are establishing a local economic development function within COGTA to align our economic development plans as a province using the development corridor approach as the Gauteng Economic Development Plan. An innovative idea we have in this regard is the capacitation of COGTA to assist municipalities in investment facilitation and promotion, working with the provincial entities such as the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency and the Gauteng Infrastructure Funding Agency. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to strengthen disaster management and fire rescue services across the province. With that comes our proposal to establish a fire services capacity building grant for the province aimed at fast-tracking improvement of fire rescue services within Gauteng. We want to address the issue of late transfer of subsidies or grants for EMS and are looking at the provincialization of EMS in partnership with the Department of Health. We are looking at legal options that will allow us to do this with the aim of ensuring that EMS resources can be more efficiently utilized and shared for all municipalities around the province. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to position COGTA as the glue between provincial government and all key stakeholders in order to build strong, resilient, transformative partnerships for the achievement of the Gauteng City Region. The budget allocation for this financial year is more than 600 million, which we now table before you for consideration. We want to thank the Premier and fellow EXCO members, the senior management of our department, and everyone that works within the local government sphere for their tireless commitment to addressing the immediate felt needs of the Gauteng citizenry. In closing, in honor of Youth Month and Youth Day, which we have just celebrated a couple of days ago, we want to remind the youth of the province that the future is indeed theirs, and it is now that they must begin to take up responsibilities that will help carry us all forward, that all towards the desired future. In light of that, let us remind ourselves of the words of the greatest British statesman, Benjamin Disraeli, when he said, and I quote, "The youth of nation are the trustees of posterity," close quote. Young people, the future is now. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Maile. Honorable Diale.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, who's there?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Receive our revolutionary greetings.
Video,
Deputy,
please, Honorable Diale. Video, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Receive our revolutionary greetings, Deputy Speaker, and greetings to the Premier, the Executive.
Malema, close your mic.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the Premier, members of the Executive, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Provincial Legislature, and the people of Gauteng. Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to first make reflections on the gender-motivated killings of women and girl children that we experience daily across this province, as well as throughout the country. A universal human rights issue and an inherent human dignity matter that should concern us and require concerted and urgent action from all of us. It's time to strengthen the justice system and dedicate planning and budgeting to ensure strategies to prevent violence against women and girl children. Women are still struggling for their emancipation and freedom in this country, and I urge all of us to stand together and fight this scourge. I also would like to call on all men across the nation that the gender equality system that we are advocating for require you to do better than being dominant. Let us build gender-sensitive institutions, not strong men organizations. Madam Deputy Speaker, transformation and the advancement of a capable developmental state remains a priority to the ANC-led government. The National Development Plan makes it clear that transformation must build safe, sustainable, and economically viable communities. COGTA in Gauteng under MEC Maile therefore plays a significant role in ensuring effective cooperative governance, viable and sustainable local government, as well as strengthening institutions of traditional affairs. The tangible measure in which we must evaluate the impact of this objective is the result of adequate communal access to sustainable basic services from municipalities. As a sphere closest to the people, municipalities are constitutionally obligated to ensure provision of adequate services to communities. Therefore, it is critical to ensure sound developmental planning, mobilization of adequate resources to be invested in strategic identified priority areas, as well as proper execution of policies. Evidently, in the year under review, some municipalities in Gauteng required structured, focused, and centrally directed support and intervention from the provincial government. The Provincial Department of COGTA assumed a significant role aimed at ensuring that sound governance and administrative systems and regulations are put in place to steer municipalities towards viability, responsiveness, efficiency, and effectiveness. The department under MEC Maile also successfully prioritized the municipal finance support. It provided advisory support to municipalities in what is called Operation Municipal Clean Audits. We further note that the implementation of the Basic Revenue Plans project is presently underway in Emfuleni, Rand West City. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is imperative that municipalities must be self-sufficient, particularly since they are at the closest proximity with communities. Therefore, defrauding of municipalities is unacceptable and must be kept at all costs to redirect those funds to improve provision of basic amenities to ensure sustainable livelihoods of the people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, it is worth mentioning here that in pursuit of advancing the transformation agenda and development of the economically marginalized, the department continued to adhere to the ANC-led government commitment of paying service providers within 15 days. Empowering and developing the SMMEs will indeed assist us in creating the much needed jobs by communities, especially the youth and women of Gauteng. The last point I want to highlight in the current financial year is the department's role in the traditional institutional management. It is also important to note that the department processed 100% of succession claims. We currently have 2 traditional houses active in municipal councils, such as the one in City of Tshwane. Amongst others, the department, in collaboration with the 2 traditional houses, conducted awareness campaigns on substance abuse and gender-based violence. The strategic partnerships and collaboration with institutions of traditional leadership is important to ensure integration in the overall developmental agenda within local government planning and processes. Madam Speaker, we are excited for the financial year 2020-2021 as COGTA has planned to reposition and institutionalize the Integrated Development Plan as an effective intergovernmental planning tool, which will see through and improved integrated planning across the 3 spheres of government. This will assist municipalities with legislative compliance and project implementation within budget. The department has also identified municipal inadequate capabilities to handle revenue as a major challenge. That leads to unproductive revenue strategies and how revenue collection and low revenue collection, The department plans to put in place systems and mechanisms that will continuously monitor non-compliance and put in place control measures to reduce and eliminate financial irregularities. In enacting Section 154, subsection 1 of the Constitution, the department plans to give support to Lesedi and Merafong in order to strengthen compliance with Municipal Financial Management Act and Supply Chain Management regulations. In promoting transparent and accountable government, the department also plans to strengthen the work of municipalities on public participation by making sure that there's adherence to the establishment of ward committees, public consultative forums on government planning processes. As the ANC-led government, we firmly believe in people-centered democracy and people-driven process of transformation. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a country and a province, we are confronted by COVID-19 and the scourge of gender-motivated killings. And it is very clear that we are in an exacerbated VUCA world. This requires building agility, partnerships, collaborations, and improved innovative thinking. As the ANC, we anticipate that the budget will and must be redirected to address the current challenges as identified. I therefore hereby move for the adoption of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Diale. Honorable
I second, Madam
Letaba. Thank you for that. Honorable Letaba, you next.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. The EFF noted that the department received budget allocation of 614.7 million for the year 2020-2021 compared to 562.3 million in the 2019-20 financial year. With regards to local governance, we are concerned that some municipalities such as Mfuleni and Randwest are still unable to put in place proper systems to ensure adequate revenue collection and to become sustainable. The department has failed to assist these municipalities to create proper systems. The department occupies a central role because of its responsibility to ensure that municipalities deliver services to communities without any hindrance. We have noted with concern a decrease in budget allocation for Program 3, which is development and planning, from 186.9 million to 14.5 million. It is a well-known fact that municipalities in Gauteng have dilapidated the aging infrastructure, yet the department has decreased budget for development and planning. The infrastructure in the municipalities of the West Rand and Sedibeng have collapsed. The department has failed to exercise an oversight role on how municipalities in the province use taxpayers' money. The annual municipal audit report by the Auditor General in June last year painted a grim picture on some of the province's municipalities. It revealed unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure by municipalities. The report further revealed that these municipalities are unable to launch proper investigation into irregular expenditure. The revelation that some municipalities have allegedly invested public funds into the VPS mutual bank brings the department's oversight role into question. The Emfuleni and Miraflores municipalities are in a serious financial distress as a result of illegal investment. The MEC and the Premier failed to take action against the individuals who invested illegally against the Treasury regulations. The community of Emfuleni is facing possible health hazards due to sewage spillage into the Vaal River, whereas the Miraflores municipality is faced with a problem of sinkholes due to mining in the area. In Miraflores, the department and the Premier are in possession of geological reports to the problem, but they are unable to develop a plan to deal with the danger posed to the community. In Emfuleni, a forensic report by Comperio Consulting found that the municipality was defrauded more than 300 million by officials, politicians, entrepreneurs, and private companies. In Miraflores, the 20 million allocation for water supply infrastructure in the 2018-29 financial year remained unspent, as well as the 22.5 million that was allocated to the West Rand district for purposes of leasing fire engines. In his SOPA address, the Premier committed to place some municipalities under administration. We wonder what stopped him to place these two municipalities under administration immediately the problems were reported. Boxer is notorious with underspending budget allocated to it. This is also a matter of concern because they are entrusted with ensuring that our communities get quality services. In the previous financial year, 3.18 million was unspent and had to be surrendered to the revenue fund. And underspending of the allocated budget cannot be encouraged under any circumstance. The Public Service Commission found that some officials within the department have stolen and defrauded quota of 171 million rand. The department cannot even provide case numbers to show that the matter was handed over to the law enforcement agencies and plans are in place to recover the money that was stolen. The problem of government departments not having their own building is a matter of serious concern. COGTA, together with other departments, are tenants, and the money spent on leasing buildings will be saved in the long run if government can identify and build their own buildings. The challenges we have realized as the EFF is inability of the state to build internal capacity. Over-dependence on the service providers has led to departments and institutions of government being run by outsiders. This is why we strongly believe that the developmental state needs to build its own internal capacity so that it can be able to hold members accountable should anything go wrong. In terms of budget allocation, the core function of the department must get the biggest allocation. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Litwaba. Honorable Jilange, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is with great concern that we note the gross underperformance and underspending on programs in this department. There are very few achievements and completions over the years of outstanding programs to show for the financial wastages and mismanagement. Emfuleni and Miraflores are literally drowning in sewer. The state-of-the-art sewer system that was built in Magaliesburg has still, after years of overspending and over the limits, still not completed. Water losses in Emfuleni, Miraflores, Randwest, Mogale City has never been this high, and it's to huge financial losses. If it's between 40 and 50%, it means it's almost half of your water bulk services that you lose, and someone has got to pay for it. Municipalities are more and more dependent on bailouts from province and from national. Continuous electricity outages are crippling Miraflores City's economy, and have a negative effect on the residents who are promised better service delivery whilst they're actually getting better promises. The Freedom Front Plus does not foresee a performance with the current budget of serious consequence action if that's not taken against the leaders and the city officials guilty of mismanagement. At this point, with all the issues that's going on, I have to also thank MEC Mahile for assisting the service delivery issues, as I always send through to him. And then just also to point out that there was a note made of the objective of the interference of COGTA with the municipalities. Well, that is exactly what happened in the past and currently with Tshwane and Emfuleni. Whilst at the West Rand municipalities, absolutely nothing has been done. And it is to the detriment of our taxpayers, and it's also to the poor people who is still being left with promises that has still not been seen to be materializing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Tilange. Honorable Msimanga, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget presented by the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs fails to reflect the department's inability to properly utilize its funds to support municipalities in the province, a number of which are in a state of dysfunction. The Program 3, Madam Speaker, development that speaks to the development and planning budget has been reduced from 186.9 million in the 2019-2020 financial year to 145.5 million rand in the 2020-2021 financial year. The budget reduction of this program will have severe negative impact on the following sub-programs. That is the integrated development plan, coordination, that is the disaster management, and municipal infrastructure plan. This is something that I spoke to you about, and I raised in this house earlier on to say, when we talk about revitalizing the economy and redoing things properly, we need to look at where we do our investment. If we do then cut infrastructure budgets, as we are seeing happening here, where are we going? The municipalities are mainly dependent on the department for support, yet it is reducing budgets allocated to the programs that are meant to provide much needed support to our municipalities. The following municipalities are facing serious challenges with regards to their water infrastructure, as the report indicated earlier on. Emfuleni, Merafong, Mogale, Rand West are facing serious challenges. These municipalities require urgent intervention as the water infrastructure is too old and is dilapidated. The department will not only be able to provide the support in terms of the maintenance of bulk water and sanitation infrastructure to our municipalities due to the reduction in budget allocation, as well as underperformance and under-expenditure. As a result of under-expenditure of the department's budget for the department and planning program has been also decreased. This will exacerbate the already precarious position of many municipalities which are nearly collapsed. The failure of municipalities which are in the coalface of service delivery will compromise the quality of life of millions of people of this province of Gauteng. Madam Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker, the conditional grants allocation of 2 billion rand is inadequate to support all municipalities, some of which are on the brink of collapse, as I've said earlier on. More money should have been prioritized for the condition grants for municipalities. Merafong local municipalities and Mogale are battling to pay their debts to Eskom and Rainwater for water and electricity. These municipalities are also suffering a severe loss in revenue collection, which has resulted in them being unable to provide the basics of services to the residents. Furthermore, Mogale City has recently approved a 100 million rand overdraft in addition to other existing loans that the municipality has taken out. This municipality is indeed drowning in debt, and this department is sitting idle by instead of intervening by placing the city of Mogale under administration. Mogale City's currently financial status is clear indication that the municipality is unable to function on its own. Therefore, its urgent need for intervention is apparent, and the department is sitting by not doing anything. Emfuleni local municipality has previously been placed under administration, or partial administration as it has been called by the department. And while we're waiting to be informed about the achievement of the administrators there, we now hear that the municipality is placed under new administration. What exactly is it that is happening in that municipality or in other municipalities as well? Why not as well place Mogale City under administration? The residents of Mogale and other municipalities that are failing are demanding that changes are being made. Where the ANC government in municipality, there's always delays in taking decisive action and implementing them, even though our people are on the losing end of the stick when it comes to service delivery in these municipalities. Our municipalities are not supposed to suffer because of lack of capacity in terms of project management, expenditure management, and supply chain management, while budget is allocated to the department to provide such support to the municipalities. Madam Deputy Speaker, the department has also shown that it is unable to utilize its financial efficiency and effectively in underspending across the programs. The department left 66.5 million rand of its annual budget unspent, a substantial amount of money that could have been directed towards essential services. This is a level of failure that could not be tolerated by anyone that should not be tolerated by anyone in the Gauteng government. And those responsible for such incompetency should have been taken to task. The MEC should be ashamed in knowing that in Gauteng there remains millions of people lacking basic services, that there are municipalities dealing with major infrastructure deficits, and yet anonymously or enormous lump sum of money are sent back to National Treasury because the failure of its department to spend on its mandate. Madam Speaker, there has always been financial rescue plans for some municipalities in this province with a budget reference, which the budget reference to. However, the reality on the ground, since the plans have been tabled, is that there's nothing really to show for it. There's never any change that we can really point to show that these interventions have really worked. The financial rescue plans are ornamental as there's no implementation and no repercussion for the municipalities which have failed to effect the required changes. What is further disturbing, Madam Speaker, is that the MEC has decided to send the very same hyenas who raided the chicken coop to implement the rescue plans for these municipalities. There has been no proper costing of the financial rescue plans, meaning that they are designed to fail from the get-go. The budget fails to take into account these failures in financial rescue in a number of municipalities, which the budget represent now, meaning that is going to be business as usual going forward. There has been good news with regards to the shameful VBS Mutual Bank heist, as the National Prosecuting Authority announced that 8 people were arrested in connection with the theft of 2.7 billion rand from the bank between 2015 and 2018. We are hoping to see further progress in this regard. However, in the meantime, we are not receiving any information about the Gauteng municipalities that invested funds into the bank. What is the department doing to recover the funds looted to throw at VBS Mutual Bank? Most of our municipalities are under severe stress, and this should be a cause for concern. We are in a crisis as witnessed by the conditions of municipalities such as Imfuleni with the water and sewer problems. Our people are being denied services, but they are placed in harm's way with conditions that are compromising not only their state of well-being, but the economy even going forward. The budget should speak to the reality of what is happening on the ground, with clear directions on how it will be utilized to remedy the situation that the people are dealing with on a daily basis. There's no sense of urgency or priority from what has been presented by the department led by MEC Lebogang Maile, and therefore the DA want to state that they will not be supporting the budget. Thank you very much.
Honorable Msimanga, thank you. Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Please allow me to basically start by passing my profoundly heartfelt fraternal greetings to Madam Speaker, to yourself, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Provincial Legislature, our beloved people of Gauteng and invited guests. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is such a profound privilege to be afforded this opportunity to debate the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Budget Vote 7 as presented and outlined by the department. I'm doing so also in commemoration of the gallant, fearless, concerted efforts by our heroes and heroines of the 1976 youth struggle. May their harmless souls rest in eternal peace. It is important to acknowledge, Madam Deputy Speaker, the role and responsibility of the department such that we fully comprehend its operational processes, functions, and limitations, which somewhat to a certain extent attributed to was the underperformance in some areas of its competence. COGTA functions within an environment characterized by municipalities whose financial capability and sustainability are expected to operate optimally by virtue of being at the coalface of service delivery. In an event of municipal operational anomaly, the department is expected to intervene and provide necessary and strategic support to remodel performance management systems, develop and implement local economic development strategies, and support municipalities with human resources management and development system, amongst others. Madam Deputy Speaker, in light of the aforementioned, relevant and closest example that comes to mind is the DA-led Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality and its troubles. The Gauteng provincial government has correctly taken a decision to place the city of Tshwane under administration after its successive attempts to hold council meetings proved unsuccessful. The defunct city has been leaderless after the resignation of its executive mayor and also failed on multiple occasions to convene successfully its council sittings. Our Honorable Premier David Makhura and our Honorable MEC for COGTA and Human Settlement, MEC Lebogang Maile, therefore took decisive steps and rightfully exercised their executive responsibility in dissolving the council and placing it under administration and appointed the intervention team. The city was deteriorating rapidly and was evidently on a downwards spiral decline. The provincial government has a constitutional responsibility, as you will be aware, Madam Deputy Speaker, an obligation to the residents of Tshwane to intervene and create stability and ascertain continuance of service delivery and restrain mismanagement, particularly the disregard of Municipal Finance Management Act regarding procurement that led Africa and Euro contenders amongst many references to point out. We need to commend the intervention team put in place by COGTA department, for it has managed to hit the ground running and rescue the city from the persistent DA malfeasance. The Tshwane intervention team managed to uncover the underlying maladministration that includes, among others, poor service delivery, lack of single cohesive vision, collapse of governance and administrative processes, alienation of communities from government, non-expenditure of grants and subsidies, neglected infrastructure, reduction in collection of revenue, lack of performance management, litigation and suspensions, to mention but a few. The above-mentioned characteristics are a resemblance of a political party that is aloof and completely not in sync with the plight of the poor communities that are predominantly Black. They blatantly negated the core constitutional principles of service delivery and prefer to pursue their political ends, advancing the agenda of the privileged white few. The intervention team has managed to do commendable work in a short space of time, putting together relief measures to local residents and local businesses. These include incentive programs aimed at assisting residents and businesses during these hard times of COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Deputy Speaker, to ensure that there is some level of stability in the institution and that service delivery continues in various areas, City is in the process of appointing a permanent city manager to be responsible for the overall administration of the city. This decision will surely bring about greater administrative accountability as well as institutional stability going forward. The intervention team further developed a litigation strategy meant to remedy the situation and restore compliance to supply chain management to ensure that they settle some of the cases outside court processes in order to save the city money. Another milestone to note, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the depopulation plan of Mamelodi Hostel. There has been a significant progress made in relation to conditional approval secured with the building control section and final approval on submission of stormwater management systems. The engineers appointed by the HDA are still working on the solution to be presented to the project management team and the city. The team has also addressed the issue of Hammanskraal water crisis. The team has also appointed the Ekurhuleni water agent, and a memorandum of understanding to that end has been signed, and the appointment letter issued on the 5th of February 2020 to commence with the work of wastewater management. Coupled with this, in the Temba water purification plant upgrade project, the construction of the plant upgrade is complete, and the practical completion certificate was issued on the 14th of February 2020. Madam Deputy Speaker, listed above is the key measure programs that are a backbone of service delivery that the people of Tshwane were deprived since the inception of the DA-led administration. Never in the history of the ANC-led administration in Tshwane that pertinent issues of society were disregarded in a manner that we have witnessed. This is pure deliberate political neglect of Black society and their historical plight. We have witnessed how a DA mayor wanted to turn the city of Tshwane offices into a hotel of some kind for his sexual pleasures, to the detriment of the service delivery to our people. The ANC-led provincial government has managed to successfully intercede to restore some semblance of administrative normality and reinstate the pride of Tshwane residents. And indeed, we have observed enormous success in the livelihood of communities. Noting that the department's budget allocation still need to be readjusted and realigned to suit the COVID-19 pandemic, I provisionally move for the adoption of the budget as presented by the department, as that will help us to grow Gauteng together. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Maile, thank you. Malema, sorry, thank you. Please come through, Honorable Maile. Let me see.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We want to welcome all the comments, both constructive and destructive, and the contribution of the members towards the debate. We have always said that we are not a perfect government. However, we are committed to delivering services to our people. Deputy Speaker, as you mute your mic, and that we are a government which is guided by evidence-based governance, and therefore we will never claim any easy victories, and we will not lie to our people. Where we are not able to make progress, we will be the first to admit and to explain to our people the constraints that we face, because we are not allergic to criticism, because it is through criticism that we can learn and become a better government. Dealing with the individual contributions that have been made by members, starting with the Honorable Member Diali, we agree with you that gender-based violence has become a very big problem for our society, and all of us, especially men, must take a lead in the fight against gender-based violence, because it is men who are perpetrators of this violence, and we have to say not in our name, and that we will act speedily and decisively, working together side by side with our women. On the issue of structured and centralized intervention, you are correct. This is the point we have raised from day one when we came into office, Starting with the state of the province we delivered last year, that things will not remain the same and that Gauteng will be different. And since that state of the province address, we have kept to our promise, and that's why we must dispel the lie and the myth that we don't act where ANC, or rather we take time to act where ANC is leading. There is not even one single municipality, contrary to the propaganda peddled by Honorable Msimang. There is not even one municipality where we have not acted. There has not been even one municipality where we have not intervened. There's not been one municipality where we have not provided support. And that's why we have even adopted a different approach and deployed COGTA senior managers in all the municipalities to be hands-on, to work with municipalities on a day-to-day basis. But that does not replace the responsibility that is bestowed on municipalities by the Constitution. And neither does it suggest that we want to run municipalities. We don't even have that capacity to run municipalities. We are developing capacity to support the municipalities. So that's a very good point, and we agree with you, Honorable Member. And I think we have raised a number of pertinent issues, including issues of corruption that must be fought, issues of municipal support that must be prioritized, the 15 days payment. We plan to actually make it 10 days because COGTA can be able to do that. And indeed, we are working with our traditional leadership in the province. And on the IDP, it's a very important point you are raising because we want to ensure that there is alignment, that we don't work in silos. Hence, in this term of office, we took a conscious decision of migrating the function of urban planning to COGTA so that we are able to respond consistently and decisively, which is what we have started doing, and we hope to demonstrate improvement going forward. So, Member Ledwaba, some of the issues is raising typical of opposition, shooting from the hip, being all over the place, and not being coherent, because you can't be saying that we don't support municipalities and that we have failed unless you want us to have a structured debate, not inspired by sloganeering and populism. And we can demonstrate to you that we have been able to make a progress, though there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and we are not happy ourselves. The issue of infrastructure, it's not a problem that is facing municipalities only. It's a problem and a challenge that confronts all of us in the country for a number of reasons. Some are historic, systematic, and of course, in certain instances, there's been issues of mismanagement, and hence we are dealing with those issues. Issues of irregular expenditure, we are dealing with those, and that's why we always have a discussion with the Auditor General. We receive briefings and we also exchange notes with them, and they are happy with the work we are doing. The VBS issue in the West Rand, it's not true that we have not intervened. We have on several occasions interacted with both municipalities, and we can confirm to you that there are officials who have faced the consequences. There was a forensic report that was commissioned by Treasury, and the recommendations there are being attended to, including on the issue of the geological report in Rafong. It's not true that we are not acting, unless you are just playing to the gallery and politics But you know yourself, we have intervened. Member Mukwebo, your leader there, has on several occasions interacted with us on this. And if time permits, like I've always said in the committee, we are not allergic to engagements. We are forever ready to engage robustly because we have nothing to hide. And we want to make sure that we deal with all these issues. So we will continuously, the issue of building internal capacity, that's what we do exactly. And we've demonstrated on several occasions. And I've just made a point about the urban planning function being migrated to us. I've made a point here about the capacity to deal with economic issues in the municipality. I can go on and on. And remember, Dilange, the sewer problems in Mfuleni, for instance, you know that this has now become a national priority. A national government has set aside a lot of money, more than 5 billion and all that. On the other issues, we will continue to engage with you because we always do. And remember, Msimang, I think you must firstly start where Member Malema started. Understand what is the role of COGTA, and then you will understand that ours is a facilitative budget. It's not a budget to provide water and electricity. It's not our responsibility. That's the responsibility of municipalities. So as always, you shoot from the hip, you are not coherent, and you are always confused because you must always appear to be relevant and militant, although you are failing dismally there because it just demonstrates a lack of comprehension on your part. And it's a pity that you were once a mayor and it actually shows why you have failed dismally because you couldn't comprehend your responsibilities as a mayor. Hence, we ended up having to put that municipality under administration. And the deterioration started during your time. You failed dismally. And now we are in courts because you don't want to accept that the provincial government has got the responsibility to intervene in all the municipalities. And we will continue to intervene. And then we are raising a whole range of allegations which are not based on facts. It's just rumor mongering and propaganda. So, Honorable Malema, we agree with all the issues you are raising, and in fact, you are correct by pointing out the decisive and progressive achievements made by the team of administrators. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Hello?
I'm done, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Oh, yes.
I'm done.
Sorry, I got lost as well there. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Secretary, please go on to read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order of today is consideration of the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Women Settlement Portfolio Committee and Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Women Settlement Budget Board 8 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2020 for the period 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Honorable Member Mukherjee.
Thank you very much. Once more, Honorable Deputy Speaker, may I request that parts of the report that I'm not going to table be taken as tabled by the House. The Honorable Chairperson of COGTA Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, Dr. Nomathemba Moeketsi, tables the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement Vote 8, 2020-2021 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework. Allocation as follows. On the executive summary, the budget vote 8 2020-2021 financial year allocation amounts to 5 739,453,000, of which 4,800,426,000, which translates to 83.6%, is the Human Settlement Development Conditional Grant, and 939,026,000, which translates to 16%, is the equitable share allocation. The department service delivery is a program implemented through 4 key programs allocated the budget as follows. Program 1, administration, 537,483,000. Program 2, housing needs planning and research, 21,557,000. Program 3, housing development, 4,934,834,000, and Program 4, housing assets management and properties management, at 255,578,000. An amount of 164.7 million in the form of conditional grant is made available for the department in the 2020-2021 financial year for the title deeds restoration program, and will fund the transfer of housing properties to beneficiaries. The EPWP incentive, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the grant amounts to 10.1 million and will assist the department to contribute to job creation initiatives across the province. Funding made available to the department will enable the department to focus on the following: accelerating implementation of mega projects, procuring of service sites for rapid land release, upgrading of informal settlements, urban renewal programs, redevelopment of hostels, title deeds acquisition, and township formalization. The department has one public entity reporting to it, being the Gauteng Partnership Fund. The significant increase in the budget during the adjusted budget was mainly to facilitate the delivery of mega projects across all corridors of the Gauteng City region. The GPF will receive a contribution of 119 million in 2020-2021 financial year, which will assist to strengthen its strategy's objective of increasing and leveraging private sector funding for affordable housing in Gauteng, with the aim of increasing the rate of delivery of sustainable human settlements in the province. The funding is expected to increase to 350 million in the 2020-2022 financial year. Furthermore, the department plans to delivering a total of 18,259 title deeds restoration grants and 3,863 title deeds in 2020-2021, 2021-2022, and 2022-2023 financial years, respectively, across the various categories. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on the committee concerns on the financials, the Portfolio Committee noted the COVID-19 pandemic that came when the budget was already allocated to the department, and that there might be a reprioritization of the budget to cater for COVID-19 challenges. On Program 1, the Portfolio Committee noted that there is still no head office for the department and that officials are still working from home and some in municipal offices. Program 3, on the formation of informal settlement and upgrading of hostels into family units, which hostels are going to be upgraded, and what about the completed hostels? Transfer of funds to municipalities, what are the accountability measures from the department? The Portfolio Committee noted that the department reported that they will release 10,000 service stands across different corridors between April and June this year. The Portfolio Committee remained concerned with lack of clarity on what the department will do differently with the resuscitation of the urban renewal projects. The Portfolio Committee is concerned with the failure by the department to achieve its target on FLISP program, regardless of the market being so huge. The Portfolio Committee remained concerned with the non-reporting of the department on the budget expenditure of the EPWP grants. On Program 4, the department reported that they planned on delivering a total of 18,259 title deeds restoration grants and 3,863 title deeds in 2020-2021. On committee recommendations, Madam Deputy Speaker, the department should provide responses to the following as raised by 30 August 2020. The department should provide plans if they are going to reprioritize the budget to address the challenges for COVID-19. The department should provide a report on when the head office for the department will be resolved. The department should provide the names of hostels to be upgraded into family units, and what about the completed hostels? Transfer of funds to municipalities. What are the accountability measures from the department? The department should provide names of municipalities where 10,000 service stands will be released across the different corridors between April and June this year. The Department of Human Settlement must provide a detailed report on how they are going to roll out the urban renewal projects and stipulate which projects are they going to be undertaken with the allocated budget towards URP. The department should provide the strategies in place to ensure that they achieve their target on the FLISP program. The department should provide the budget expenditure of EPWP incentive grant in all the quarterly reports that are submitted at Gauteng Provincial Legislature. And lastly, the department should provide names of municipalities going to benefit from the program of rolling out 18,259 title deeds restoration grants and 3,863 title deeds in 2020-2021 financial year. On acknowledgements, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as stated in the report, on the adoption in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Cocta and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee presents the oversight on budget vote 8 of the Department of Human Settlement for the 2020-2021 financial year for adoption, taking into account the recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mkheti. Is there a second, Honorable Member? Second.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I stand to second the report.
A second.
Thank you very much. Thank you, members for that. I now put the question. All those in favor say aye or yes.
Aye.
Thank you. And those who are not in favor, can they say no? Thank you. The yes or ayes have it. Thank you. Secretary, please proceed to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order of the day is debate on the detail of the Department of Human Settlement Budget Vote 8 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable members, be reminded to switch on your videos when you are making a presentation, please. Thank you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Premier, colleagues in the Executive Council, colleagues in the Legislature, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and the members of the public who are watching the debate. In celebrating the birthday of an esteemed hero of our liberation struggle, an African luminary of global impact and influence, former President Thabo Mbeki, we begin today by reflecting on thoughts expressed by him when opening the Brickfields housing development in Newtown in 2005. We will not quote because of time, but Hansard will have the full text of the speech. So, honorable members, our key focus will be on implementation and effective functioning of an integrated and holistic human settlement construction value chain that begins with the planning stage and ends with the handover of a house and a title deed within 6 months period. This requires that we develop a seamless process of housing delivery, improving our performance and upscaling our modus operandi. Madam Deputy Speaker, our performance over the past few years has been admittedly subpar. With poor project construction and contract management, poor financial management, as well as a lack of integrated planning amongst other factors, preventing the accelerated delivery of houses to the people of Gauteng. Honorable members, we have thus far, in fact, this has necessitated that we re-engineer and rework our processes and adopt a turnaround strategy built on certain critical pillars, 6 to be exact, which will enable us to successfully fulfill our mandate and achieve maximum impact in terms of spatial reconfiguration of Gauteng. And that's why this budget vote is based on those. The first one being organizational realignment and change management. Honorable members, over the years, our organizational structure has shown itself to not be fit for purpose, unresponsive to growing demand, leading to underperformance and inadequate housing delivery. We are realigning and restructuring the entire organization in order to make it fit for purpose to achieve our objective of expediting housing delivery and accelerating human settlements development in our city region. We have conducted an organizational review to improve capacity, implementation, and delivery, create better alignment, and increase efficiency. The second one is on governance. And on governance, we want to just take one paragraph, which is about dealing with the systematic, structured approach to addressing the Auditor General's findings. You will know that the department has received a disclaimer, and it's likely to receive a disclaimer again because of deep-seated problems. So we're dealing with this issue, which comes from the previous years, tracking progress in our bi-weekly AG steering committee meetings, and are well on our way to achieving our target of addressing 90% of the AG's findings for the 2018-2019 financial year by end of June 2020. This has been no mean feat, as a large part of the AG's findings relates to lack of info and documentation to support assertions in the financial statements, largely owing to documentation lost during the Bank of Lisbon fire. On the financial management, we are resolving all accruals, and these have been huge and have centralized and automated payment processes in the department. With the help of Treasury, we have conducted a review of contracts to curb the problem of continuous expiry and extensions. We are finalizing all issues relating to contract management and claims from service providers for outstanding payments, some of which, having reviewed, we will be contesting in the courts, and hence we will be seeking a declaratory order from the courts. The fourth pillar is technology and systems. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to reduce manual processing and provide an enabling environment to optimize service delivery. To this effect, we will be utilizing the infrastructure delivery management system, which will assist with planning and budgeting for infrastructure rollout, project procurement and supply chain management, and asset management. The fifth one is integrated planning. In this regard, Deputy Speaker, we will be finalizing the Human Settlement Master Plan and instilling a project bank with the project metrics to streamline all development within Gauteng City region. Our aim is to create an integrated and holistic human settlement development process that starts with spatial planning and ends with the handover of houses and title deeds to qualifying beneficiaries. The sixth one is the program delivery, and this being the biggest part. Honorable members, we want to improve delivery of all key programs, urban renewal programs, rapid land release, upgrading of informal settlements, hostel redevelopment, title deeds, and mega projects. Honorable members, we plan to upgrade 67 informal settlements in the 2020-21 financial year with an approved budget of 693 million. 40 of these informal settlements are in the districts and 27 are in the metros. On rapid land release, Madam Speaker, the private sector has submitted 120,000 sites through the Housing Development Agency for rapid land release, for rapid land release, analysis, and acquisition. We also have 120 projects on state-owned land amounting to 3,200 hectares and totaling 150,000 rapid land release opportunities. These were investigated with the majority, roughly 100,000, not passing the feasibility study. And as a result, only 48,601 of them are currently in development. For the 2020/21 financial year, our target for rapid land release is 10,000. Madam Deputy Speaker, the backyard rental market, a thriving informal market in the townships, has potential to become a catalyst of township economy revitalization if formalized. We will be working with the National Housing Finance Corporation to enable township dwellers to develop formal backrooms, giving them a sustainable source of income. We want our municipalities to be the forefront of mainstreaming the backyard rental market with township proclamation and a title deed program to give township dwellers security of tenure. We will also like municipal bylaws to support the backyard rental market and for infrastructure to support the township backyard rental market. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want our mega projects to continue to economic transformation, and as such, we want to source bricks and mortar, window frames, and similar goods that are locally produced. As we have seen in our development at Elijah Bahai, we want to incubate 40, rather we are incubating 40 enterprises, 10 of whom will be women and another 10 being youth, and another 10 of which must be owned by persons with disabilities as a bare minimum. We plan to spend 30% of our budget on women-owned businesses, 20% on youth-owned businesses, and 5% on businesses owned by persons with disability. Our target is to spend 80% of our procurement budget on local suppliers. We'll also be allocating houses within our mega projects specifically to victims of gender-based violence and the LGBTIQ community. Honorable members, our budget allocation for the 2020/21 financial year is 6.1 billion. We now table this budget for consideration. We want to thank the Honorable Premier and colleagues in the Executive Council for their admirable devotion to working together to grow Gauteng inclusively. The HODN Executive Management Team of the department, including the board of the GPF. We close with these pertinent words from former President Thabo Mbeki from the same speech referred to at the beginning, and I quote, "I would like all of us, as we engage in these important programs of housing development, to see these as part of the larger national agenda of the regeneration of our communities, and accordingly use these processes to help build vibrant, viable, and lively communities which have internalized the ethos of Ubuntu and are able to utilize the age-old values of Litsima and Vukuzenzele." Thank you very much, and happy birthday once again to President Thabo Mbeki. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Maile. Honorable Mncube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This year marks the 44th anniversary of the Soweto uprising. As the ANC-led government, we paid tribute to this special generation of 1976. The heroic act of rebellion by these sung and unsung heroes and heroines of the struggle ignited a great beacon of hope for millions of South African young people, uniting them in a common struggle for dignity, equality, and social justice. Honorable Speaker, we celebrate and commemorate this Youth Month under the very difficult circumstances. The youth of today are fighting a new I want to put the video. The youth of today are fighting a new struggle of academic exclusion, financial exclusion, racism, unemployment, gender-based violence, which keeps raising its ugly head. We pay special tribute to all the families of the recent victims of femicide. May all the real men say not in our name. May their souls rest in peace. We debate this budget today under the dictated terms of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has grounded the whole world in its knees. which the women, youth, and people with disabilities will be hard hit. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, our mission as the ANC has consistently been the creation of better life for all South Africans, with greater focus on those who cannot afford to provide for themselves. Our goal has always been to provide decent houses and thrive to transform human settlement for all the people, to give dignity to the most vulnerable by providing them with shelter. Yes, we agree, of course, a lot still needs to be done. We appreciate, Honorable MEC, that you have committed to turn the department around. Honorable Speaker, Nkwane Nkrumah once said, those who judge us merely by the heights we have achieved will do well to remember the depths from which we started. The ANC-led government, through its departmental budget, has sharply outlined the critical fundamental budget items which addresses the basic needs of our people in different sectors of economy. The budget, hence, it is proposed to give a framework for creating better life and create integrated, sustainable human settlements within a smart Gauteng city region. The budget has been aligned to national and provincial sector priorities of the 6th term of administration. Its intended impact and outcomes is to lead and direct the delivery of human settlements across Gauteng, the restoration of human dignity. This will be achieved as outlined by the ANC Lekgotla resolutions. The ANC-led government took a posture to have purposefully planned the development of human settlement through mega projects. These projects are designed to completely self-sufficient in providing for the housing, social, economic needs of the community. The ANC-led government maintains that the development of human settlements must be linked to economic development and social cohesion, where these projects are to be placed. To achieve this, it ensures that we have a consolidated intergovernmental stakeholder collaboration and relationships which will be regarded as a priority to advance social responsibility for human dignity. We commend the ANC-led government for ensuring that its budget vote for human settlement for 2020-2021 financial year is pro-poor budget and addresses the urgent social well-being for residents of Gauteng. The estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure as the ANC, we believe this will help us to achieve the outcome of a spatially just and transformed space economy that enables equal access to social services and economic opportunities in the province. This further affirms the commitment made during the SOPA statement that special integration, human settlement, and local government is one of the 7 national priorities as evidenced, and that it affords to identify and release public land that is suitable for smart urban settlements that will be accelerated through the program for integrated and the ANC-led government has turned the tide against the legacy of apartheid special planning by consolidating and upscaling the development of the mega human settlements. Honorable Speaker, the ANC-led government, in responding to the NDP priorities of special integration, human settlements, and local government, it has identified the provincial priority interventions. The ANC supports the government initiative as integrated residential development program for proper structure and construction of informal settlement housing. The achievement is towards the annual targets for rural housing, communal land rights program, and priority projects programs. Hence, we support the housing development when it adjusted annual performance plan for the 2019-2020 financial year with regard to a program which ensures rapid progress of housing development and provision of service stands. By the end of January 2020, the department was able to provide 6,283 service stands, 7,489 housing units and service stands combined yielded 13,732 outputs of 42% of the combined planned outputs. The deficit of 6,822 stands and 12,248 housing units will be fast-tracked during the 2020-2021 financial year. The ANC government reaffirms its commitment to work with and supporting the provision of housing development with the intention to improve the lives of the citizens within this province of Gauteng. The accessibility of public facilities, including and houses allocation, will remain to be the first priority to the ANC within the spheres of social transformation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mube. Honorable Tong? Honorable Tong, are you there? Hello? Honorable members, can you hear me?
We can hear you, ma'am.
We can hear you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Tong?
Yes, we can hear
Loud
you.
and clear, loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Honorable Tong, the stage is yours. Agako. Oh, Maskubenge. Honorable Tilange, 1 minute, please.
Thank you, ma'am. It is sad to say that after so many years of governance, 26 years, human settlements are still struggling to meet the growing need of housing projects. A large number of these projects, new and inherited, are not promulgated and municipal requirements not followed. This is cause of great financial irregularities, which still goes unpunished, giving the impression that it is met with consent. One of these illegal projects that does not appear in any of the budgets is the Brickvale, which is being built on dolomite, and the houses is a mere 1.5 meter apart, which does not even meet the COVID requirements. Developments must be done in accordance with municipal building and development regulations. A full audit of existing, new and current settlements under construction must be done to establish the validity, safety, and especially where existing communities are negatively affected, running the possibility of being stopped or discontinued at large costs. The Human Settlement 2021 budget starts with shortfalls of unfinished programs of 2019, 2020, and even earlier. It is advised that provincial department and municipalities be kept liable for irregularities and wastages to discourage continued mismanagement. With the COVID-19, budgets must be reprioritized and will have to be done with the Freedom Front Plus urge the department to approach this fiscal task together with the urban renewal plan in mind, with caution and sustainability in mind. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Tilange. Honorable Dlamini, please. Honorable Dlamini. Ukona.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've got a problem with your connection. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honorable members.
Okay.
Yes, I had a problem. Your connection now disconnected. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, and honorable members. This year, the IFP wishes to express disappointment at the dismal progress that has made in the assurances, for example, in the period under review, The department failed to especially society due to poor execution of mandates and the general absence of political will on the part of this government to see this community rehabilitated structurally and otherwise. Where the IFP was once hopeful for a tangible change in the lives of hostel residents, desperate residents continue to be deprived of their constitutional rights to a dignified existence and adequate housing. The IFP acknowledges and accepts that the nature of the socio-economic rights, such as the right to housing, is that finances which are not always available are required to fully realize them. However, the department has repeatedly shown that regardless of this constitutional mandate to progressively provide adequate housing for South Africans, particularly for the indigent in our society, it is incapable of meeting its legal obligation. The Public Finance Management Act guidelines demand that the department, at the end of the fourth quarter of 2019, should have spent the entirely of its budget. The department once again underspent its budget by 21%. This consistent underspending when they are desperate citizens in need of some housing solutions or the other is a slap in the face of our democracy. Coupled with the consistent failure to meet an overwhelming number of targets, the department instills no hope that its officials occupy their offices with the intention of improving lives. For instance, in the period under review, the department planned to allocate approved beneficiaries of 7,777 housing units. Only 1,290 of these approved beneficiaries were allocated. The department is also no stranger to unlawful conduct. Another critical area for the department is the perennial corruption, fraud, and irregular expenditure. The Office of the Auditor General gave a disclaimer on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement, as the MEC has said, in its most recent audit. These findings indicate a sense of impunity on the part of the wrongdoers, the absence of accountability on the part of officials, and the failure of officials to abide by the law when conducting public business with public funds. The IFP trusts that the department will take the recommendations in the AG's audit report with the seriousness they deserve and act swiftly and decisively to address the problems and reprimand those responsible. The IFP wishes to note the vulnerability assessment report for unlawful occupied piece of land in Region G, report commissioned by the department. In a democracy as troubled as ours, it's troubled as ours is, particularly when it comes to housing and the security and dignity it offers, it is prudent to anticipate and address problem areas. The study absolutely noted that unlawful land occupation is an increasing complex issue in Gauteng. This is particularly true as more and more people migrate here for a myriad of reasons. But as government, we should plan ahead and not accept illegal occupation of our land. The IFP echoes this warning, and from the evidence that has been tabled shows the department is struggling to fulfill its target. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Honorable
Honorable Serota.
Honorable Serota.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker. The budget debate provides an annual opportunity to test the performance of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements and its political head, MEC Mayele. This is best done by measuring such performance against the constitutional obligations of the department by comparing previous year's achievements as a yardstick for success. Section 27 of the Constitution guarantees the rights of citizens to have access to adequate housing, thereby placing the responsibility on the department to take a quote reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing. Close quote. MEC Mayele has regularly claimed that the department is unable to achieve this mandate and to achieve its targets due to a restrictive budget. This claim obscures the real problem. Although there are financial restrictions, challenges and insufficient funding to achieve under realistic targets set, the MEC, by admitting that there are core issues which have plagued the department for years and which continue to prevent effective delivery by the department on its core mandate, is welcome. However, many promises have been made before. We need to do better by recognizing that the following issues require urgent attention. There's systemic underperformance in the department, with it failing to reach very modest targets. These include uncompleted plans for informal settlements, no progress for municipal bulk infrastructure, and no strategies in place to attract beneficiaries that qualify for the Rapid Land Release Program. There's consistent and repetitive underspending, whereby the National Treasury has over the last few years recalled over 1.5 billion rand because of the failure by the department to utilize funds made available to it, thus severely hampering its ability to achieve its targets. This month, a further amount of 250 million was recalled. The DA calls upon the MEC and HAD of Human Settlements to provide reasons for this practice and indicate what remedial steps are to be put in place to prevent this repetitive trend. There is poor governance and leadership in the department, with little or no operational accountability. The consistent failure by the department to achieve most of its targets is evidence of lack of political and operational accountability and planning. Confusion and uncertainty exist as to which programs require special emphasis or of an urgent nature, despite years of underperforming in areas such as hostel management and upgrading, urban renewal programs, and informal settlement upgrading initiatives, which continue to impact on many of our citizens' lives. The department is unable to show that it's wholly or partially succeeded in any of these programs. Insufficient funding to the department remains an important obstacle to achieving its goals. The Human Settlement Development Grant of 4.6 billion for the current year is a reduction from previous years. It is wholly insufficient to deal with the increased demands for housing, with the number of housing units on the list exceeding over 1 million. Despite over 1.5 million homes having been provided by the department since 1994, more than 2 million are still required, and the numbers increase every year due to the influx of undocumented immigrants. No plan exists to deal with this or the substantial increase of informal settlements in Gauteng, which has more than doubled since 1996 and is now close to 1,000. Is it not time to accelerate interventions from the private sector to assist with funding? No progress has been made to capacitate local government housing departments through processes of accreditation, which led to arbitrary restrictions imposed by the provincial government, resulting in the slowing down of much needed new development. The inability to access necessary funds from the National Treasury to resolve the outstanding dispute with the Alexandra Renewal Project has prevented development in the old Alexandra Township. Previous MSCs of Human Settlement have undertaken to procure the necessary 2 billion from the National Treasury to facilitate the payment to the landowners in Alex, so that the court order preventing such development can be withdrawn. Despite a memorandum of understanding being entered into in 2015 to accelerate this process, no progress has been made. How much longer must the needs of the residents of Alex be ignored? The amount of 164 million made available through the title deed restoration grant is welcome. However, no information is available as to who will benefit from the program and its mode of implementation. Failure to upgrade or maintain hostels in Gauteng is a continuing example of an uncaring and neglectful government. Both the Gauteng Premier David Makhura and successive MECs have continually undertaken to alleviate this human suffering, but appropriate action remains but a promise. When will the Premier and MEC take responsibility and accountability for this omission? There are no plans to deal with the ever-increasing need and demand for land by many of our citizens. This has resulted in the mushrooming of informal settlements and land invasions across the province. How does the MEC intend to approach this problem? Much fanfare has been made of the rollout of the mega city housing initiative, and the process appears to have stalled. The shortfall in housing delivery is further delayed by the extensive number of other unfinished projects, where most programs have fallen short of projected timelines and the continued non-delivery and completion of these projects. The FLISP initiative also exposes the magnitude of the department's inability to recognize and deal with the challenge. The coronavirus pandemic has brought about huge and perhaps insurmountable challenges for this department. The need for sustainable and long-term planning must be a priority. The department has failed to formulate a COVID-19 plan, particularly regarding a short-term de-densification of informal settlements where there's a real urgency. The department continues to repeatedly fail not only to report regularly and accurately as the reasons for its shortcomings, but as a practice does not provide detailed and or suggestive corrective measures to solve the problem. There remains a total lack of political and operational accountability, this despite the new HOD being appointed to the department. This indicates a vacuum, particularly in political leadership. The inability of the Gauteng Partnership Fund, which set up to raise funds with the strategic objective of increasing and leveraging private sector funding to achieve its goals, is a major opportunity lost in accelerating cooperation between the department and the private sector. How the fund is administered, how much is being collected and from whom, and its overall potential success remains unclear. No report setting out any detail of its functioning has since its inception been presented to the committee. The department's continuing and ongoing paternalistic approach with regards to planning and allocation of housing initiatives by failing to adequately interact and communicate with communities restricts buy-in and participation from
Honorable Serota.
and the process. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Serota.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
we Honorable Tong lost connection, and I remember you called her name. What do we do
Is she
in
back?
an instance like? Yeah, she sent me a speech. If you don't mind, I can read it out.
Okay. Let's allow you to read the speech after Honorable Malemane.
Okay,
Let me see.
thanks,
Let me
Deputy
see.
Speaker. Thank you.
Wait. Where was Honorable Tong? Or after Mube?
Yes.
Okay. Let's allow you to. If you are ready, let's allow you to read it.
I'll try my level best, Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We reject the budget allocation to Vote 8 on the basis that the department continues to underspend the allocated budget, despite the housing backlog this province is experiencing. In the 2019-2020 financial year, the department underspent its budget by over 250 million, which resulted in the unspent money being recalled by the Treasury. In the 2018-2019 financial year, the budget was underspent by more than 265 million. The Premier and Treasury seem not to be bothered by this poor financial mismanagement because there have never been any consequences and nobody was ever held accountable for denying the poor black people of this province their right to quality services by this department. The lame excuse that the department could not spend its budget because
The speaker is no longer audible, Madam Deputy Speaker.
What happened to the speaker now?
yes, this is one.
We can't hear him.
He has run out of
Okay.
airtime, Speaker. He has run out of airtime.
No, someone
hope
is
that-
muting me.
Are you back?
No, someone is muting me deliberate. Yes.
Okay,
Can I
continue. Yes.
No,
Where am I?
your network is poor.
If there was such a list, it should have been published in the interest of transparency. We hear complaints every day of housing units being occupied by people who have never been on the so-called so-called waiting list because of corruption that is rampant in this department, and nothing is being done about this sheer corruption. Hostels in the province remain neglected. We previously emphasized that even where applicants had begun, like Sebokeng Hostel, many units had not been allocated and the property was vandalized. The department over the last 6 years remained a dismal failure with a lot of corruption happening in the low income earning housing bracket where employed residents may rent from state subsidized properties at a very low cost to them and ultimately own the properties. This sector is riddled with evictions, arbitrary rental increases, corruption, and collusive behavior relationships between state and private property management companies. The province remains with a backlog of about 1 million houses that were promised by the state for the last 26 years now. The department continues to show its disregard for the empowerment of the previously disadvantaged Black people of this province. It has once more failed to achieve its targets to ensure that businesses owned by women, youth, and people with disabilities benefit from the procurement budget. We are disgusted at the department's support for the illegal eviction of our people and demolition of shacks by the ANC-led city of Johannesburg in Kokota, informal settlements next to Lowly, in contravention of the lockdown regulations which prohibited any evictions during this period. This exposed the poor Black people to the dangers of being infected by COVID-19.
His time is up.
This was a clear disregard. Speaker?
Yes, I'm
This was a
listening.
clear disregard for the lives of Black people in this province. The Premier and the Executive so far failed to act despite a criminal case being opened with the SAPS. The EFF rejects budget, vote 8 rather. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable
MPs, why are
Member.
you making noise when I'm reading?
Order.
This is out of order.
Honorable
You must call
Malema.
him to order.
Speaker,
Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker,
he rejects everything. This one.
Madam
Yes,
Deputy
we do.
Speaker,
I thought you were calling me to order, Deputy Speaker, because they were making noise. I thought it was you, and they're distracting me.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are not products of anarchy, so we respect this August sitting. The Human
But you have been
Settlement
archaic
Department
yourself.
Political Ministry that must assist our provincial government to address and attain one of the foremost clauses entailed in the Freedom Charter, stating that there shall be houses for all. The provision of houses to the destitute section of our society, it's a noble cause that brings dignity to our people and offers some element of property ownership and comfort. To this end, Madam Deputy Speaker, I precisely deem it befitting and appropriate in the premises to thank both the 1955 People's Congress held in Kliptown and Africa's oldest liberation movement, that being the ANC, for ensuring that the desires of our people, as contained in the Freedom Charter, found an expression in the Constitution of our Republic. Madam Deputy Speaker, you will be aware that our people have every right and reason to be treated with a full human dignity. And it is mainly for that reason that the overall strategic mandate of the department is to lead and advance the delivery of human settlement across Gauteng with the sole aim of restoring human dignity of our people. To realize this objective, the department must facilitate the development of spatial and economically justifiable methods with efficient, sustainable, and transformed human settlement. In line with the above, let me take this opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to indicate the outlook of the department's key budget priorities and its alignment as identified in the coming financial year 2020-2021. The department has prioritized the strategic overview of the infrastructure program. With this priority, the department has assumed the approach of receptiveness of the needs of society and has promised to adhere to its intended mandate of delivering integrated and sustainable human settlement to the people of Gauteng. The department is also implementing changes in relation to improved planning and execution of housing projects. These include faster turnaround time in providing housing units without compromising quality thereof, and to deliver to our people better administrative processes, lease allocation, consultation process, and communication, among others. Madam Deputy Speaker, the department must be commended for implementing the integrated delivery management system directed particularly to human settlement value chain. This will assist to eradicate inefficiencies and strengthen capacity of the department to deliver in a cost-effective manner and promptly. This will further assist in concluding blocked projects over the MTEF period, land acquisition in line with the development plan of the department, and ensure that land acquired must be serviced to speed up development. The IDMS will subsequently assist in the formalization and proclamation of townships before development, including enabling title deeds registration and issuance to beneficiaries. It will also address the acceleration of rapid land release program end-to-end process. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Rapid Land Release Program, as adopted by the executive, is indeed a landmark stance. Our people are in disparate need of houses and land to develop on, and this program will assist to alleviate the ongoing protests of our people demanding and forcefully grabbing land to build their houses on. In its revolutionary obligation to return the land to the people, you will be aware or notice, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the African National Congress resolved in its 54th National Conference to amend the provisions of Section 25 of the Constitution of the Republic in order to allow for expropriation of land without compensation, so that the land can be taken back from land grabbers of 1913. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must again appreciate the department's outlook for 2020-2021 medium-term expenditure framework. The department has undertaken a call to continue to deliver on its mandate through the various programs guided by the new 5-year strategic plan, the APP, and the Human Settlement Development Grant Business Plan, amongst others. We note the prioritization of implementation of the upgrading of informal settlement program. This will ensure that the department continue to catalyze upgrading of settlements that lack basic services. Nonetheless, Madam Deputy Speaker, the department is confronted with several historical challenges. One of the utmost challenge is the forever expanding population rate of our province. Gauteng population is approximately 15 million, and we are experiencing an annual influx of about 300,000. When looking at the National Housing Register, we have noted there were almost 1.2 million people who are indeed looking for housing, yet the grant received can accommodate the lesser number on houses. However, we must acknowledge, Deputy Speaker, that the intervention made by the department, such as social housing and the intention to release 100,000 service stands in the next 5-year cycle as part of the amicable efforts to resolve the problem, it's a proper intervention. Another challenge which the department is confronted with is in relation to illegal land invasions and illegal house occupation, particularly in Tshwane and Johannesburg. And this has been widespread since 2016. We must support the department for its decisive action to tackle these problems. The eviction of illegal occupants is a step in the right direction, and we note that in certain instances, there were eviction orders which assisted to permit such actions. Madam Deputy Speaker, the department is under dire financial pressure to deliver human settlement for our historically marginalized people. However, the commitment outlined in their comprehensive plan is indicative of the department that places the need of our people at the center of its budgetary priorities. The department has built a significant quantity of houses and provided for service stands assisting millions of our people in the province, notwithstanding the fact that this is not enough and that there is still much to be done to deliver to our people. The issue of provisions of houses, service stands to our people is regarded as an apex matter within the agenda of the Gauteng provincial government as we continue to grow Gauteng together. The ANC-led government has managed to push back the frontiers of lack of housing for our poor people. Today, we pride ourselves, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we see a substantial number of Blacks in general and Africans in particular dignified in their houses where they find comfort and peace. Madam Deputy Speaker, we note that COVID-19 has affected has negatively affected the manner in which the department have prioritized its budget, and therefore alterations needs to be effected. However, I move for the adoption of the budget, as this will assist us to move to grow Gauteng together. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thanks to you too, Honorable Malema. MEC Maile.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the members who have contributed towards the debate constructively and destructively. We note the issues that have been raised, and like I've said previously on several occasions, that we are not allergic to criticism, and whenever things don't go wrong, we are the first to admit, like we have, as Member Srota correctly says, that we have admitted that there are a lot of wrong things in the department, and that these problems have become structural, and they've been taking place for a very, very, very long time. And hence to expect that we would have fixed them in less than 12 months or almost 12 months, it is actually disingenuous, because we have said that there are these problems, they are structural, and in how we respond, we have to be structural ourselves. We have to have a program, have a strategy. And if you look at the budget vote as presented today, it's a budget vote that speaks on 6-pillar strategy. And that 6-pillar strategy, it's a product of the situation that the department finds itself in. As you know, that we don't live in circumstances of our own making. And therefore, it's important to understand the circumstances that we find ourselves in, so that we are able to put in place appropriate measures and systems to respond adequately, which is what we have done. And I thought that Member Srota, Member Tong will put through, Member Tilang, would have admitted that we have been able to do a proper diagnosis. The fact that we are the ones who are talking and acting against the rot in the department. We have on several occasions demonstrated that, one, we have acted against people who have been found on the wrong side of the law, and people who have not demonstrated commitment to serving the people of Gauteng. We did say that we have a DDG who suspended, and we explained what is the problem. We have a chief director who suspended. We have a director who was dismissed summarily because of the seriousness of the charges that he was facing. And that we have several cases that have been opened previously and even currently against corruption. So to try and create an impression that we don't have a comprehension and appreciation of the Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, can you please mute? Can you mute? Deputy Speaker, can you mute? Deputy Speaker, can you mute? Yeah, thank you. So I thought that we would have this structured discussion, which members of the opposition seems to be running away from. I said, let's have a discussion, and I want us to have a discussion, and maybe one of the members must table a motion so that we have a structured discussion about the housing and human settlement issues in the province, and we should not be all over the place, sloganeering, populism, and being unable to demonstrate the understanding of the issues. So Member Mncube, we agree with you, and in fact we want to add that gender-based violence must be mainstreamed. The fight against gender-based violence must be mainstreamed in all our programs, in all our policies, in everything that we do as the leadership. And as I've said earlier on, that men must take a charge, a lead in the fight against this. And you correct with what we said. We will turn around the department. Today we have been able to demonstrate to the people of Gauteng that we have grasped the challenges, and hence we've put our plan to turn around the department. It's a 6-pillar plan, which we are confident is practical. We have started implementing it two months ago, and already we are seeing a lot of progress. We're not saying it's a panacea to all the problems that we are facing. The issues of the nature and the character of the agenda, you correct, it's a pro-poor, as it has always been, and unfortunately, we've always had people who don't have the best interest of our citizens, unfortunately, mismanaging this. And Honorable Dilange, you must understand that there is the NHBRC. I'm not sure what is your qualification. If you are a quantity surveyor or you've got any qualifications in the built environment, you can help us because the NHBRC always provides us with the competent, qualified, skilled individuals, and there is no house that will be quality assured and handed over to any individual without the NHBRC having to certify it. So if there are specific concerns you have, we don't have a problem, raise those issues. And that's why I'm asking, I'm not sure what's your qualification, because you even talk about houses that are built in dolomitic areas. I'm not sure who said you can't build in dolomitic areas, and whether you understand that there's different types of dolomite. And before any construction happens, we would have to check, because that's a project which was implemented by the municipality, and we intend taking it over, by the way, because and that's why you don't see it in the plan, because what you will see in the plan is for Mohali City allocation. So we want to engage with you. We don't have a problem, but rest assured that we always receive advice from the professionals who are qualified in this area. And it's given that the budget would have to be reviewed to deal with COVID-19 issues. I didn't get Member Dlamini quite well, although because he kept on cutting. Although I did hear him on few issues, dismal performance, 21% underspending. I don't know it's either whether on a program or overall. We don't have 21% underspending, member. It's about 2% or so. So just clarify that. And we agree with you that there has been weaknesses in the implementation of the hostel redevelopment program, which are not starting now, by the way. They've started long ago, and that's what we are dealing with now. Hence, we might not have moved as fast as we could, but we are confident that once we've got systems in place, we've got the right people. We already have the right HOD, we've got the right CFO, we are bringing a lot of technical expertise as well, and we're firing those that are not competent and who don't qualify to be with us. And I agree with you on issues of corruption or fraud, and that's why we have fired people, and that's why we will continue to charge those that are not doing enough. So, Members Roda, I think while you are raising genuine issues in certain instances, which are the same issues we have raised and the same concerns, but unfortunately, you end up politicking, because when you say when will the MEC and Premier take responsibility, maybe you must explain what do you mean, because we are taking responsibility, and that's why we have diagnosed the problem. That's why we have appointed the HOD. That's why we have suspended people who are not working. That's why, despite the fact that there is underspending last year, is not as huge as the previous years because we've been putting steps. So I don't understand when you say responsibility. Do you want to see me in overalls building houses? I don't build a house. I'm not a builder. I'll not be able to do that. But what are my executive responsibilities? Are we executing those? Yes, we are. And all these issues that I'm referring to are related to our executive responsibilities as expected by the Constitution and the various pieces of law. Less said about the what the EFF is saying, because EFF always misses the point. I don't know whether you prepare for these debates or you just wake up and speak what you think must be said, because you just said nothing. You contradict yourself. You demonstrate that you don't have a sense of self-contradiction. You talk about evictions, or illegal occupation of houses, which you are occupying, of land. You say we must not evict. You are just confused as always. And I think your rhetoric is now becoming sterile. And I think Member Letwaba with Member Letong there, I see you following the Mandisa path. She was behaving like that. That's why she ended up where she is now. So, Member Malema, I agree with you. Dignity for our people is very important.
MSC, don't personalize issues.
Of IDMS to bring about efficiencies. We agree with you, and that's part of our strategy in dealing with these issues. And the issue of in-migration is a big problem for us. If we are not able to deal with it systematically, we have problems. That is why we are also changing our approach in how we will be building houses. It's another discussion we will have with yourselves, and we're looking at how we can also bring the private sector and have a hybrid model of public and private sector money. We are not personalizing issues. We are just giving you advice, Honorable Member. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your contribution in this debate thus far. I'm handing over to the Speaker to continue with the session, with the next coming session. In the meantime, Secretary, please take us to the next order. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order is consideration of Social Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Kekana. Member Dalton.
Kekana, I'm here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Refilwe Kekana, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby tables the committee's report on the budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Social Development, Vote 6 for 2020-2021 financial year. And like previously, I'm going to confine myself to the executive summary, the committee's concerns, proposed recommendations, and request that the House consider the other parts of the report as read. Madam Speaker, government departments are structured to carry out mandates which maintain service delivery, and this should be in line with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, and informed by national and provincial priorities, including the broader outcomes of the Republic of South Africa. For the department to carry out its mandate, the budget should be in line with the provincial priorities. The budget process has been established to bridge the gap between planning and budgeting, ensuring that there's strategic allocation of resources to programs that will accelerate service delivery in the province. It is imperative that a commitment to transparency and good governance in the interest of service delivery be maintained by the departmental vote, as stipulated in the Public Finance Management Act, Act 1 of 1999, and other acts associated with departmental performance. The department has been allocated an amount of 5 billion 776,372,000 for the 2021 financial year, with an increase of 259,520,000. On Program 1, which is administration, the department has received an allocation of 757,245,000, which represents a decrease of 2.1% compared to the previous financial year. Program 2, which is social welfare services, has received an allocation of 965,063,000, which represents an increase of 16.7% compared to the previous financial year. Program 3, which is children and families, has received an allocation of 2,552,518,000, which represents an increase of 44% compared to the previous financial year. Program 4, restorative services, has received an allocation of 767,666,000, which represents an increase of 13.3% as compared to the previous financial year. While Program 5, development and research, has received an allocation of 733,880,000, which represents a decrease of 12.7% as compared to the previous financial year. The committee acknowledged that 21.1 million has been allocated for social sector extended public works program incentive grant, which will help to create work opportunities for the unemployed in the communities and to equip them with the necessary skills required in the market. The committee welcomes the reprioritized budget on compensation of employees, which will assist in filling vacant posts and also capacitate the supply chain management unit, which experienced capacity constraints after the implementation of Circular 21 of May 2018. The committee acknowledged with appreciation that in response to the countrywide crisis of gender-based violence and femicide, an amount of 59.7 million will be utilized to appoint social workers who will be working on gender-based violence and also to implement strategies which will address the social and structural drivers of HIV, TB, and sexually transmitted diseases through training and support to non-profit organizations. The committee will continue to engage the department in the period under review to ensure that it exercises prudence in all the dealings to achieve their planned targets. On recommendations, the committee is concerned that the budget for the sub-program Women Development has been decreased by 9,119,000, while the country is experiencing an increase in the violence against women and children. On proposed recommendations, the committee recommends that the department should provide a detailed report which outlines how the budget has impacted on the programs that provided for women development. This report must include a list of programs which have been impacted. The second recommendation, the department should provide progress report on upscaling of food banks, funding of shelters for homeless people, and the procurement of PPE. Both these reports must be submitted by the 31st of July, 2020. We would like to acknowledge and thank the acting MEC, Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, the head of department, and the officials of the department as well as express my appreciation and gratitude to members of the committee and the committee support staff for making giving input to these reports. And after extensive deliberation, the committee adopted the oversight report on the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 for 2020-21 financial year. And in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and recommendations made in the report. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chair.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask to second the report. It's Member Nseche.
Thank you, Member Nseche, seconded. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Thank you. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Honorable Refilo, what are you drinking?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The next order is debate on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill 0001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Sophie.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Truly appreciate the opportunity. Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the governing party, whips and leaders of other political parties, honorable members, fellow citizens and families that are currently viewing this sitting from the comfort of their offices or rooms. Madam Speaker, it was almost a year ago in this particular house that we paid tribute to a decade of our struggle for social development, Comrade Thulisiwe Nkabinde Kawe. We committed ourselves to carry on with the struggle for the emancipation of the weak, poor, and vulnerable. In her honor, we said we'll defeat poverty. We said we'll end violence against women and children, and we committed ourselves to be the shield that will protect the elderly, the weak, and the vulnerable. We said we'll end gender-based violence and that all our children, the elderly and the disabled, will be protected at all times. As we table this budget, we do so once more in her honor. We'll never forget her, and we hope and wish that wherever she is, she remains proud of our agenda to clean the department and serve our people better. She was too special, and therefore we should not fail in our work, and we should forever remain indebted to her work. Her name will forever resonate with our quest to develop our society and ensure that our children and those that rely on our services receive those services with the necessary support that can be provided. Madam Speaker, this day, the 18th of June 2020, finds us in a very unprecedented epoch in our history as a nation. This is not only one of the worst chapters since our freedom in 1994, but a painful chapter in the history of our nation. We've been consumed by a deadly virus, which has fundamentally shaken all of us and left a lot of misery and despair in the world. Never have we been in a lockdown where everything literally came to an end, and those that relies on the state to survive were left exposed. As the Premier earlier indicated, we might have programs, we might have plans, we might have strategies, but the reality is those plans, those ideas, and those strategies had to make way for the need to urgently defend those that were weak, vulnerable during the lockdown. We made a remarkable progress as a Gauteng provincial government, and we are proud that nationwide, the department, through the Gauteng provincial government, has accounted for 37.4% of the total food distribution nationally. We lead the pack not because we want to be the leaders. We lead the pack because we care about the weak and the vulnerable. That any call to defend the weak and any call to defend the poor will receive a favorable response from all of us. As we speak to you, amongst the support that we've received is the support that we've received from the private sector, other government departments, the Solidarity Fund, the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fishery, SASSA, as well as our local municipalities. We want to take a bow and thank all these social partners for being on our side during a very, very difficult period. Madam Speaker, we received a total of 241,000 calls from fellow South Africans who wanted help, who felt that their lives will be worse if we can't provide the help that they wanted. Of the 241,000 calls that we received, 24,000 came from the West Rand, 85,000 came from Johannesburg, 48,000 came from Ekurhuleni, 32,000 came from Sedibeng, and 50,000 came from Tshwane. Of the 241,000 calls, we managed to respond to all these calls and provided food parcels to 258,000 families, totaling a response of 117% compared to the calls that we received. Of all those people that have received food parcels, 258,617 to be exact, it means we've reached 1.2 million people who have received food parcels during a period of 4 weeks. You'll agree with me, Madam Speaker, that this was a massive task. But our staff members, our social partners have executed this mandate with precision, but most importantly, with the honor that comes out of this mandate. As earlier people have indicated, that there were people that were politicizing food parcels. We are proud that in this province, no single food parcel that was distributed by this government was politicized. No single individual was denied a food parcel on the basis that they wear a different political cap. Actually, we're inundated with lots of lists from other political parties, and I can proudly say without any fear of contradiction in this House, that there's no single political party in this House that can claim their members were ignored on the basis of their political affiliation. We've cut across every corner of our province, delivering the food parcels, and we've ensured, especially those that are weak and vulnerable, those that are disabled, those child-headed families, that they receive this kind of support and will continue to receive. They will continue to receive this support. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our Premier and members of the Executive Council that during the difficult period of the distribution of food parcels, when we went back to provincial government to request additional support, this government didn't look back. They provided the necessary assistance that we needed. In total, they added 44,800 new food parcels that they wanted us to distribute within 2 months. And we are proud that we have managed to distribute those 44,800 new food parcels that were allocated to us by the Gauteng provincial government, thus reaching 224,000 households. To fight poverty is not about food parcels only. to fight poverty is about the integration of all programs that we have as government. Fortunately, through the intervention of the Premier and the Executive Committee, we developed what we call the GP Anti-Poverty Strategy, and we launched this strategy on the 6th of December last year. It was through this strategy that we've managed to navigate the uncharted waters. That by the time we were confronted by the lockdown, we had a strategy that we could unveil and a strategy that we can easily release so that we can protect those that need protection. It's not surprising. If you take these figures that were released by the National Department of Social Development, Gauteng accounts for 37.4% of fighting poverty in our country, followed by Limpopo at 15%, Mpumalanga at 14%, and the lowest being Western Cape at 10%. A clear indication that this province of Western Cape doesn't care about the weak, the vulnerable, and the poor. And we leave that part to history to judge them. As we have indicated, we also provided support through the South African Social Security Agency, and we partnered with them to ensure those that need social grant get access to those social grants. In total, 1,983,000 beneficiaries in Gauteng received their social grants without any failure. This, it's translated to 2.4 billion rands in terms of those that received grants in our province up to the month of June. Majority of these social grants went to our children, and they were the major beneficiaries of these grants. We are leading also in terms of the number of people that have applied for the COVID-19 special grant. Of all the people that have applied countrywide, at 6.5 million of them, 1.4 million, that is 1,462,149 come from our province of Gauteng. Even though our target was almost 2 million, we are quite relieved that majority of our people have applied for this COVID grant. And of all those that have applied, we've just concluded the verification process, and the 350 rands will start to roll in the bank accounts of our people. We really believe this is a major intervention, because if you have a family of 4 people that qualifies for the 350 rands, if you multiply 350 rands by 4, you could see that government has indeed stepped in to protect the poor and the vulnerable. They can buy whatever they want, from energy in terms of electricity or paraffin, to school support in terms of buying the necessary support tools for their children within the schooling environment. Indeed, Premier, we are correct to say after 6 months of providing this COVID grant, what will happen to the majority of our people? We are currently in discussion with the National Department to formulate an intervention beyond the COVID grant so that there can be a sustainable intervention and support to our people. The homeless people were exposed during lockdown. We're told we must stay at home. And you'll ask yourself, how will the homeless stay at home when they are homeless? Once again, our officials managed to arrest the situation and provided all the relevant support that was needed to this particular sector. We are proud that today, 2,882 people are still within our care in terms of coming from 47 shelters that we have developed, and also formulating a capacity of 5,806. Unfortunately, only 711 beneficiaries, homeless people, absconded, while 263 of the homeless people were reunited with their families, and we are currently documenting them, providing them with ID. There are others that have passed matric. We are printing their matric certificate. There are others that have passed universities or that are left with few courses to conclude their degrees, we've taken a decision to give them bursaries so that they can conclude their degrees. Every homeless person that has been with us the last 2 or 3 months, we've profiled those people, given them soft skills, and we are proud that by the time we release them, we are not releasing them back to poverty, but we are releasing them to empowerment, to development, so that they can stand on their own. Also, during this period, we had a huge mandate to give support to NGOs as well as NPOs that are providing support to victims of crime, victims of violence, victims of gender-based violence, and those that are misusing abusive substances like alcohol and drugs. We continued to provide all the relevant resources that were needed by this sector, and we are proud that we are standing at 94.6% of the financial support that we've given to these NGOs, totaling an amount of 543 million. We really believe this was very important so that these NGOs can strive and thrive as well during this difficult period. In conclusion, we really believe the fight against poverty has been mapped. The strategy is there, the war plan is there, and I remain hopeful whoever the Premier will task to take over from where we are ending, that particular individual will continue to make our late comrade Thuli Nkabinde Kawe proud. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Premier for assigning this task to us and for his leadership, as well as members of the Executive Council for their understanding, cooperation, and support. I also want to thank the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Member Refilwe Kekana, for understanding the work that one is doing at different departments, but always accommodating our apologies or rescheduling meetings to accommodate our presence. I also want to thank members of the Portfolio Committee who also supported us during this period. Let me end by thanking the HOD of the department and members of the executive management of the department. It's quite clear, together we can defeat poverty and end gender-based violence. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Ntseka. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We, the DA, have stated over the years our concerns around the constant under-expenditure of budgets by the Gauteng Department of Social Development. According to the department's fourth quarter report for the 2019-2020 financial year, the department had underspent by 400.8 million. In portfolio committee meetings, we're told it's because of Circular 21 again. In 2018-2019, the department underspent by 419.1 million. The department cited Circular 21 in that they would have plans to remedy the situation. In 2017-2018, the DSD underspent by 104.4 million. Again, the problem was Circular 21, and the department was trying to understand the implications of the circular and would come up with solutions to ensure they don't underspend again. In 2016-2017, the department underspent by 19.7 million. Madam Speaker, the areas where this department has underspent all these years are programs such as Children and Families, Program 4, Restorative Services, and Program 5, Development and Research. Let me explain. Program 5 covers women empowerment and youth empowerment. It cannot be right that the department fails to empower women. Looking at the statistics for gender-based violence, this department is obligated to play a bigger role to ensure that women are economically empowered in order to leave toxic relationships. Gauteng youth need to be taken more seriously to empower them, ensure that they move out of poverty, either through upskilling to move on out of welfare or starting their own businesses. There's a wealth of talent out there, but the ANC government is failing to harness it, and then wonders why frustrated youth then turn to drugs. At almost 160,000 poor learners did not get uniform from this department. Last year, similar thing. It is not surprising then that the budget for this department in certain key areas has been reduced for the new financial year. If a department cannot spend its budget on its mandate, why should they keep getting more funding? Guess who's going to suffer? More children will not be fed in community home-based care centers. ECD provides crucial foundation education for children, yet there'll be no toy libraries or more mobile ECD facilities. Substance abuse programs will be affected and reduced. At a time when the economy desperately needs youth to get into the economy, the number of youth participating in skills development programs will be reduced, and entrepreneurial programs targeting youth and unemployed youth will not be implemented. The department themselves recognize that women empowerment programs are essential for getting women independent and out of abusive relationships. These programs, as the department eloquently puts it, help women to overcome their trauma and begin to rebuild their lives. Yet these programs will not be upskilled as planned. I also saw that in the media that Solidarity Fund is planning to give money to 17 million rand for gender-based violence to provinces. How can Gauteng accept part of this money when Gauteng can't even spend its own allocated budget towards this initiative? As a woman, it really pains me to have to ask this question. We've always seen the incompetency of the Gauteng Department of Social Development because of failure to spend their allocated budget. But the coronavirus pandemic has really amplified the failures of the ANC government. It is this inefficiency and constant underspending on this budget. 4 years of underspending is unacceptable. Honorable Speaker, through you to the Premier, today I say, it is unsustainable to have two crucial departments led by one MEC. You should try to take responsibility this time for social development's failures. This department needs a dedicated MEC who will turn it around. The people of Gauteng cannot afford another year of underspending while they suffer, struggling to put food on the table. This year, the suffering is compounded by the corona pandemic. I don't know what else to say and how else to say it. I cannot keep feeling like a broken record with regards to under expenditure with this department. Madam Speaker, I thank you and I hope this department will be turned around one day for the people of Gauteng.
Honorable Makakula. Honorable Makakula.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and members of the legislature, in our, Madam Speaker, am I audible enough? Madam Speaker?
Yes, yes, Honorable.
Yes, yes, member, you are. Thank you. Honorable Speaker and the members of the legislature, the ANC in its 53rd conference placed the need for the organization to truly embrace its role as strategic center of power and social and economic transformation within the country. This association is premised on an organization which is capable to manage its policy implementation. It is an organization characterized by the ability to evaluate how it continues to serve the mandates of the people. Honorable Madam Speaker, it is hurting that we meet today when women are still subject to the most barbaric and inhuman treatment by the men who pretend to be in love with them. I will not dwell much on the gender-based violence, as the Premier has said that we should come up with a program. The multi-party women's caucus will be developing that program that will come up with the recommendations to the House for adoption. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, our mission as the ANC has consistently been the creation of a society which biased towards the poor and working class by ensuring that social security like social grants and basic services are provided to them. Today, Madam Speaker, as we debate this budget vote of the Social Development Department, the intention is to continue to provide an equitable service to our poor and vulnerable communities. It is reported that 55% of South Africans live in poverty that is live on less than 1,000 rands per person per month, and that poverty has increased drastically. It is clear that we need to deliberate and determine effort if we are to change the current poverty trends. Our attack on poverty must seek to empower people to take themselves out of poverty while creating adequate social nets to protect the most vulnerable in our society. The mandate of the current ANC-led administration in Gauteng is to create a better life for all and a pledge to move South Africa forward. This budget is before us, is an important testament of the work done by the ANC to fight against poverty, unemployment, and inequality. It is important to note that in the last financial year, the number of young women benefiting from the Welfare to Work program has enabled them to support their children without depending on government grants. The Welfare to Work pilot program has already lifted more than 10,000 mainly young women out of the social grant system. Over 500,000 dignity packs were distributed through the Banapili program, reaching more than 300,000 girl learners. Sustainable livelihoods in the poorest communities will be further enhanced through the strengthening and expansion of social cooperatives, skills and entrepreneurship development programs for young people. Government, through the Department of Social Development, will continue to work with communities to develop food gardens and identify land for urban agriculture projects and other forms of food relief to reduce hunger and support sustainable livelihoods. The young are still a constituency that is largely unemployed and out of school and vulnerable to crime, substance abuse, and disease, which can be as a result of poor lifestyle. The community work program and the expanded public works programs provide work opportunities, training and experience to hundreds and thousands of our people. We are proud to report that Gauteng is leading in addressing youth unemployment and development through the introduction and implementation of SEPO 1 million program as an intervention to open opportunities in relation to demand-led skills development. The fight against poverty and high rates of unemployment cannot be possible with only government, without efforts also from the private sector. Gauteng government will be working with Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator and various private sector companies. Government partnered with Microsoft. The partnership will provide 1 million young people with training opportunities in digital skills, as it is the future. Our journey to create a caring society for children is encouraged by the words of our very own Oliver Reginald Tambo when he said, open quotes, "The children of any nation are its future. A country, a movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future," close quote. In his State of the Province speech, the Honorable Premier David Makhura stated that Gauteng has almost 2 million young people who are sitting at home doing nothing. These young people were neither in employment and in education nor in training. Some of them are on the verge of losing hope, while others have drifted to crime and other social ills, such as drug and substance abuse. Gauteng Province has, in response, launched the Kimoja campaign. The Kimoja campaign was launched with the aim to raise awareness on the harmful effects of drugs, contribute towards skills development initiatives specific to substance abuse prevention, lobby and facilitates the rollout of peer education program in schools. To further strengthen the fight against substance abuse and work to strengthen the local drug action committees, and implement targeted interventions in hotspots. Government will work with SAPS to ensure more effective law enforcement, including the closing down of drug laboratories producing illicit drugs and the conviction of drug lords. The country has the responsibility to lift the most vulnerable, the poor, from the impact of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Continuing race, gender, and class discrimination are a blot on the progress we have made in the country. It has been reported that South Africa is one of the few developing countries experiencing an increasing in the population of those ages 60 and older. The latest stats South Africa population estimates indicates that ours is an aging population, with the number of people aged 60 and older having increased from 6.6% of the total population in 2002 to 8.01% in 2016. The Department of Social Development continues to provide integrated development social welfare services for the care, support, and protection of older persons in Gauteng. The mission of the department will always be a caring and self-reliant society for growing Gauteng together.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you, Honorable
we
Makhubela.
therefore support the budget. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable Badenhorst, are you in the house? If not, can we have Honorable Alberts?
She's there, Speaker. She's there.
She doesn't have data.
Honorable Badenhorst.
She's muted, Speaker, but she is in fact speaking.
I'm unmuted
but you
now.
can't hear.
Okay. Can you hear me, Chair? Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. Social development should be a department that promotes social inclusivity of the poor and vulnerable by empowering people, building cohesive and resilient societies, and making institutions accessible and accountable to citizens, more especially in light of the burden placed on our societies by COVID-19. As the EFF, we believe that although social development should not be about making our people more dependent on the state, it should be creating necessary conditions for our people to sustain their lives, to be self-sufficient. The department must take a more comprehensive approach to social development and consider the root causes of the social ills in Gauteng, and are yet to detail how they will reduce the number of South Africans who are solely dependent on social grants to a minimum. In the light of COVID-19, sorry about that, my thing. In the light, man, Chocholoza. Something happened here. Excuse me.
Member Badenhorst.
Can we be taken serious? We've been here from 10 o'clock. Can you take us serious, please?
What happened?
Honorable members, please give. No, members, can you give her a chance, please?
Order.
Time up.
The black Chinese woman.
Hey, when I was over, man, Kuala Dadek, when I was on my Can
you please prepare a speech for Badenhorst next time? This is a trick.
Please,
please,
just leave her alone. You are protected, Honorable Badenhorst. Can you continue?
Order, comrades. Let us find a speech, please.
It disappeared now.
Okay, Chalapans, sit down.
Check for it, Dante. Open it again. Go to documents and open.
Time up. We will send you the wrong one.
Honorable members, can we have order? Honorable
Recite the 7 cardinal pillars.
Honorable Albert, not you, Honorable Makhubela.
Maybe it's VBA.
Let me just continue with this. What in this regard, the EFF rejects this budget. Thank you.
Yes, time.
Next time.
Really?
Honorable Makakula,
No,
that is not allowed. What you
your
said
speech
now.
at the end was saying the EFF
Honorable Albert.
accepts this.
Thank you, Chair. During this time of COVID-19, the most important task of this department is to ensure that food banks are established and that assistance reaches those communities in need. And while the department has played a crucial role in providing some food security, very disconcerting developments unfolded that deserve attention. The instruction by the MEC that food distribution must be controlled by the department created a huge deficit of trust between NGOs and the provincial government. In fact, these organizations were ensuring food security for various communities where the food banks could not actually reach. This clearly illegal directive by the MEC was quickly repudiated by all NGOs in the FF+ and was subsequently also found to be illegal. The government food banks seem to run at a perpetual deficit as the demand outstrips the supply. Unfortunately, the trust deficit has now resulted in donors ceasing to donate food via the food banks, but do so directly to needy communities of all races. The special report on assistance provided by the MEC to party leaders is also quite disconcerting. It only indicates donations to Black and coloured communities and none for Indians and whites. The MEC must kindly clarify if this report is correct or whether it must still be updated in that regard, and that will be appreciated. The MEC and its department must restore the trust with the public and learn important lessons that community-based care and devolution of power is the answer to complex problems, not centralization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Bosch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last year, I raised the issues of homelessness and the lack of resources allocated to the sector, and that this is not being prioritized. I was shot down and told that homelessness is not the responsibility of the Gauteng provincial government and that local municipalities should take responsibility for this. However, little did we know during last year's budget debate that we would be confronted with a worldwide pandemic such as the COVID-19. Had we prepared for the homelessness back then, we would not have had the challenges we had over the last few months when we were hit by this terrible pandemic and our country was placed under lockdown. Why are we yet again falling into this trap that we have not yet learned from these mistakes? Why have we still not ensured that homelessness is addressed in this budget and programs, where we do not only make promises about IDs, but actually ensure that this is provided and finalized, as there are still shelters in Tshwane who have not yet received assistance with the IDs as was indicated? Are we assuming that once lockdown is lifted, we will remove all homeless people from the shelters, as the current shelters are only temporary, and turn another blind eye towards them, assuming that it won't be our problem? We have still not worked on increasing our capacity for social workers within the province who can assist with counselling during this current state of depression. These social workers could have used this opportunity and the data collected to work on reintegration programs for the most vulnerable and forgotten societies within Gauteng to ensure that we address homelessness in a proactive manner. I further raised questions about the department and what it is doing for the LGBTI community, and targets were set for 1,000 LGBTI beneficiaries to be assisted with psychosocial services, yet only 79 have been assisted. 7.9% is a disgrace. This proves once again that our most vulnerable communities, such as the homeless and the LGBTI community, who still experience daily discrimination, will remain the forgotten people within the Gauteng province. We cannot only add these programs to a list and hope that it will make us feel better as if we are working proactively to address concerns of the thousands within our province. We need to consciously work towards addressing these issues. If a target is set, we need to ensure proper accountability and monitoring throughout the year to ensure that these targets are indeed being met. I'm disappointed that once again, 12 months later, we have not made any progress. We as the Democratic Alliance can no longer turn a blind eye to the performance of this department and the lack of commitment to actively address the concerns of the LGBTI and homeless community. Hence, we as the Democratic Alliance do not support this budget table today.
What was Mohalapa doing in the office? It was GBV. Mohalapa was doing GBV.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the Legislature, people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, we meet today via this electronic platform as part of observing the country's level 3 lockdown caused by COVID-19 outbreak. This pandemic has forced majority of us to embrace the much talked about fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution is no longer a distant theory, but a reality which we are battling with as we go along. Madam Speaker, we are debating this social development budget vote exactly 2 days after commemorating 44 years of Soweto massacre, and a day after observing 28 years since the Wipato massacre. We're also debating this budget vote on the birthday of former President Mbeki. It must be stated here for all to know that we as lawmakers have not been able to put laws that protect women and children from being subjected to the most barbaric and inhuman treatment by men. The brutal and horrific death that women and children in this country are subjected to is not what the 76th generation fought for. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I'm of the view that marching and holding up placards will not help us to deal with this problem unless we make use of the available avenues provided for by the legislature to review our laws. Since the democratic dispensation in 1994, ANC government mission has consistently been the creation of society which is biased towards the poor and the working class, the marginalized and the vulnerable. Honorable Speaker, the ANC mandate for this sixth administration is to fast-track the transformation of the economy to serve all the people of Gauteng with dignity for social services and promote developmental growth paths to create more and decent jobs, developed sustainable as well as radical land reform for effective plan to broaden ownership of the economy and address monopolies to respond to the social transformation burdens of previous regime. ANC government intend to transform and diversify the financial sector, consolidate support for small businesses and cooperatives, as well as the growth for the township and village economy to advance the total social transformation for the poor and vulnerable communities. The Provincial Department of Social Development also responded positively to this clarion call of the Premier to growing Gauteng together, our roadmap for 2030 with intention to address provincial growth and development strategy for the Gauteng City region. Furthermore, the ANC government has adhered to major social, economic and political trends that defines Gauteng today, such as increased access to basic service and infrastructure by 81%, piped water by 91%, electricity 92%, sanitation 91%, and refuse removal by 83%, to vigorously respond to the challenges emanating from the colonialism and apartheid era. Social development must also adopt a 10 cardinal pillar program of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization to advance growing Gauteng together and the Gauteng we want through the effective social program. Gauteng government also acknowledges accelerated social transformation through many social programs which was introduced by the department, such as Banapid. This program, Honorable Speaker, continue to reduce child poverty through the provision of integrated package of service targeting orphanage and vulnerable children through single window. The department has also managed to distribute 122,874 dignity packs and 10,897 school uniforms for learners in the previous financial year 2019-2020. Some of the benefits through this provision of dignity packs include the following. 1, the rate of school attendance improved drastically. 2, the health and reproductive rights of the girl children were upheld. 3, the provision of school uniform helped to keep some children in school who will not have been able to go to school due to lack of school uniform. Social Development Department has also accelerated social welfare services programs such as care and support service to all persons and services to persons with disability at the end of the year under review. The objective of this sub-program is to develop, implement, monitor integrated programs for persons with disability. We have noted that the number of persons with disability accessing services in protective workshop managed by funded NPOs has reached 4,477 as compared to the planned target of 4,672 by the end of the year under review. Honorable Speaker, ANC government acknowledged the challenges encountered by the department through the oversight We will ensure that the department implement accountability measures and consequence management to avoid poor performance by the department during the year under review. Non-compliance for funding requirements and the minimum norms and standards for different fields of service by the NPO sector remains a challenge facing the department. The department is continually supporting and capacitating the affected NPOs for them to comply with funding requirements and the minimum norms and standards for different fields of services. Despite these challenges, the Department of Social Development remains committed in its service delivery objectives to ensure and advance the struggle of human emancipation for social welfare services. The ANC government reaffirms its commitment to working with and supporting persons with disability by improving the accessibility of public facility and public transport to persons with disability, including extending the campaign for accessibility to the private sector. Honorable Speaker, if we are really to put the people of Gauteng first, we must then guard against those President Mbeki has warned us about. These public servants who come to work as late as possible, work as little as possible, and knock off early as possible. In closing, Madam Speaker, the ANC government welcomes the decision by the Premier to name 4 of the Premier Service Excellence Awards after the late MEC Tuliswa Winlove Tuling Kabinde Kawe. Best Public Servant, Best Performing Social Cluster Department, Best NPO, and Best Community Development Project are henceforth known as Tuling Kabinde Kawe Awards. This, Madam Speaker, shows that Tuling Kabinde's Kawe commitment, dedication, and legacy will never be forgotten. Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity given to me to address this August House during this difficult time of COVID-19 pandemic. As ANC, we support the budget vote for Social Development Department with the intention to move South Africa forward. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. Honorable Lesufi. Honorable Lesufi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Truly appreciate the opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to thank all the members that contributed to this debate. We value your ideas. We also value your guidance and your advice. We'll deal with the issues that we need to attend to. Madam Speaker, we also share your frustration in terms of matters related to underspending. And you would recall that Circular 21 is not an imaginary circular. It's a circular that exists. Majority of the services that are rendered by the department were rendered through NGOs and in some instances cooperatives. And when that circular came, unfortunately, it declared that kind of service to be an irregular service, and therefore the department needed to find a new mechanism of distributing funds or directly procuring the services. Unfortunately, it was during the middle of the year and it was very difficult. We have not recovered from that circular. So it's not an imaginary circular, it's a circular that is there. And now we are pleased that the Western Cape Department of Social Development took this circular to court, and the court agreed that it was an unlawful circular. So we'll be in a position to recover and deal with those things. So matters that are related to under expenditure, that are related to issues of school uniform, dignity packs, and other programs that are delivered by the department were hampered by this circular. But with the work that we've done now, I can assure you that other expenditure is going to be history in the department. I think we've put all the relevant systems. We've got a budget committee that I personally chaired as an acting NEC to monitor progress on some of the programs that we have. And you can see, if you check the trends now, I know you've quoted the last quarterly report, but if you check the trends now, we are on course in ensuring that we spend on our budget. And I think an example is our food security budget, where we've moved from providing almost 2,000 food parcels per month or per day. We are at 4,000 now. It's an indication that the systems that we've put in place are indeed working. But your concerns about under expenditure are indeed noted. No one will embrace or support any institution that underspend on the budget that is allocated to it. So we take note of that. Member Thoko Makakula, we really appreciate the ideas that will come from the Women Committee that will advise us on how to finally deal or break the backbone of this stubborn gender-based violence people. So we need to find a way, and if we are formulating a program, we'll be the first department to support that program so that we deal with this matter. We really believe time is no longer on our side. We need to move with speed to defend women that are under attack, but also to defend children that are also under attack. It's just unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that I could not hear Member Badenhorst. I think if she has some issues that she wants to raise with us, we'll attend to those problems, to those issues. Member Albert, it's just unfortunate that sometimes obsession against this MEC blindfold even basic things. The reality is that that circular comes from the National Department. It's not a circular of the MEC about how NGOs or people that want to support government should work on. We received a circular from the National Department, and then we implemented that circular. So if you feel that circular was issued by us, I think you are wrong. Just check your information and check your facts. You'll see that it was a national, but that is why when the Solidarity took the national minister to court, they didn't take us to court. We were just victims of that process, and that is the reason why we took an approach to resolve that matter out of court. So it's not something that came from us. But to coordinate the fight against poverty, it's very important. You can't just on your own think that you can defeat poverty across the entire province. You need to work with state institutions, and you need to work with other law enforcement agencies, because if you can just go in and want to distribute food parcels without the necessary requirements from the law enforcement agencies, it will create problems. If you want to distribute food without the necessary adherence to the lockdown regulations, it will create problems. We have never said we want to steal the thunder from the NGOs. We just called for cooperation and coordination so that we can coordinate these activities. And we're proud of majority of institutions that have come on board to support us, from the mining institutions, the bakeries that have come on board, and many other organizations that have funded us. I don't know why do you want to bring race to say Indians and white people didn't support this program. This program was supported by everyone across the board. And I'll be very, very reluctant to enter that debate about race. Our struggle in this country was against the system called apartheid. It was not against white people. We never waged a struggle against white people, regardless of the pain of white people amongst us. We never waged a struggle or hated white people. We staged a struggle for non-racialism, even though it was very difficult under those circumstances to even preach non-racialism. We can't, when we know what non-racialism means, and accuse us that we are undermining that important aspect of our struggle to build a non-racial society. So if you want to politicize or bring race on this matter, it's just unfortunate. And you know yourself that we have provided support to everyone, regardless of race or the language that they speak, contrary to the organization that you represent. Member Bosch, I share your frustration about the homeless. I think we've put a policy position now, and I hope when you see that policy proposal, you will accept that indeed it was a reality that we had a serious policy gap. It's one of the documents that we'll be proud when we present it to the provincial cabinet for approval, that we now have a document that outlines how to deal with issues of homeless people. There's no policy countrywide. So we'll be the first province to put that policy proposition on the table. It explains what is expected out of local government. It explains what is expected from the NGO sector. It explains what is expected from provincial government. It also explains what is expected from national government. It's something that was not there. So the mere fact that as of today, that policy document is in front of the provincial government is an indication that we've worked very hard to acknowledge the limitation of this sector. But you can't say it's going to be very difficult for us to ensure that we provide support for the homeless. We'll continue to provide that support. Yes, not everyone wants their IDs, because if you provide everyone their IDs with an ID document, it exposes that they're not South Africans. And that's why not everyone will get those kind of documents. But you can't match what we have done since the lockdown, the number of people that have received ID documents. It might not be all, but the majority of people have received that document, and majority of people have been reconnected with their families, and majority of people are out, are in rehabilitation, and are going to be out in terms of abusing drugs. We are quite excited as a department, but we can do more. But the reality is that there are people that came at our temporary shelters without a skill. They are now living with a skill. There are people that came to our shelters abusing alcohol, abusing drugs. They are now living there, our shelters being clean. There are people that could not even speak to their family members. Today they're speaking to their family members. We've reconnected with their family members. Indeed, we felt that we should not, when the lockdown is lifted completely, there must be none of those that are within our shelters that must go back to the street or under the bridges. They must go back to families, must also go back to employment or areas where we really believe they can get the relevant support that they need. I've noted your concern about the LGBTIs. I'm not going to argue with you. It's a very sensitive sector. It's a very important sector. We said as a department, and we have developed a policy now, we should be the police or defenders of that particular sector as a Department of Social Development. We are the one now that must police that sector, provide guidance in that sector, but most importantly, provide support for that particular sector. So the concerns that you are raising are not...
Let me see.
Yes.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder to the debate? Honorable Makubela,
I so move, Member Adams.
Thank you.
I second, Madam Speaker.
Any question?
I second, Madam Speaker.
Yes. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those not in favor say no.
Yes.
Yes, of which the report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Sure.
Secretary, can you read the order?
Thank you,
Madam
Honorable
Speaker,
Speaker. The next order of the day.
Order, honorable members.
The microphone on. We can't hear. They are causing chaos here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The next order of the day is Social Development Committee Focus Interventions, Social Development Intervention Study Report arising from the annual report for 2018-2019 financial year on a review of the provision of community-based care support programs for orphans and the vulnerable children through community intervention program. Thank you.
Honorable Kekane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to request the House to take the other parts that I'm not going to read as read. I, Rufile Kekana, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby tables the Committee-Focused Intervention Study Report, commonly known as the FIS, arising from the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2018-19 financial year as follows. On the executive summary, Madam Speaker, the sub-program, Community-Based Care Services for Children, is one of the sub-programs located within Children and Families Program 3 of the department. The strategic objective of this program is to provide comprehensive child and family care and support services to communities in partnership with stakeholders and civil society organizations. The main aim of the sub-program is to provide protection, care, and support to vulnerable children in communities. The third initiative was formerly known as the ECBND model and was conceptualized by the National Association of Child and Youth Care Workers, NACCW. The National Department of Social Development entered into a memorandum of understanding with NACCW in 2013 for the rollout of ECBND model. The MOU between National Department of Social Development and NACCW came to an end on the 31st of March 2019, and NDSD took full responsibility for further rollout. The initiative was subsequently renamed the Community-Based Prevention and Early Intervention Services to enable its transition into a clearly defined program. And the initiative contributes to the following government outcomes. Outcome 2, which talks to a long and healthy life for all South Africans, which deals with the provision of psychosocial care and support services for orphans and vulnerable children and youth infected and affected by HIV and AIDS. Outcome 4, which talks to the creating of decent employment and relates to training of community caregivers in child and youth care work. And then outcome 13 talks to the social protection, which deals with ensuring that social protection for the OVCY through a range of social services. The program entails provision of prevention and early intervention services to orphaned and vulnerable children and youth by trained child and youth care workers. The CYCW provides services within the life space of a child, works flexible hours to ensure children's needs are met accordingly, e.g. The availability in early morning sessions to assist children in child and youth-headed households with school preparation, and the utilization of the safe parks to engage children and create a safe space for recreation. During the engagement with the department on the annual report for 2018-19 financial year, the committee noted that the number of children accessing services through the ECBND model had reached 19,042 when compared to the planned target of 19,172 by the end of 2018-19 financial year. The committee was further informed that the department's underperformance was as a result of the review and repositioning of the departmental procurement strategy as necessitated by the Treasury Classification Circular 21. The stated concerns informed the committee's direction to undertake a study that would seek to review the provision of community-based support programs for the orphans and the vulnerable children through the ECBND program. The committee seeks to intervene and make sure that the services that are provided by government of Gauteng reach every orphaned and vulnerable child in the province. It should be noted that the committee had planned to visit at least 2 centers per region. But due to the lockdown, we only managed to visit 3 centers. The committee visited the Ridirile Home-Based Care Center, which is situated in Kokosi in the West Rand. We also visited the Kore Multi-Purpose Center and Kore Safe Park, which is situated in Garankuwa in Tshwane. And the committee also visited the Inamas Drop-In Center and Imanas Safe Park, which is situated in Duduza, your hometown, Madam Speaker. However, the committee was concerned with the following: that most of the centers are unable to provide services for their beneficiaries, especially males, since the outbreak of COVID-19, and they may not have received any information regarding guidelines per se from the department. And some centers do not even have adequate space, which makes it difficult for them to offer some of the programs that are required for early childhood development and skills development programs for the youth. And then when the new financial year begins, normally the centers would receive their funding very late, and that makes it impossible for them to feed these beneficiaries and pay for staff salaries on time. So therefore, the committee recommended that the department should put measures in place to provide clear guidelines to all the drop-in centers, homes, and community-based care centers on the activities and services that they can provide during this lockdown period. And this report should be submitted by the 31st of July 2020. The department should also work with the Department of Infrastructure Development in identifying unutilized buildings in the communities and assist those centers that need those facilities. The progress report should be submitted by the 31st of August 2020. The department should make sure that the service level agreements for the centers are signed on time, preferably before the beginning of the new financial year, and also make sure that the centers receive their first quarter funding on the 1st of April of each financial year. This report should be submitted by the 31st of August 2020. The department should make sure that all the child and youth care workers and community caregivers receive adequate training as required by community-based prevention and early intervention services model. The report that contains the number of trainees that have been trained for each center and the type of trainings conducted should be submitted to the committee on a quarterly basis. And I would like to therefore acknowledge the Portfolio Committee on Social Development and wish to thank all the center managers which have been visited throughout our oversight visits. And the committee also wish to thank the department for providing information required for this FIS. I would also like to express my appreciation to members Magagula, member Nteke, member Mudise, member Adams, member Bosch, Badenhorst, member Mufama, and member Dolile Dwaba, and member Dlamini for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during these deliberations on the FIS study report. And also like to thank all the committee support members, Sipho Nwala, Zed Panzwa, Mnweli, J. Muloi, Tinzuke, Dingwenya, and Ntlebi K. Kulu for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve this mandate. And on adoption of the report, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development unanimously adopted this FIS oversight report on the Department of Social Development, which emanated from the annual report of 2018-19 financial year. And in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 165, the committee hereby recommends that this report be adopted by the House, taking into consideration the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you, and I so move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kekane. I now, any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the report. It's Member Nteke, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nteke. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. All those vote in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The next order is Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation's fourth quarterly performance report for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Adams.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable Speaker, the Standing Committee on the Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation, CSSL, the Chairperson of the Committee on the Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation, herein to refer to as the CSSL, Honorable D.K. Adams, tables the CSSL's fourth quarter performance report for 2019-2020 financial year as follows. The aim of the report Honorable Speaker, is to evaluate the CSSL's fourth quarter performance by comparing the committee's performance against the quarterly targets. The report is aligned to the committee's strategic objectives, namely lawmaking, oversight and scrutiny, as well as stakeholder engagement. Moreover, the report identifies areas of weakness and provides recommendations where necessary to ensure redirection of focus in the pursuit to ultimately achieve the annual objectives and targets as set out in the CSSL's 2019-2020 annual performance plan. Committee activities, Honorable Speaker. In accordance with the CSSL strategic objectives, the committee activities unfolded as follows. Number one, lawmaking. On the 21st of February 2020, the committee convened a meeting to consider the Gauteng Provincial Road Traffic Amendment Regulations of 2020. In terms of Rule 241, subsection 2 of the standing rules, regulations are referred by the executive to the Committee for Scrutiny. The member of the Executive Council, MEC, responsible for roads and transport in the Gauteng province, Honorable P.J. Mamopolo, tabled the draft Gauteng Provincial Road Traffic Amendment Regulations of 2020, and on the 31st of January 2020, they were referred to the CSSL in terms of Rule 238, subsection 2 of the standing rules. On Friday, 21st February 2020, the Departments of Roads and Transport made a presentation on the amendment of regulations to the committee. The committee further received the legal opinion on and socio-economic analysis, and it was satisfied with the legality and the socio-economic ramifications. The committee noted that the department was only adjusting Schedule 2 of the regulations, which pertains to vehicle registration and licensing. After careful assessment, the committee concluded that the proposed regulations were increased by an average of 7%, slightly higher than the current inflation rate of 4.7%. The reason was that the department did not increase the fee in the 2019 financial year. Therefore, the current proposed increase was responsible and won't negatively affect the public. It further noted, Honorable Chair and House, that no potential violations of the Constitution enabling legislation in respect of the proposed amendment to the regulations were found. The committee resolved to approve the Gauteng Provincial Road Traffic Amendment Regulations of 2020. On the 24th of March 2020, the committee convened another meeting to consider the Gauteng Gambling Amendment Regulations of 2020. In terms of Rule 241, subsection 2 of the standing rules, regulations are referred by the executive to the Committee of Scrutiny. A member of the Executive Council, MEC, responsible for economic development, agriculture, and environment in the Gauteng province, Honorable M. Masopuye, tabled the draft, the Gauteng Gambling Amendment Regulations of 2020, and on the 10th of March 2020, they were referred to the CSSL in terms of Rule 238, subsection 2 of the standing rules. On Tuesday, 24th of March 2020, the Departments of Economic Development, Agriculture and Environment made a presentation on the amendment of regulations to the committee. The committee further received the legal opinion and socio-economic analysis. The committee noted that the proposed amendment to the regulations has been increased by an average of 6%. It was further noted that the Gauteng Gambling Amendment Regulations have no substantial matters that have been introduced in the proposed regulations, save for the adjustment of the current fees and tariff structure. The committee resolved to approve the Gauteng Gambling Amendment Regulations of 2020. Oversight and scrutiny. In the quarter under review, the committee convened two meetings on the 21st of February and also on the 24th of March 2020. The meeting considered the following matters. 1, the draft first term program. 2, report on the Gauteng Provincial Road Traffic Amendment Regulation 2020. 3, report on the Gauteng Gambling Amendment Regulation 2020. And number 4, draft CSSL third quarterly report of 2019-2020 financial year. Stakeholder engagement. In the quarter under review, no stakeholder engagement were conducted by the committee. Overall performance of the committee, the CSSL has managed to achieve its quarterly objectives as set out in the annual performance plan for 2019-2020 financial year. The activities of the CSSL were supported and attended by all members and support staff. Moreover, the members of the committee showed commitment and contributed positively to the deliberations of the committee. Adoption of the first term program. The first term program was presented to the committee for consideration and adoption. The committee noted and adopted the first term program as tabled. Conclusion, Honorable Speaker. The plans which were set out in the fourth quarter of the 2019-2020 financial year with regards to implementation of the committee's strategic objectives have been achieved. Acknowledgements. Allow me to acknowledge the members of our committee for their hard work. Every committee has many members that work very hard, multi-party committees, and we want to honor them and thank them for their hard work. Special thanks are due to the following honorable members: M.H. Hirota, M.S. Shackleton, K.C. Mazwi, T.E. Magagula, P. Malema, and A.A. Ndlovana. The committee would further like to thank the following support staff for their dedication: Group Committee Coordinator M. Vas, Committee Coordinator C. Sanoko, Committee Administrator L. Amola, Manager Proceedings R. Chelo, Principal Table Assistant K. Hositebe, Manager NCOP Legal S. Nube, Legal Advisor D. Moramogolo, Committee Researcher S. Butalezi, Senior Information Officer N. Klebe, Communications Officer T. Mashifane, Ansat Recorder S. Baloy, and Service Officer P. Klima. Adoption, Honorable Speaker. After due deliberations, the committee adopted the fourth quarter performance report for 2019-2020 financial year. In accordance with Rule 164, the committee presents the report to the House and recommends its adoption. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adams. Any seconder to the report?
I second.
Is that Honorable Malema?
Yes, I member Honorable Malema. I second for the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes of it, the report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The next order of the day is Petition Standing Committee's third quarterly report, performance report for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Litswalo. Honorable Litswalo.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think it was on mute. Let me appreciate this opportunity to present the third quarterly report of the Petitions Standing Committee. But also let me appreciate the opportunity to interface with the residents of our province, our beautiful province of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, quite unique, this report is drafted in accordance with sections.
Unmute.
Somebody is sabotaging me. Quite unique, this report is drafted in accordance with section section 6F of the Gauteng Petitions Act, which prescribes this report is drafted in accordance with section 6F of the Gauteng Petitions Act, which prescribes that the committee must on a quarterly basis report to the legislature on petitions submitted to it during that period and all its activities in respect thereof. Madam Speaker, I will request that parts that I might not read be considered as read. I'll focus on the executive summary as well as the observations, including recommendations. The petitions
Can't hear the speaker on the floor, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, but somebody is muting me on the other end.
Give him a
Madam
chance,
Speaker.
please.
Yeah, there's somebody who's muting me on the other side.
Continue, just leave them, we're watching them.
Yes.
We'll provide a penalty for those. Please continue.
Yeah, Thanks, Madam Speaker, for the protection. So the petitions process remains the foundation to fulfill the legislature's mandate of creating an enabling platform for the people of Gauteng to bring forth matters regarding service delivery in a manner that legitimates a representative agency. Government has a crucial responsibility to deliver services that a society requires to maintain and improve its well-being. The committee values the role that petitioners play in raising awareness on issues that may not otherwise reach the attention of authorities and play its part in holding them to account. The petition system is undoubtedly the yardstick upon which the functionality of government is assessed. On new petitions, 16 new petitions were adopted during the quarter under review. 62% of petitions considered in the quarter were related to housing issues. The petitions adopted during this period were referred to the relevant authorities for consideration and reporting. The adoption of new petitions shows that communities continue to utilize the petition system for specific interventions with matters pertaining to government's program of service delivery. The inadequate responsiveness from authorities has a negative effect on the efficiency and resolution output of the committee, which by extension hampers the committee's turnaround time to resolve petitions. On closed petitions, during the period under review, the committee closed 2 petitions. The committee recognizes that it is often difficult to directly correlate specific achievement with the petitions process. However, the closed petitions provide some examples of raising awareness and delivering positive change in relation to issues raised. Notably, the committee's achievement cannot be measured only against the closure of petitions, as it does not control all the variables which lead to the closure of petitions, as the closure of those petitions is reliant on the respective line function departments satisfactorily resolving them. So we don't just close petitions for the sake of closing them, but there must be some level of qualitative intervention. On stakeholder engagement, the committee has continued to establish formal relationships with relevant stakeholders which help and reinforce effective adjudication of petitions. One of the strategic initiatives in enhancing cooperative governance took the form of a petition sub-forum workshop, which we held as the lead committee, which the committee organized with all municipal Section 79 petitions committees. The workshop was aimed at sharing of parliamentary best practices to harmonize working relations and to develop norms and standards in ensuring greater and qualitative output in the resolve of petitions. The committee continues to build strong relations with authorities in resolving petitions logged. And one of the ways in which we are doing that is through the development of a framework to harmonize the handling of petitions across all levels in the province so that there isn't any indifference in the process. Evaluation of responsiveness, Section 6F, Proviso 1 as well as 2 of the Petitions Act provides for the committee to evaluate the responsiveness, efficiency and timelines within which petitions referred in terms of Section 7E were resolved. The committee finds that the lack of responses to submitted petitions is unsatisfactory and undermines the important role of the petitioning process and the legislature's ability to demonstrate accountability to petitioners. Failure by authorities to submit comprehensive and solution-driven reports results in the committee not achieving its objectives, which in turn has a negative impact on the lives of residents of Gauteng. So it's that serious. Most of the resolutions taken at the hearings were not implemented. The direct engagements are perceived to be the most effective in terms of getting results from authorities. The committee can not only rely on external hearings to get responses to petitions. Authorities need to respond adequately to petitions referred to them. Madam Speaker, on recommendations, the committee recommends that the leader of a government business must do the following: instruct or direct MECs to monitor the resolution of petitions submitted to their respective departments. Number 2, to hold departments accountable to process petitions timeously in keeping with the timeframes prescribed in the Petitions Act. Number 3, ensure that only senior managers are delegated to hearings or to appear before the committee. So we're not playing. We want the serious people who have got a thorough appreciation and insight of departmental processes to provide the necessary solutions and interventions as expected by petitioners. Number 4, ensure that there are mechanisms in place in various departments to respond to petitions effectively and efficiently as referred by the legislature. So we will obviously expect the report from the leader of government business on the above to be submitted to the committee by no later than the 18th of September of the current year. The committee also recommends that the speaker must do the following. Number 1, regard the petitions standing committee as a high volume committee and resource it accordingly. So issues around the capacitation, the issue around the usage of the e-petition system, and you can almost imagine, Madam Speaker, how that would have assisted us if it would have been functional. So that is one of the priority areas which we think as the committee needs to be looked into by the Office of the Speaker. Number 2, develop a framework of intergovernmental referrals in cases such as NCOP and other Chapter 9 institutions. So we think there needs to be a well-articulated policy around how, if needs be, that we escalate petitions and also expect feedback how that there should be configured to ensure that there's a greater accountability on that front. We obviously, similarly to with the leader of government business, expect that we'll get an update from the Office of the Speaker, again, no less than the 18th of September of 2020. Conclusion, the role of the Petitions Committee is vital. While seeking intervention, the committee will continue with its commitment to strengthen transparency, accountability, and accessibility through the most effective tools available for resolving service delivery issues. The committee expects relevant authorities to be forthcoming and be cooperative as the intergovernmental relations framework has aligned. Acknowledgement, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank the following committee members, Honorable Chilwan, Honorable Diale, Honorable Dos Santos, Honorable Chabalala, Honorable Mufama, Honorable Tong, and now recently Honorable Pish, Honorable Ndlovu. We further wish to acknowledge the contributions and support provided by the group committee coordinator, Ms. Vaz, the committee coordinator, Messi Banyoni, committee administrator, Mfuku, committee research, and Ndate, petitions officers, Ndate Likade, and Ndate, they are petitions administrators, Meshabalala and Meshabangu, the legal advisor, Ndate Moramuholo, senior information officer, Re Letswalo, answered the recorder, Ndate Kulu, and service officer, Memabas. Adoption in accordance with Rule 164 of the Petitions Standing Committee hereby present this report to the House for adoption. And I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Litswalo. Any seconder to the report?
Madam Speaker, is Member Chabalala. I hereby second the report.
Thank you, Honorable Chabalala. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All
Yes.
those not in favor,
Yes, Speaker.
Are you saying no? Anyone who says no? Okay. I now conclude that the report is adopted by the House. That ends the debate for today. Our next sitting will be tomorrow on Friday, the 19th of June at 10 hours sharp. The House is adjourned. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Speaker. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. 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 Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Bye. Good morning. Bye.